May I kindly request all the dignitaries to please join us on the dais. A very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners joining us today. We are delighted to have you with us for this event, a partnership between the Alliance of Bioversity International and CIAT and the Fruitful India Fund established the Center of Fruitful India in 2020. Building on the Alliance's decades of tree fruit research and expertise, CFI works to advance nature-positive solutions for food and nutrition security. Its vision is to increase low-income families' access to and consumption of a diverse range of fruits while also improving local ecology and contributing to planetary health. And today we are delighted to have you with us for this national conference on strengthening food systems through increased fruit cultivation. We would like to welcome our esteemed guests. I request Dr. P.N. Mathur, Technical Advisor at the Alliance, to please welcome Dr. R.S. Faroda, Chairman, Trust for Advancement of Agricultural Sciences. We are extremely honored for your presence, sir, today. Welcome you with a fruit basket. Now may I invite Dr. Chris Kettle, Principal Scientist and Lead, Treat Biodiversity for Resilient Landscapes at the Alliance, to please welcome Dr. H.P. Singh, Founder and Chair of the Confederation of Horticulture Associations of India. So this week we are delighted to have you on us today. I now request Dr. J.C. Rana, Country Representative for India at the Alliance, to please extend a warm welcome to Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Vice Chancellor, Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture. And we would also like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. R.R. Burman, Assistant Director General, Agriculture Extension at the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Thank you. With that, I invite Dr. Chris Kettle to please deliver the welcome address. Over to you, Dr. Chris.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, dear friends, both here and online. For me personally, it's a great honour to be here. It's a privilege and it's a joy to welcome you to the very first annual conference of the Centre for Fruitful India. That deserves a round of applause. We've been planning this event for quite some time, and I suspect and I hope that in future years, when we meet, this has grown into a major event, and those of us here today will share a ride, forgive me, a ride, smile. So we were the first to plant the seed before I begin, it is a great pleasure to welcome our esteemed guests again, Dr. Faroda, Dr. Singh, Dr. Burman, Dr. Mathur and Dr. Rana as a guest here. But also I'd like to emphasise our advisory board and scientific committee members. Perhaps you want to raise your hand if you're in the audience today. As part of the important people. I'd like to thank you all for being here, because it is your presence that gives this moment its significance. Today is more than a conference, it's the start of a journey, and it's a journey that is based on a mapping from a vision from Fruitful India as a centre, which is at its core, forgive me, there were quite a few puns here related to fruit, simple yet bold, sowing the seeds of resilience for improved livelihoods, better nutrition, and a more sustainable future. And the Centre for Fruitful India, at its essence of its mission, is to pollinate collaboration across research, policy, and practice. We aim to be a virtual ecosystem of innovation and a diverse network of pollinators that cross-fertilize ideas to build a fruitful future in India. And of course, fruit trees are the engines of many critical challenges we face now around nutrition, biodiversity, climate resilience. And CFI, as the Centre for Fruitful India, did not sprout from nowhere. It grows from quite old stock, grafted upon over 3 decades of work, starting in Pickering, then into Bioversity International and the Alliance, which has championed fruit trees for diversity, fruit tree diversity across Asia for over 3 decades, including work on tropical and temperate underutilized fruits, inventories of neglected species, and conserving the genetic resource base of a huge diversity of fruits, especially championing women as custodians of the forest tree genetic resources and fruit tree genetic resources, among other things. So this is a legacy from which CFI is grafted, and the Centre, although only established in 2020 through the partnership with Fruitful India Fund, is really committed to increasing access to nutritious fruits, to restoring ecosystems, and strengthening rural livelihoods as a catalyst of innovation of fruit tree systems. Of course, a huge thank you goes to Umesh Maheshwari, who you'll hear from earlier, whose vision has planted the young tree, which is CFI, and whose generosity is nourishing its growth. And a deep thanks to our scientific committee members for keeping us firmly rooted in scientific evidence. As you all know, we're facing a transition to now 7 planetary boundaries we've exceeded. As a species, our planet is facing major challenges. But fruit trees provide an extraordinary opportunity to support those 3 crises of biodiversity loss, climate change, and food system failure, through restoring biodiversity, buffering climate risk, and improving nutritious outcomes. And India has everything needed to be a pioneer and champion of sustainable food transformation: world-class science, extraordinary biodiversity, a deeply rooted fruit culture and tradition, and one of the youngest and most dynamic populations on Earth. So through CFI, we want to help cultivate this potential into evidence, tools, technology, and action. CFI is a platform, a virtual network for collaboration across government, academia, civil society, private sector, youth networks, farmers. All have essential roles to play. The challenges we face are enormous, and we can only be successful if we work collectively. This conference is our moment to align ambition, exchange ideas, and to pollinate innovation together. I imagine India in 2035 with millions of fruit tree systems thriving, climate resilient fruit and nut livelihood flourishing, youth-led conservation and agroforestry enterprises, and perhaps most importantly, children growing up with diverse, nutritious fruits, always in easy picking. This is the future CFI exists to help grow. So thank you for joining us at this historic first conference. Together, we can nurture India as a global leader in food system transformation, with fruit and fruit trees, the center of nutritious and equitable, climate smart and biodiverse rich future. Welcome again to the first annual conference of the Centre for Fruitful India.
Thank you, Dr. Kettle. I request Dr. P.N. Mathur, Technical Advisor of the Alliance, to share the overview of the CFI mission and its implementation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sona. our esteemed chief guest of this function, and Dr. R.S. Paroda Sahab, Dr. H.P. Singh, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Dr. R.R. Burman, my colleagues from Alliance, Dr. Chris, Dr. Rana, Dr. Gina, all the esteemed members of CFI Advisory Board and Scientific Committee, all the invited guests here, all the invited participants who come all the way across the country here to make a presentation of the CFI fund proposals tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and very welcome. I am really thankful to Chris that he already briefed, very good briefing about the CFI here, and he left nothing for me. But before I give a formal presentation about CFI mandate with some graphics and some presentation here, I would like to share a video with this morning our donor Umesh Meshwaria share here. What is his vision about CFI? How he thought about to create this Fruitful India Fund here from his childhood to at this stage here. A very good idea he generated, and we all should learn a message and lesson from his video. So maybe can I have his video first, please, Gaurav? And then I can talk about my presentation.
Hi all, thanks for joining the first conference on Fruitful India. My name is Umesh Maheshwari. I'm the founder of the Fruitful India Fund. And today I would like to share my motivation and some history behind starting the Fruitful India initiative. It goes back to my childhood days. I grew up in Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh. My father was in the government services and he was given a bungalow with some land around it. On this land, we grew lots of guava trees. Now this place was at the outskirts of the city, and often kids from a nearby village would come to our house asking to get some fruit. I was not so keen on sharing, but I would give them some guavas anyway. It wasn't until I grew older that I realized how beneficial those guavas might have been for the village kids, giving them not just calories, but gut-friendly fiber, vitamin C, and perhaps lots of other phytocompounds that I don't even know about. This led me to my first insight that widespread cultivation of fruit trees can help reduce malnutrition by providing marginalized communities with direct access to nutritious food. No processing needed, no middlemen needed. It's from tree to mouth. Sometime later, in the early 2000s, I was in the US, and it was a time when there was a growing awareness of climate change. In particular, in the tech industry, there was a drive to develop semiconductor-based solar panels. I said to myself, wait a minute, trees are the best, the natural solar panels. Why don't we grow more trees to fight climate change? By this time, I was already a fan of fruit trees for the nutrition they provided. So I put two and two together, and this led me to my second insight, that growing fruit trees is one of those interventions that are positive not just for human development, but also for the planet. So eventually, in 2017, I put aside some money to create the Fruitful India Fund. At first, I thought I would start a project for planting fruit trees. Then I thought I would create a research center focused on fruit trees. But quickly I realized that India already has a lot of organizations implementing projects related to trees. India already has a lot of research centers focused on fruit trees. In fact, my guess is that most of you belong to such an institution. This led me to the third insight, that what we need is a center that can act as a catalyst and a promoter for pre-existing institutions. A center that can promote widespread cultivation of fruit trees. And by widespread, I mean not concentrated in orchards, but on wastelands, in kitchen gardens, on bunds between fields, roadside, forest fringes, places where marginalized communities have direct access to food. Finally, in 2021, I met the perfect partners for this purpose. Specifically, I met Chris Kettle and Smita Krishnan from the Alliance of Bioversity International and CIAT. And they quickly pulled in Prem Mathur. And that is how the Center for Fruitful India was born. Also, I found two amazing people to guide this effort. First, Seema Paul, who was previously the executive director of the Nature Conservancy in India, and Kamal Bawa of ATRI, who actually needs no introduction. Now, having provided all this history, I'm happy to know that it is today that we have finally reached our first major milestone, which is this national conference. And for this, I'm grateful to the entire team at the Center for Fruitful India. I'm also grateful to all of you attending this conference for joining us in this journey. Together, I believe we can make a real dent on the problem of malnutrition in India, and at the same time benefit the local ecologies and perhaps the planet as a whole. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the conference.
So this was a great message from our donor, funder, Umesh Maheshwari, with a very brief but very simple background about how CFI has generated here. Before I start my formal presentation, I would like to join my colleague Chris to formally welcome our guest on the dais here, especially our chief guest of today's function, Padam Bhushan, Shri Dr. R.S. Pradar Sahab. Thank you very much for joining us, sir, here. I know you are very busy these days also, but we really appreciate that you find some time to join us here, and we look forward to get a sense of advice from all of us how we can move forward for the CFI mission here. It's my pleasure also to welcome Dr. H.P. Singh, who is the founder chairman of CHAYA and also the former Deputy Director General of Horticulture in ICAR, with a very long experience in horticulture promotion here, starting from the grassroots level to the very high up level here. And still today, sir, you are very busy in advising the horticulture community and taking this forward at the national level, and not only national but also international level here. My special thanks to Dr. S.K. Malhotra, the Vice Chancellor of Maharana Pratap Horticulture University based in Karnal here, and he's also one of the pillar of horticulture research in India, starting as a horticulture commissioner and then agriculture commissioner, and now he is leading one of the important university in horticulture in Haryana here. So welcome you, sir, here. My pleasure in inviting Dr. Barman here and repeating the main important section of ICR, the agriculture action services, which are very important. And we look forward with a very good partnership and close relationship, because when we want to go to implementation of the CFF program here, all our research partners will look forward to the better advice, better coordination, better support, better help in terms of capacity building, promoting the technology which we are developing in the program here, and thank you very much for joining us here, and then we'll look forward for your partnership in coming future here. Of course, I don't want to welcome my colleague Chris because he's part of the CFI. He's a leader of CFI, Dr. Rana, and all of you. But a very great welcome to our members of the CFI advisory board here and our scientific committee member. They have done a really great job to move forward the CFI mandate here. We are meeting very frequently, and they were all involved in giving us a guideline, kind of advice to set up the theme of the CFI implementation through our committee meetings here, and also in reviewing all the proposals here. I'm happy to share that for this first year call, we received over 187 proposals here all over the country, including all research organizations, NGOs, grassroots workers here, and diverse kind of projects here. But the committee has really helped us in really crystallizing the proposal here and identifying some 33 proposals. So thank you very much, all the members here sitting here, and we welcome you also here. Of course, a very warm welcome to all these partners who have applied for the CFI grant here, and they have come here, and we look forward for their input tomorrow for your presentation here. So maybe can I have my slide, please, Gaurav? I think my life become very simple here because after listening to Chris and also to Umesh here, I will not really go into more detail about the background of the CFI here, but as already mentioned that this CFI is a partnership between the Fruitful India Fund and Bioversity, Alliance of Bioversity and CIAT here. When we are designing this kind of logo for CFI, it's very interesting because the CFI is basically focusing on promoting fruit cultivation widely, as we mentioned, very widely promotion of fruit species. So that's why we think about giving the name as Fruitful India. So fruits are available. But when we translate its name into Hindi, fruitful means Safal. So we put Safal Bharat. So it's kind of very good message conveying here that through the promotion of fruit trees for the low income families here, we are making India a kind of a Safal Bharat here. So this is how we came up with the CFI logo, and the mandate and mission was captured in the very simple format in the CFI logo here. As already mentioned by Umesh that and Chris also, that we initiated this program sometime early 2020 here. But first 3 years is basically a kind of a pilot project, giving us an opportunity ourselves to learn about the necessity of the need of the promoting fruit cultivation at the grassroots level for the low income families here and in different kind of a landscape here. So we have a small pilot project in 3 different states of India here, starting from in Karnataka, then we took in some program in Bundelkhand region of Uttar Pradesh here, and also in Rajasthan also here. And we have learned a lot of lesson to refine our mission and mandate to start the second phase of CFI, which is more well organized program also here. So this is the kind of a background here. I will just give you a brief summary of what we achieved in the first phase of CFI here. But more coming to our vision for now here. No need that, as we all know, that malnutrition is a severe problem in our country. About 36% of women and 48% children, especially 43% of these are highly undernourished here. So that is a severe problem. India has achieved a kind of a food sufficiency for food security, but we are still lacking behind for nutritional security. So there is a need. Government have a lot of program already in place here, targeting how to improve the malnutrition, and we are progressing well here. But there are still some gaps here, especially for the target communities we are talking about here. The second important thing is the losing the agrobiodiversity of traditional food species. We achieved very good. Horticulture sector is going very well. High production of commercial fruits, orchards are there here. But what happening that we are losing our traditional fruit diversity in our diet here. And because of that, the plants are being now not being conserved here. A good example is here that in our childhood, we were eating a lot of very traditional food like falsa and then pilu and then maybe some kind of a very shatooth, all those things here. But they are nowhere seen in the market now here. So new generation don't know about those fruits here. And that's why since they are not being consumed, they are not being cultivated here. And they are very nutritious very hardy fruit species here. They can grow very well under very stress condition here, require very low input for their growing here. So that is a target, a kind of a mission of CFI is to promote these kind of traditional fruit diversity through consumption, and then through consumption we conserve this fruit diversity on farm here with the communities here. So bringing back those lost diversity back to farm is one of the second mission of the CFI India. Of course, climate change, there's no need to talk about. Growing more trees always lead to climate mitigation here. And now, see, the one of the things is that the government have a lot of focus on promoting growing more trees. Every year, forest department supply thousands of millions of free seedling for planting. But I mean, there's no integration. Why don't they supply the fruit trees into their mission here? So if they supply these free sapling of fruit trees and growing in the home garden, kitchen garden, roadside, especially western development here. So that purpose is same, growing more trees, climate adaptation here. But if we have something to eat also from the tree here, that is more important here. So this is the three major focus which already been talked about, and this is the second. So we believe that promoting more fruit trees here of the nutrition, traditional diversity, we can achieve these three targets as the CFI mission. So in a very simple way, we coined our vision here that to improve availability of nutritious fruit to low income families. So our target is low income families and promoting nutritious fruit, not other kind of every fruit here. But at the same time, providing the nutritious fruit which can be harvested by low communities around the year. So develop a kind of a system where a community can plant the fruit species which can give fruiting around the year. So they have something to eat around the year, not just because fruits have a kind of fixed fruiting season here, 2 months, 3 months, maybe here. But after they harvest banana or maybe mango, what is next year? So try to see, develop a kind of model, agroforestry based model here where we can see which species are more suitable for a particular agroclimatic condition. And then bring those tree species and develop a kind of model where the communities can be engaged and grow those fruit species. And sharing mechanism is important. Processing of these fruit species, if there are excess harvest which are not being consumed by household, how they can process locally. So local market availability, local processing for their off-season consumption here, and the local mechanism for sharing among themselves. Somebody is growing guava, somebody is growing jamun, so how they can promote to exchange the fruit of different, because each fruit have different micronutrient composition here. So this is kind of our main theme here, low income families and nutrition fruit species here, and of course lead to improve local ecology and climatic condition here. But at the same time, as Donor mentioned here, that we want to build CFI as a reputable and long-lasting institution here. It's not just because he is already mentioned that this funding is given for long-term sustainability, because fruit trees is not just growing 1 or 2 season crop here, but they take long time, 3-4 years for fruiting here and to see their adaptability of those here. So initially he is very kind of to commit initially for 8-year project here, but he said this is not 8 years, it will continue. If there is good progress here, the program forever ending here. But he want to make it a more sustainable CFI as an institution hosted by Bioversity International Alliance. This is basically a summary of what we have already heard, that under this CFI here, we need to have innovation in fruit cultivation. As Umesh already mentioned that India has very good infrastructure. ICIAT institution, State University are doing a lot of good work here. So, but there are some gaps, as I already mentioned here. Some of the species are not being taken seriously to promote those things here. Maybe there is not proper research to see how the fruit cultivation can go to the grassroots level here. Maybe it can be implementation process here, extension activities here, or maybe some kind of local technology for irrigation, pitcher plant technology for irrigation, all those things here. So we don't want to compete with the ongoing program here. We want to see where the gaps are there, where are the niches, where CFI can become a catalyst, interfere those kind of research here. And that kind of basically innovation will then lead to increased sustainable cultivation at the wider scale here. And that if we have more cultivation, increase access and affordability to low income family, and also leading to conservation of diversity. So this is the kind of a framework we have developed. And again, I put some point here. We also need to take uptake of research. what has already been done. So there is no need for duplication of efforts here. We will pick up here what ICR and industry are doing here, or the research organization here. So take up those research already available, the technology for grafting purpose, the quality planting material, hardy planting material, all those things see, and then take those things here, technology or material, and then promote through our partners who are sitting here to promote those cultivation practices here is one thing here. Support gaps in conduct efforts here. We support research gaps also here, and then finally promote research for development funding support is there, and partnership with ongoing initiative. This is also very important because CFI is not a big or kind of a funding agency here, but we look for partnership where government schemes like Mangrega scheme is there for food planting of the tree species here. Can we work with Mangrega scheme and use those resources to promote our mission here? That we give good planting material to them here, and then those are promoted here. So there are many, like we have national mission of natural farming here. So can we link our mission to there? We are just talking to Niti Aayog also here, and they are very happy to CFI mission to take forward here. And they told us here, why don't you work on our aspiration district and aspiration block? They have 112 district and 500 aspiration block here. And under this program of Niti Aayog, they are bringing convergence of different government schemes in one platform. So this small component, if we can go with our mission of CFI here and providing the technology, guidelines, capacity building of farmer family here, that will definitely help us a wider kind of a outcome of the CFI here. And if we develop some successful models, successful success stories, then Niti Aayog would definitely like to take up those models and stories and then promote across their all different sites here. So this is the kind of partnership is very important for CFI here. So finally, just to summarize, we have three major objectives here. Support cross-disciplinary research to fill gaps in underutilized state areas. So again, I mentioned that the area which are lacking by the government agency here, we support those here of tree-based fruit cultivation and consumption of enhancing availability and affordability of nutritious fruits for low-income families. Promote and dissemination CFI and other research lessons learned for improved cultivation and consumption of fruits here. This is the second. We have some funding available where we like to disseminate the success stories to the audience here. Maybe awareness for consumption, because awareness is very low fruit consumption. So we can have some program here. We are also planning to have some kind of a success kind of a videos on YouTube and what you call the LinkedIn page here. So wider dissemination of information, knowledge, technology through the platform of our CFI banner. This is also here. And of course, we are trying to set up a multi-stakeholder platform, bringing most active at the one platform here so they can work all together in partnership. I'm not going to much detail about these are our action plan here. So I will not skip this one here because time is short here. And this is the overall, basically, I put it here, as Chris mentioned, we work with diversity of research partners and implementers here. Our research partners include ICR institution here, state universities here, private agencies here, international centers, CG centers are involved here, and other organizations are our partners. But implementers are, again, research organization can become a researcher and implementer also here. Extension agencies, KVK, and we also very much thankful to our partner from the Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, and Dr. Geeta Doshi and Dr. Rekha Waria. They are here. They are part of our scientific committee because we want to bring the forestry component into our system here. When we talk about forest ranges also here. So one Vikas Kendra and KVK both can become partners here. District administration, Itako, Panchayat, NGOC, all those things here. So not going into much detail about those things here. And finally, this is what we have our theory of change to achieve our targets here. So there is no need to explain this one also here. And this is, I just combined that we want to promote nutri gardens, backyard gardens, homestead food system here, provide food kits to low income families, community-based fruit or orchard. Orchard we talk about, but it's a community-based orchard also here, not the commercial orchard also here. Self-help group strengthening is very important. Training the family, women to develop the nurseries of their, so then they can locally multiply and supply. That will reduce the cost of local planting material and availability will increase here. So this is very important, capacity building and creating self-help groups of women farmers here. I talk about the Indian food space also here. Mixed fruits in mixed cropping and agroforestry system is again important. We talk about this, what you call this, market linkages and the value addition products at the local level here, storage and And then policy support. Once we have something outcome here, we can always make some recommendation to Niti Aayog or ICR or to Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Climate Change, and all those things here. Then these are the outcome here, and these are our recommendations. Can you take up those recommendations further for implementation also? Yes. Just briefly, 2 slides more here about the first phase here. We have done a lot of capacity building and awareness campaign here. We target a lot of about more than 100 schools, children here, to educate them the importance, because they are the take the message conveyed to their parents, what is the importance of nutritious food eating here. So we have a lot of program organized across the 3 states I talk about here. We have arranged a lot of diversity fair of food species to show, because many children don't know the diversity of the traditional food also here. They were also exposed to the field condition, how to grow tree species also here. And we also supported some basic research in the phase 1. 3 PhD students were supported, working on very remote, not underutilized fruit like wood apple is important fruit in Karnataka. We also tried to see one student working on Karunda conservation in Rajasthan, from the Jobner University also, and also Chirunji. So these are the 3 different kind of fruit species we promoted for PhD research also here. And this is the summary. We target about more than 800-500 households in the first phase here. About 116 schools here. We provided more than 20,000 sapling free for distribution for planting. So they are growing it now. Of 20 species here, 9 research grant here, and we organized 43 awareness campaign in the rural areas, and also the 56 capacity building program. So this is a kind of summary of phase 1 of CFI here. For more information, I think you can always visit our website here. A lot of information is available on cfi.india.org. So I request all of you to please go and see more information about what we are doing, and it will continue upgraded here. We also have our platform on LinkedIn also here, where we now time to put our outputs here, or meeting everything here. And finally, the last slide, that what I want to mention is that our scientific committee discuss and decide what should be the agenda, because this is a kind of a continuous process of having the conference every year. So each year we discuss and talk and take advice from our advisory board and scientific committee what should be the focus for next year theme here. And based on that, we announce the research grant call here. And these are the first 6 kind of a theme areas where all of you have applied here. And we look forward for your contribution tomorrow, and see that hope that you all have targeted your presentation and your proposal fitting to our CFI mission. So it will become easy for us to take a discussion here. I think with all these things, I thank you very much for joining us today here, and look forward for a good interaction over the next 2 days of this meeting. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. We are honored to have with us Dr. R.R. Burman, Assistant Director General Agriculture Extension at the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. May I invite Dr. Burman to please say a few words.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, everyone. Most respected Dr. R.S. Paroda, sir, Chairman TAS and former Secretary there in DG ICR, and Chief Guest of today's function. Dr. H.P. Singh, sir, Founder and Chair of the Confederation of Horticulture Association in India, and former DDG Horticulture, and also DDG Extension ICR, sir. Professor Dr. S.K. Malhotra, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Maharana Pratap Horticulture University, Karnal. Dr. P.N. Mathur, sir, Technical Advisor, Alliance of Bioversity International, CIAT, and Dr. Chris Kettle, who is a lead tree biodiversity for resilience landscape, and Dr. J.C. Ranaji, a country representative for Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, and all the esteemed delegates of the dais of this national conference on strengthening food systems through increased fruit cultivation. We all know that the importance of horticulture sector in Indian agriculture, and this horticulture sector has seen tremendous growth in the last 1 decade, with about 280 million tons to about 367 million tons, and which surpassed the total food grain production also. And in horticulture sector, fruits is also a very strong component, and 86.6 million ton, we had production in 2014-15, and in last 10 years it has rose to about 113 million ton, and contributing about one third of agricultural GDP, this fruit production, and roughly covering about 18% of cropped area. So this sector is very important, and today we are discussing about how to enhance accessibility of fruits to the low income families. And with this, we also we have so much of a production in horticulture sector and fruits, but there are a lot of post harvest losses, and that amounts to 30% and to 40% also in many places, and depending upon the fruits, because we all know they are very much perishable in nature. And the processing and value addition is also very less in our country, which is almost about 2% of the total production, which is very high in many countries, up to 70%. In Malaysia, we have more than 80% produce is processed. So that's definitely limits the accessibility of fruits to our country. We have a lot of production. ICR has the priority of not only enhancing production, but also enhancing income and profitability of the farmers. So keeping this in view, we have a basket of technologies in many horticultural crops, and like with the high low TSS content varieties, which has more shelf life, and also some of the export oriented varieties, colored mangoes and also colored pulp guavas, which has a very good high demand in the in case of both nutrition as well as the international market. Now these technologies, the varieties, and similarly there are a lot of crop management technologies which are being developed, like high density planting system, canopy management. So in order to have a climate resilient technologies to enhance the production of the horticultural crops. Now, as far as this accessibility and taking those technologies to the farmers is concerned, we have our frontline extension system, which under direct supervision of the scientific manpower, the education and training of the farmers is taken care of. And in this frontline extension system, we have 731 farm science centers, which are like situated in almost all agriculturally important districts of the country. And through these farm science centers, we are disseminating technologies, building capacity of the farmers. Our honorable chief guest, Dr. R.S. Paroda sir, has imagined KVK as a center of innovation and skill development. And taking his direction forward, we recently revised the mandate of the KVKs as a single window agricultural knowledge and knowledge resource and capacity development center. And in this, here we also imagine KVK as a district level nodal agency to link with all the state development departments with the forward linkage and also backward linkage with the ICR institutions, state agricultural universities, to have a center where there are a lot of knowledge, resources and innovations available, and through which we can develop capacity to the farmers. Now, in this context, I would like to reiterate that IFS is one such technology which we promote through KVKs, and there are about 64 IFS models for different agroecologies established and developed validated by ICR. And we have taken those technologies to the farmers, and the IFS, about 32 of them are bankable IFS projects through which the communities can, if they go for formal credit, they will get that. And in this experimentation, we have also seen that other than income optimization from unit area, the dietary diversity also enhanced because there are a lot of horticulture component fruits and vegetables in that IFS model. and that increased up to 20 to 25% dietary diversity. Now, dietary diversity is also a priority in another initiative which is taken care of by ICR Agricultural Extension SMD, which is Nutri-Sensitive Agri-Resources and Innovations NARI. And we implement through all KVKs. The basic motto of this is educating the farmers, educating the farm women about the dietary diversity, important of dietary diversity, and what are the elements that human human body needs for nutrition, for desired nutrition level, and what are the different sources for those nutrition. And with this, generally the principle in the villages is what they grow, they eat. There are very some of the areas and low-income families, they are not, they cannot afford to buy the fruits or those nutrition sources. So what they grow, they eat. So we try to promote a Nutri-Smart village, in which, like Professor P.N. Mathur sir talked about the Nutri Garden. So we tried to develop a village into a Nutri-Smart village, where all the nutritional requirements and commensurate to that, the crops and the different enterprises, the horticulture, vegetables, fruits are all grown in the village, and that slowly enhanced the dietary diversity and nutrient availability of the villagers, of the households in those places. So we definitely look forward to such outputs of CFI interventions, the projects which are being funded, and where scientists will work on that. And definitely we would like to take it forward to the communities through community-based interventions like the Nutri-Smart Village model. And in addition to that, the KVKs, every year there is a good demand of quality planting materials, saplings, healthy quality planting materials, and our KVKs, they multiply those quality planting materials and they provide to the farmers in order to catalyze the enhanced adoption of the technologies. And every year, the KVK supplied the planting materials or saplings to the tune of 0.1 million hectare. Area is covered by the quality planting materials. Now, that is not as per the demand that the KVKs we get. So, the farm science centers we are planning to have in public-private partnership mode, enhance the capacity and enhance the kind of quantity of the saplings that we multiply. And we are also trying to establish in some of the KVKs the improved nursery in collaboration with the state governments, Center of Excellence. They have Center of Excellence in many places, and we're trying to have a funding support for nursery management and through Government of India schemes, and by having a mother plant and then getting the quality planting materials. Now, our in this CFI initiative, the traditional fruits also we will include in our program, and we are looking forward to the collaboration with CIAT and Bioversity International regarding this. Now, another important thing is that there are a lot of farmers, if they are growing those crops, then as our PN Mathur sir talked about, that if they are not consuming, then what will be the rest amount, or how to manage those post-harvest losses, and how to enhance the processing and value addition. So our KVKs work with a lot of self-help groups and farmer producer organizations. About 2,000 farmer producer organizations are technology backstopped by the KVKs. And we are trying to develop processing and value addition facilities at our KVKs as a center of business promotion and technology incubation center, in support with some CSR initiatives. The proposals are already, it has been initiated. And our KVKs, we plan to support those entrepreneurs, self-help groups, and farmer producer organizations in going into a business and a value chain management of the fruits and vegetables. And now the kind of support they need like good agricultural practices for enhanced marketability and also export, and the traceability through blockchain technologies. So our KVKs are aimed to provide that kind of support to the KVKs. And definitely we assume that that will help them in having greater access, and also greater access and also greater higher marketing return, and in order to enhance their profitability. In context to that, there are different ICT initiatives that the KVKs are engaged with. One is Kisan Sarthi platform, and through Kisan Sarthi platform, we are providing mobile-based and web-based customary agro-advisory services to the farmers. It's a push and pull. They can call a toll-free number, and we can also send them messages. We have also developed a mobile app through which the farmers can directly contact the experts in the KVKs, and they can also share the visuals of the affected crops or affected plants or affected soil, so that we can give them better advice. And in this context, I would also like to mention that we are now building a advisory management system, and through which the AI-based redressal can be given for better retrieval of those knowledge management system. Indian Institute of Horticultural Research is the nodal institute for horticultural technology-based content for Kisan Sarthi. So we will definitely would like to have some of the project outcomes as a input for that advisory management system. And there is also a plan to work in the KVKs in context with the e-learning modules. And in case of grapes, we have developed e-learning module and gap. And now the India gap has come. So we are all following India gap. So we are trying to establish modules, e-learning modules on different crops, so that that can be shared and that can be accessed by all the farmers or the producers. Now we are closely working on the horticultural crops, and there is one social media application that we very much promote, and many of those horticulture or fruit growers, they are directly related with us in this social media based application, which is called a news bulletin, Pusa Samachar. IRI has started that, and since last 5 years it is continuously being every Saturday it is aired, and it's a small YouTube based news bulletin in which we cover the improved technologies of crops, including horticultural crops. And these are some of the methods through which we are taking the technologies forward to the farmers. And I look forward to the continued collaboration and association with CFI regarding this initiative Safal Bharat or Fruitful India. And I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share these ideas. And we are really thankful for such kind of future collaboration. With this, I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Burman, not only for your presence, but your words of wisdom today. It is my privilege now to invite our guest of honor, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Vice Chancellor, Maharana Pratap University of Horticulture, to please address the gathering.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody here. Honorable Chair of our today's program, Dr. R.S. Prodha Sahab, most respected Dr. Prodha sir, who has been a guiding force for all of us. Then we have Dr. H.P. Singh Sahab with us. We have learned many things from him related to horticulture. He is a trendsetter in the country for so far as horticulture is concerned. Then we have many other colleagues present on the dais. I am really very happy to be here on the occasion of this inaugural program of this national conference on strengthening food systems through increased fruit cultivation. It's an important program which has been set by the Bioversity International, or Alliance Biodiversity, and CIAT. Just I was going through the data which Dr. Burman was also mentioning. Yeah, I remember in the year 2014, our fruit production was only 8.6 million ton, and now it has gone to 11.2 million ton. So 2.6 extra or additional production has happened. How this has happened? Only because of the government efforts and the technologies whatsoever have been generated. We are having a strong institutional setup in the country, and through this strong institutional setup where we have 22 research institutes related to horticulture, they are working on generation of the technologies for the different agroclimatic conditions of the country, and commodity based technologies have been developed, and those technologies have been well adopted by the farmers. That's why this much enhancement in the yield has taken place. And the most important point is that productivity led growth is now happening. So that was the dream, and that was the target which was set by Honorable Chairman of today's program, that we need to achieve productivity-led growth. And now all these interventions, they are yielding the results, and we are having a strong institutional setup, then developmental programs, favorable government policies. Only because of this it has happened. But the matter of worry is now that our import is also increasing for fruit crops. So that's a worry for us, and we have again fine-tuned our programs, and again we are increasing our own capacity that for novel fruits we need to put focus. And I was just going through the data, then I came across that in the year 2001 we imported only 249 million US dollar fruit crops, and now it has gone to 4,323 million US dollar. So it has just increased to 2.2 times, and increase has taken place. So now people are demanding for the novel products. They are demanding for the healthy fruit crops, particularly healthy fruits for nutritional requirement, for meeting this apple, blueberry, avocado, kiwi, rambutan, nuts. There are so many. So now a special program has been made that how we can increase our own capacity. There's a lack of planting material. That's why CPP program has been started by the government. Then accordingly, horticulture cluster development program has been started by the government of India, because cluster approach is required to be followed if we have to further increase our own capacity, as well as if we have to achieve productivity-led growth. So earlier, a kind of gap analysis was done when I was horticulture commissioner. Then few gaps were identified. Yes, the cultivation is happening on the marginal lands, and again on the low fertility lands were taken under the fruit cultivation. So we need to see that how we can improve that one. So from that point of view, some interventions were taken, that if we have to take the production in the new areas, we need to accordingly change our strategy. And then senile orchards were also there, old orchards were also there, how we can replace, and rejuvenation, how it could be done. So that was also put into the strategy. And again, it was realized there is a high investment in the new orchards whenever we have to install. So accordingly, guidelines were changed for the mission for integrated development of the horticulture, and now those issues have been well addressed. And then it was realized that our focus is only on production. So let us see that how we can safeguard and we can protect and even we can reduce the post-harvest losses. So accordingly, changes were made in the plan, and integrated cold chain is now being promoted under the Sampada program, and now encouraging results are there, and some kind of I should say that acceptance is there, and industry has come forward for establishment of the infrastructure. If you speak about the micro irrigation systems, so that acceptability has increased. Earlier we were having only 6.8 million hectare area under micro irrigation system for fruit crops. So this has increased to now total coverage, because there are vegetables also, total coverage it has increased to 15 million hectare area, and further target has been set by the government that by 2030 we have to achieve the coverage of micro irrigation to the tune of 22 million hectare area, and this will happen. So now, though there is a slow pace, but now we need to have focus on those areas where there is a low penetration of such micro irrigation technologies. So another point was, which was usually mentioned, that it's a seasonal production is happening. Why import is now increasing? Because seasonal production is there. So we have limitation. Though demand is persisting, demand is continuously there. People are asking for the fruit crops all the year round. How it could happen? So that is the point. So that kind of system is required to be put in practice. There is a shortage of the planting material, and one assessment was there that we are producing only 1,387 million plants every year, and this is the only 30% of our total requirement. So this is required to be enhanced. So through this program, I'm hopeful that a kind of fillip will happen, and I must give compliments to the Alliance Bioversity and CIAT for this very good initiative, where they are going to promote R&D and promote the partnership with the ongoing activities, because 22 horticulture institutes and 74 agriculture universities, they also have their department of horticulture, where research is also happening and promotional activities are also being taken, and many universities, they have their very good laboratories available with them. As it was mentioned that there are several success stories which are available, and many more will be created through this CFI program, which is the unique platform which is going to help the research sector, and we will come to the expectations, and this cross-disciplinary research, that will definitely give a fillip to our many of the fruit crops, and definitely we will contribute for enhancement of the availability and affordability of the fruit crops. My best wishes for these this deliberation we'll do, and we'll discuss many things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It is now my pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Dr. H.P. Singh, founder and chair of the Confederation of Horticulture Associations of India, to share his remarks. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Chief guest of today's function, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Prodha Sahab. Today we are sitting and having our conference, and whole of the campus is his creation, and history will be very thankful to him for the creation, which is very, very important, and I find that even the PM's meetings are being held regularly here in this campus. Thank you, sir, for that creation. He also created 11 NRCs on horticulture, which has given many of them has been converted into the directorate, few of them has been converted into institutes. But that was his creation, thinking that how horticulture research can get the focus. All that, if you look back to the history of horticulture, then it's millions of years back, we started with horticulture. You should travel in the forest, eat tubers, fruits, whatever was available. Or during that period, scents were also with horticulture. But when community system started, agriculture and crops became important, because at the time, the thought was that calories are more important than nutrition. But again, we are coming back. So this is again the circular, which today, now we are going to talk with the circular economy. So this has been circular. So we have started with the horticulture, in between horticulture was not important, and now horticulture has become very important. In this, I will share that when I was the horticulture commissioner, I wanted to have a mission on horticulture. Then our Secretary of Agriculture, Dr. Kamal Pandey, was there. I proposed my proposal for the mission and it was rejected. Because there was no understanding at the time that food system includes nutrition. The thought was only calories are needed for the food. And still I see in that FAO level and all that, total analysis of the food is largely based on the calorie system. What is the calorie the country gets? And that way you analyze that country is food secure or not. But it's not nutrition. But now slowly I find that nutrition is also getting important in the food system. I'm thankful to Dr. Mathur that he has taken these initiatives, is very, very important for improving the quality of the life of the people, especially in the rural area and even urban and peri-urban areas. In this context, after hearing the words of the promoter, I remember the words of Dr. Mari Gaura, who was the first director of horticulture in Karnataka. Once in his nursery, few plants were lifted by some of the thieves, you can say, or some of the people, you can say. The complaint from the deputy director came to him and he said that so much plants has been, perhaps it was a nursery near Mandya, it has been lifted. And so I would like to have a police complaint. Then, his reply, he said, it has been lifted. It will be planted by the people of Karnataka. And if the fruits comes eaten by the people of Karnataka, and so they will improve their nutritional level in their own. So they are not the best. That was the thought. It means if you distribute the fruit plants, the nutritional condition of the people will improve. So the progress made in all the sectors. Leave aside other sector, agriculture has to grow much more than what it grew in the past, taking account of the horticulture, animals, and everything. Now horticulture, we analyzed some time back in the same hall, two and a half years back, we had a conference where the DG himself was present. We analyzed that what will be needed for the development of horticulture by 2047 to contribute to the nation to reach to declared as a developed nation. It means the people income has to be improved, quality of life has to improve, food security has to improve, all this has to be improved, and their income has to improve. Then only you are going to be developed nation. In this context, horticulture must have to contribute. Looking into all the aspects, it was calculated then that 780 million tons of horticulture produce will be required. What do we have to do for that? What do we have to do? Because when you talk of the nutrition, it is also required. Demand will be increasing, population is increasing, and we are also looking for that. We will also be exporting more and fruits and vegetables to outside because people need that. So we have to produce. Our land is declining, water is declining, climate change has again focused and created the stress for the crops. Under the situation, question becomes, can you produce? Answer would be normally no, but with our approaches of science and technologies, it can be yes. Even if you look at the agricultural growth, once upon a time, we thought that India will be completely hungry. Thanks to our earlier colleagues and scientists who made India to be self-sufficient in food and also right now in horticulture. But challenges are much greater, and so normal routine will not help us. We have to go for more innovations. We have to think of something different than what you were thinking before, and it is possible. Few of the example you can take that if the banana was produced only 30 tons per hectare and today we are producing 36 to 37 tons per hectare and many of the farmers are getting up to 70, 80, 90 tons. So even if the gap is reduced, we can achieve. So it is not difficult. But innovations are coming, like digital horticulture has become very, very important. We had a conference about 2 years back on digital horticulture. Precision system has to be very important. And nowadays we are also talking of the bioeconomy, and this program also fits very well to bioeconomy. Bioeconomy, your economy is more, it is not like organic farming or natural farming. It is more based on the biological material, less uses of your resources. Where we are talking not of linear economy, but we are talking of the circular economy. So that is also becoming important. That is the science is concerned. We are talking of the value additions, value chain management. And in value chain management, we are also talking about the blockchain technologies to assure the quality to the people. In the breeding, if you are talking, we are talking of the predictive breeding. You can predict what you want and you can produce marker-assisted selection, predictive breeding, and so on and so on. If you are talking about production system management, completely we are talking about the micro-irrigation, which is an automated system of micro-irrigation based on the sensors and so on. So a lot of development is taking place and many of farmers have used that. And some of the initiatives taken by Dr. Mathur here, I think it should be helpful. So in subsequent sessions, we will be discussing many of the issues, and at the end of the day, means today evening and tomorrow, we will be having some of the better knowledge based on the interactions, the discussions. So again, once again, I thank Dr. Mathur for giving me an opportunity, and thank the chief guest, Dr. Paroda, for accepting our invitation, because I also welcome him as a chair for the steering committee of this very important project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your presence will give this conference the right impetus and direction. We now move to a special moment, the launch of the book, Fruitful Insights, Heritage, Ecology and Promise of India's Fruit Trees, authored by Prasanna N.S., Ravikant G., Yapsa Berry, Ganesan R., Uma Shankar R. and Kamal Bawa. May I request Dr. Ravikant, Senior Fellow and Convener, Atri Academy, to kindly share a few words about the book. Okay. May I request Dr. Prasanna to please take over.
Hello everyone. Can we have the presentation? Hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to unveil the book and this venue. Yeah. Next one, please. I want to take you all to the forest in the Western Ghats in the dawn. Imagine air is cool, light is soft, and everything is still. And suddenly a giant Malabar squirrel leaps onto the branch of a tree and plucks the brightest of the fruit and disappears into the canopy. Moments later, that half-eaten fruit will fall with a soft thud on the forest floor. That soft thud of a single fruit represents a spectacular story of evolution, and it's the story of most of the fleshy fruits. Fruits, during the course of evolution, faced a very interesting problem. How do we get our seeds far away from the parent tree so that they can survive but not compete with its own parent tree? They can't walk, they can't carry their offspring anywhere. For many of them, abiotic forms of dispersal seemed inefficient. So they invented something extraordinary. They decided to make their seeds delicious, colorful, aromatic, packed with lots of sugars and micronutrients. They become a tool to attract many of the dispersal animals. So thus they changed the forest forever. Because of the fleshy fruits, forest expanded, biodiversity thrived. Next, please. And the fruits like figs evolved a special. Can we go to the next, please? Figs evolved a special chamber designed only for their unique pollinators. Jamun's deep-colored fruits attracted and signaled to the birds that they are ripe. India's rainforests today rely on most of the tree species in the rainforest today depend on these fruit-eating animals for their survival. Without these animals, the forest will collapse. Every fruit that we eat is a product of deep evolutionary intelligence. The cultural universe is another interesting dimension to the fruit. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Yeah. We all have heard the story of Rama and the Shabari who offered forest fruits to him. Several of the fruits feature in our traditional Ayurvedic medicine. We often use banana and mango and many other fruits as part of our cultural traditions. There are mango motifs as part of our sculptures. There are iconic shapes of paisley design as part of our saris and other textile. Banana leaves are integral part of festivals. And even diplomacy was shaped by, India's diplomacy was shaped by fruits, starting with Mughals to the very recent era, where fruits were not just biological entities, but they were cultural entities of India. But most of us have heard only a handful of species of fruits, mango, banana, apple, and few others. But India holds a rich diversity of fruits. Several of them are very promising in terms of their nutrition and climate resilience. But most of us have not really tasted them. These wild fruits are nutritional powerhouses. Next, please. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. These most wild fruits are nutritional powerhouses. They are climate resilient. They are culturally significant among many of the communities, and many of them are disappearing. Not just because they are unimportant, not because they are unimportant, but we have paid very less attention to these fruits. Despite being a fruit paradise, India's fruit consumption is very low. And we are a fruit-rich nation with very fruit-poor diet. This is not just a nutritional problem. It's a problem with the problem of saving the biodiversity. It's a cultural problem, and it's an economic problem. And increasingly, it's a climate problem. Fruit trees might offer one of the important solutions to the climate crisis. A single mature jackfruit or mango tree can sequester quite a lot of carbon. It can create a microclimate beneath it. It can provide food during the drought and support a diverse array of pollinators and dispersers. They can stabilize soils. They can also provide income to people. Imagine if every degraded patch of land, every schoolyard, every roadside, and every farm was lined up with multi-species fruit trees. It would transform rural incomes, nutrition, ecology, and climate adaptation. Fruitful Insights argues that India can now unlock enormous potential that fruit trees have. If we act now, they can give us a rare opportunity where one intervention that improves nutrition, ecology, livelihoods, and climate resilience. If we understand them, protect them, and plant them wisely, fruit trees can nourish India nutritionally, ecologically, as well as economically. That's the message of Fruitful Insights. We hope that this book will be a useful guide for not just scientists and policymakers, but also to the general public, and revive our interest in fruits. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction to the book. May I now request the dignitaries to please release the book.
runners.
With that, we release the book Fruitful Insights, Heritage, Ecology and Promise of India's Fruit Trees. How about a bigger round of applause, please? Congratulations to all the authors. It is now my honor to invite our chief guest for the day, Dr. R.S. Paroda, Chairman of the Trust of Advancement of Agricultural Sciences, to deliver his remarks.
It's a great privilege to be here today to participate in this event which has been organized by Bioversity International, and much has already been said with regard to importance of fruits and for their nutritional security. And I'm glad that on the stage we have all honored guests participating today. Dr. H.P. Singh, again, who has made great contribution in the field of horticulture. With the Federation, he is still very prolific in terms of bringing out publications. Dr. Malhotra also is the Vice Chancellor of now Horticulture University. We have Chris Cattle, Dr. Rana, and above all, Dr. Prem Mathur, who is the key person behind to have initiated this proposal with the support of a philanthropist, I would say, Mr. Umesh Maheshwari.
Yes.
And we heard him and would like to thank him for having thought of thinking about nutritional security of our people who are not able to afford them. Much has been done, much has been achieved. We know at times when I was young, fruits were eaten only when you were sick, and they were available only at few shops in front of either hospitals or selected places. And now you see everywhere, wherever you go, and it's a revolution in itself. It is after green, white, blue, and now we call it rainbow revolution, which has come through fruits and vegetables. Of course, like green revolution, when Dr. Baldock was asked by me the cradles of success, he said institutions, human resource. And here also I would say, as Dr. H.P. Singh said, we have built institutions and good human resource and horticulture mission. And today our production of fruits and vegetables has excelled that of the food grain crops. So we have attained household food security, but the challenge which we have through SDG is of household nutrition security. And nutrition security definitely has to come through nutritious items on our food basket. Food basket has also changed. Cereal consumption has declined from 18 when we were in fact importing to that of 12 about 2 decades ago to now about 9 kg per month per person. But on the other side, we have seen that the increase in the consumption of fruits has also been there over the last 2 decades, from 5 kg per person per month to that of about 9 kg per person per month. However, we know that fruits cannot be afforded by common people. And this particular project is to provide access to nutritious food that is fruits and vegetables, and that can be only achieved if we think more innovative way to see that household production is enhanced, whether in backyard, whether in small farms, or whether around the roadsides or whatever. We used to have, Dr. Mathur mentioned about pilu all along the roads, highly salt tolerant tree, and the fruits were being sold like beer. The our indigenous beer is also now not there. It's all improved, and in the process we have seen that the availability has increased, but affordability is not there. And for ensuring household nutrition security, you definitely need the nutritious diet. And COVID has taught us over the last, say, about 7-8 years, that you have to now diversify your food basket around the local food systems. And local food systems means we seem to have earlier been having all these in our villages, but dependence had declined on those, and we had become more dependent on 4-5 crops for our diet, either wheat, rice, maize, or pulses. So the challenge is that how do we make this available, because nutrition security is critical. It was also mentioned that maximum malnourished children below 5 years age in the whole world in terms of concentration are in India. So on one side we are very proud of all these achievements, that horticulture production has excelled, the cereal production and availability has increased, and we are doing so well. Obviously we are doing so well, and luckily we have the robust internal market. Today, whatever we are producing, when you look at the export, out of 52 to 55 billion US dollar from agriculture, hardly we are exporting to the extent of about 3.87 billion. And on the other side, we are importing also more than 1 billion, which was mentioned about, Dr. Malhotra said. And so we have to really now think as to how this issue of malnourishment, protein, lack of protein and its availability can be enhanced. And this project, I see no doubt a center has been created. There are many institutions. One more center alone cannot do. So it has to work, which has been emphasized, inter-institutional partnership and partnership with all those who have gathered here. I understand some projects have been invited and hopefully will be supported for funding. But in that respect, we have to be very focused in terms of availability of the food or nutrition to those people who need it most and who cannot afford. And in that aspect also, we have to see that which region of the country has more of the need. Where is our niche for this project? If you say Western UP, well, all fruits are being grown there. And if we say 18% area under fruit crops, it is not uniform in all states. So some states are even having more area. And like Haryana, I got the study made by an expert group around, I think, decade ago, only 5% area. You go to Rajasthan, even it will be less. So the question is that where there are already enough of these being produced, and we have come a long way. Dr. H.P. Singh was the director of Banana Institute, I recollect. And today we are the largest producer of banana in the world. We are largest producer of mango. From where it comes? UP, to a greater extent. And we are largest producer also of spices. But those are either from the south or if you call about seed spices, then Rajasthan and Gujarat. So you have very specific, production zones for them. You can't grow lychee everywhere, and you can't grow also makhana everywhere. But things have happened, and institutions have made their impact. And thanks to Jain Irrigation and the Banana Institute, the banana production today in the country has really, but how it has come to that level? You had institution, you had also the support for multiplying the planting material, tissue cultured material, and making it available to the farmer. And in horticulture, the biggest problem is of availability of quality planting material. So this center would do better if, rather than repeating what others are doing something which is different. No doubt working with those who are working with grassroots people and poor farmers or smallholder farmers, and in eco-regions where fruit availability is less than everywhere. So if you say I distribute it thinly, if I have got say $5 billion US dollars, nothing will be achieved. So we have to be very innovative. We must try to understand where we can make a difference. And in that context, also we have to see that genetic resource conservation is given high priority. Those which are becoming endangered species, like pilu was mentioned, or you have talked about karonda, which is being grown in, again, dry regions on my own farm. But hardly there is any value in the market. You when you go, nobody is willing to come and buy it. Even picking cost is more than the selling cost, because it's very difficult to pick because of the thorns. And so we have to be more innovative in our approach to make sure that what we do is to complement and make a difference than to be seen repetitive or competitive. So that part I think I would like to suggest, and we need to help country for looking at the genetic resources, their evaluation, which has not been done. Like if you talk of care, hardly there is any genetic evaluation. If you talk of Pilu even, that has now you have to go to Kutch to see Pilu. It is nowhere available. It was in Haryana, it was in Rajasthan, but now it is all in Kutch region. So unless we try to revive them and identify which are important, and make sure that when we were young, we used to have a lot of what we call is kachra and kakadi, that which was a local one. Now that is not available. You have cucumber, all right, but those are so. You have to think that you in that process have them, and they were being grown along with the crops, along with the maize. They were the seeds were being spreaded or broadcasted, and you were getting those as food. So we used to go in the field and used to eat them. So nutritious food through availability of those materials which are unique also, and beside unique, out of 4.5 lakh accessions that we have in our gene bank, we have about 1.5 lakh accessions from horticultural crops, which means almost it is 30%. But maximum genetic erosion is in the fruits and vegetable crops. And in that respect, we also to see that they are conserved, they are evaluated, they are collected, and we need to also bring in new planting material from outside. Now, it is not that you have to again help farmers for apple, but in this project, if you bring the new varieties with new root stocks, which can give you high density planting material for apple and increase their productivity by 10 times, then there is some value you are adding. So, or regenerating old orchards, even mangoes, regenerating them is an important aspect. Nobody is caring about once they have planted mango, for generations they are going to harvest the fruit without much care when we go and see all along. And then lot can be done through various programs of the government. हर मेड पर पेड़ की बात हो रही है. So we have increased our roadways. We have doubled our highway in terms of kilometer over the last 1 decade. From 75,000 kilometer, it is 1.5 lakh kilometers. But no tree is being planted. Which fruit tree to be planted? Where is the planting material? Where is the nursery? So accreditation of the nurseries and making available the planting material where it is important and needed are the areas which have to be thought of. So I would say that it's a good initiative. I would like to congratulate. All this group has been gathered, which is also a good achievement. And now we have to think in terms of our future directions, where we have to see what value do we add with whatever little we have. So it should catalyze the whole process in the right direction where there are gaps. So having said this, I would say that think of eco-regional approach and identify your niche where you can have better visibility. I must say arid region is the one which should draw attention. Effort to conserve endangered materials. Import of the materials. Now avocado is 1,000 rupees a kilo. It's good for nutrition, good for health, but who can afford? So we have to now kiwi. We imported kiwi about, I think, when I was director NBPGR, we that time had imported and were trying to evaluate it. Good that climate change has forced apple to go on higher elevation. So the mid elevation became available for planting, and kiwi has become an important crop in our country. And today kiwi is also produced in India and available in large quantity. But problem is that I thought with the opening of the market to the fruits, there will be more availability and at affordable price. But the price has gone up everywhere, including our own apple, which used to be 40-50 rupees a kilo. They are also not less than now 150 to 200 kilo. Because we are importing and there people are buying at 300, 350. So why not these apples should also be high? So there are now issues which are also to be looked at, and we have to bring in new materials like rambutan. I talked about avocado. I talked about durian. Also got almost, Dr. B.P. Pal used to say that durian was an important fruit crop of our Bengal, West Bengal, and even in the eastern region. But that had gone out, and it was only then in our neighboring country later on, or in Philippines or Thailand. So we have to make sure, and mangosteen, longan, there is a lot of opportunity there, and those will have to be imported or brought in. Like Myco is doing, bringing it this dwarf apple and large number of planting material multiplying, like Jain has done for banana. The revolution is going to take place, and in that let us see what we can do, and if we can help because of our international connections. So that is the other one, and I would say that public awareness is also another important area which should draw attention in this project. Importance of fruits for nutrition, and role of women is important. So if you are providing the seedlings at household for growing, we seen doing that much work which other centers. We seen doing that much work which other centers are themselves doing, institutions are themselves doing. वो तो repeat हो जाएगा आपका. So you have to be seen as different than then only this people will value this center and come to you for support and whatever it is. And with I have no doubt even there will be many supporters and philanthropists even in India who will come forward, because everyone, even the Bill Melinda Gates is keen for nutritional security in Bihar, Odisha and Western Bengal and also other parts of the country. Tata Foundation is also now working very aggressively in this. So you have to approach them to come on board and make a difference, because alone with little amount will not be possible. So with this I say it's a good initiative. I would not like to repeat all what others have said, where we have come, what we have achieved. It's a really very satisfying story. We are proud of it. If you go to South, the coconut is around 50 rupees. If you come to Rajasthan, it is 50 rupees. You have apple around 100 rupees. You go to South, apple also is about 100 rupees, our production. So the things have, and you go to any village, I don't have to go now. When my grandfather got sick, my mother said, भाई वो डॉक्टर ने कहा है फल खिलाओ इनको, तो जरा फल ले आओ. तो मैं फल लेने के लिए अजमेर गया. 14 किलोमीटर बस में बैठ के, छोटा ही था मैं, 13-14 साल का. वहाँ जाके पूछा तो कहते बेटे तुम तो यहाँ गलत आ गए हो, तो मेन मार्केट है, तुम तो हॉस्पिटल पे जाओ. वो तो विक्टोरिया हॉस्पिटल यूज्ड टू बी देयर. वहाँ पे 2-4 दुकानें हैं. And now in front of my own house, you have 3, 4, 5 people selling fruits. And if you want banana, just you get it and in 2 minutes time. So things have changed. Availability has become bigger, but then everyone cannot buy. With me, my driver goes, when I buy fruit, it is a bill of about 1,000 rupees for whatever fruit I buy, and I see he only sees it, he can't afford even one apple. I think that's the challenge that we have. So how we will make it available to them, that I think is, and that can be only when it is available right where it is produced, and it is produced within their own surroundings and their own environment. So be innovative while you select your projects, and make sure that these things are taken care of. And thank you very much for inviting me, and I am happy to be with all colleagues who are working in this area, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always a pleasure to listen to your thoughts. Just allow me a few minutes to introduce our chief guest to you, though he really doesn't need any introduction. Dr. R.S. Paroda is one of India's most eminent agricultural scientists, globally recognized for his contributions to plant breeding and genetic resource management. As former Director General of ICAR and Secretary DARE from 1994 to 2001, he modernized India's national agricultural research system, established over 30 national institutions, and led the creation of the world-class National Gene Bank in New Delhi. He was the principal force behind the National Agricultural Technology Project and the iconic National Agricultural Science Center where we stand today. His contributions to horticulture are equally significant, including strengthening field gene banks
advancing in vitro and cryoconservation of horticultural crops in India. Internationally, he supported the conservation and improvement of temperate fruit genetic resources in the Caucasus region. He played a foundational role in establishing Ghaffar and Apari and has been honored with the Padma Bhushan and numerous global awards for his leadership. In recent years, Dr. Paroda has emerged as one of the strongest voices in agricultural policy advocacy in India. As founder chairman of the Trust for Advancement of Agricultural Sciences, he has consistently championed science-led, evidence-based policymaking, advising governments on issues such as doubling farmers' income, agrobiodiversity conservation, seed sector reforms, climate-resilient agriculture, and technology dissemination. He has served on multiple state, national, and international committees where his recommendations directly shaped agricultural policies. Through TAS, he continues to convene national dialogues, foster multi-stakeholder consensus, and promote policies that bridge the gap between research, innovation, and the needs of the farmers. Dr. Paroda's ongoing leadership ensures that science remains central to India's agricultural transformation and that farmers continue to benefit from the progressive, forward-looking policy frameworks. In recognition of his exemplary contributions to Indian and global agriculture, the Alliance team would like to honor and felicitate Dr. R.S. Paroda with a small token of our appreciation. I request the Alliance team to please do the honors. I think you should come forward for better pictures.
From there?
Yeah. Just pull it out. Thank you so much, sir, for all your valuable contributions to Indian agriculture. To conclude the program, I invite Dr. J.C. Rana, country representative of Alliance, to please present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sonal, and good morning to all. Dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. Before I give a formal vote of thanks, CFA is a very small initiative compared to ICAR or SCUs, what Dr. Pradha said. But still, we feel that malnutrition is primarily due to lack of micronutrients or vitamins. And micronutrient or vitamins primarily comes from fruits and vegetables. This is my way of thinking, that how I think that malnutrition present is not because of carbohydrate or protein or fat for that matter, but farm. So that's the beauty of our organization and how we can be able to integrate all those stuff into awareness, nutrition, farming system and policy. And I'm happy that some of the initiative that have been taken by the government, like Dr. Pradha said, they want to run a farm, and some of the schemes like Himachal, I would appreciate the Shivalik Hill, that is Shivalik Horticulture, Irrigation and Value Chain. The fantastic project I have seen to address the issue of wildlife and the degraded land or abandoned lands. There we kind of, they club the land of 250 canal, I think that's the requirement minimum, and they provide you the entire planting material, they provide you drip irrigation, and ownership is live with you, and after 4 years, they will have a 4-year look after, and after 4 years, they'll give it to the community, you enjoy it. So that kind of schemes are coming, and how we chip into those schemes, we'll see that how we'll do our best to that. So with this, I thank you very much to Padam Bhushan, Dr. Pradha Sahab, for agreeing to be a chief guest or to inaugurate this session. We were after him, Dr. Mathur knows that we were after him for a quite long time, but finally you agree, sir, and we are happy to that you have made it, and we are lucky to have you, particularly in this particular CFA conference, and the kind of suggestion that you have made is always new and innovative. I have just listening all those suggestions, and particularly the availability, you always talk about the Rajasthan's Pilu and all those, remembering of the traditional fruits and bringing how we can bring those back into the plate. So that's fantastic. And as said by the Sonal, that institution builder, where we are sitting today, I think we are one of the best facility in Delhi as of now, and Prime Minister Modi is true favorite of this facility, and every time, every unique conference, chief secretaries, DGPs, it is happening here. So thank you very much for creating, and I would request all the audience to have a standing ovation to Dr. Pradha for this kind of great contribution. Thank you, sir. Thank you, audience. We have Dr. H.P. Singh with us. I used to attend many meetings with Dr. H.P. Singh, and I have seen the only person in the meetings who used to finalize the proceeding then and there. He never said that tomorrow I'll see. No, then and there. He is chairing session. By the end of the session chair, his proceeding is final. So that's the great contribution, and we have Dr. H.B. Singh in our committee, advisory committee, and we are thankful, sir, and we are receiving excellent inputs from him. Thank you very much for this. Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Honorary Vice Chancellor of MP, Maharana Pratap Horticulture University, and a great friend of ours all time. Every time you just give him a call, Malhotra sir, we need you. He's there. And the kind of diverse experience he or Dr. H.P. Singh has, their horticulture commissioner, agriculture commissioner, scientist, and now Vice Chancellor. So we are lucky to have you, and we thank you very much, sir, agreeing to have this particular CFI project as a member of Advisory and Scientific Committee. We had ICAR from R.R. Varman, who has to leave on the meeting, but I think the kind of KVK structure or the kind of KVK's network in the country he's mentioned about, I think that would be a great help for us really to pitch into that different eco-regions of the country because we already have a platform. We need not to create a new platform. So I think how we can use this KVK network in this program, particularly in the quality planting material and spreading quality planting material, will be of great use for us. We have many members from Chris Kettle here, traveling all the way from Rome, and we had Dr. S.K. Singh, DDG Horticulture. We took a lot of time, his efforts, and we were finalizing our technical program proposal, and great effort was done by Dr. S.K. Singh. But somehow he will be here tomorrow, but there is one conference, international conference in Kasaba going at CTCRI. So he was to come back, but the DG said that no, this is an international conference, you have to be there for 2 days. So tomorrow he'll be here with us. Similarly, Dr. Patel and Dr. Sudhakar, DG Horticulture, they spend a lot of time in this finalizing this program. We really thank you for them. We thank you, Chai, again, Confederation of Horticulture, for being a co-organizer of this event, and Jan Irrigation coming forward for helping us in this great effort. Thank you, Jan Irrigation and Chai, for being a part of this. We thank Alliance team, entire Alliance team, for great effort that have been done over the years. Gaurav, Disha, all, Sonam, Sarika, and all this. So great efforts. Thank you very much. We really thank NAS for providing this facility for us to organize this event, and all students who have submitted abstract for this, and also all PIs or so-called PI, they have submitted the proposal, and tomorrow we'll have a law presentation, and also local scientists from ICAR and IRI or NBPGR who were part of this inaugural session. Lastly, I would greatly thank Umesh Maheshwari, who really come forward and have this particular CFI center here in India, and recognizing Alliance for this particular initiative to lead. And to lead this initiative, we really thank Dr. Prem Mathur to guide us all through this, and being a face of Alliance everywhere. I think great effort, Dr. Mathur, you are making for the Alliance. I have not seen people, when people retire, they retired. But I have seen Dr. Mathur is again happy to be working with us, and a great inspiration for us to work with you. Thank you, Dr. Mathur, for this great effort, and thank you everyone for the help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now proceed for a group photograph outside the office block on the steps, and then we'll come back for tea. We'll begin our next, the first technical session at 12:10. So please come back to this auditorium at 12:10. And all the people who have their presentations in the first technical session, please during the tea break, make sure you hand over your presentations to Gaurav so that they can be uploaded on the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Solan.
Innovative strategies for fruit tree cultivation and community engagement. For this session, we would like to welcome our chair for the session, Dr. H.P. Singh. He is one of India's most respected horticulture leaders, known for his far-reaching contributions to research, policy, and institutional development in the horticulture sector. With a distinguished career spanning several decades, he has served in senior leadership roles, including DDG, ICR, Chairman, Coconut Development Board, and Horticulture Commissioner, Government of India. Dr. Singh has been instrumental in shaping national horticulture missions, strengthening crop-specific research programs, and promoting innovations in high-value crops. As founder and chairman of CHAI, he continues to play a key role in fostering collaboration, knowledge exchange, and sectoral advancement. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have the co-chair, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, who is a distinguished horticulture scientist and academic leader, currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Maharana Pratap University of Horticulture. With an illustrious career spanning several decades, he has held prominent national roles, including Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India, and Project Director of the National Horticulture Mission. Dr. Malhotra has made significant contributions to strengthening horticultural research, improved production systems, and advancing policy frameworks for India's high-value crops. He has been closely associated with national missions on horticulture development, crop diversification, and climate resilient agriculture. As Vice Chancellor, he continues to champion innovation, industry partnerships, and capacity building to advance agricultural and horticultural education and research in the country. We welcome you both, sir, and with that, I leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Now in the morning session, the initially discussions have set the tone of the further discussion. Everybody has realized that how fruits are important, how it serves to the health of people, and why the fruits are essential in the food system. Now it is time to analyze it through the interactions with the various experts who have been called here from different parts of the country to put their views so that we can resolve to some of the points which can be taken forward. So in this session, in total, we have the 7 presentations covering the various aspects, and we are already late by 1 hour. So even 10 minutes, if you allot, I still require 70 minutes, and then at least 5 minutes for discussion, but discussion will hold in the end. So therefore, without wasting the time, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, who has been introduced already, so I may not take time. I had opportunity, he worked with me for a long time when I was the DDG, and thereafter I am very happy that wherever he has been highly successful. Rather, I could say the chair has been very happy to see him on the chair. That has been his recognition everywhere, either commissioner, agriculture commissioner, even as a director for this knowledge management, and currently as a vice chancellor. So Dr. Malhotra, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for encouraging remarks. And you have been always a guiding force for us, and you have nurtured many people like us. And we have learned horticulture policy planning from you only. And if we are tall on your shoulders. Well, sir, you have already set the tone for this important session, and this technical session relates to innovative strategies for food tree cultivation and community engagement. And I have been asked to speak on MIDH support for enhancing food production by way of quality planting material and use of water efficient technologies. I'll go there. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Well, in fact, the title which was given to me was MIDH support for enhancing fruit production for strengthening nutritional security. I removed that word from it because whenever we use the word fruit, nutritional security will automatically come into it. Then second point, which was raised, that low income farmers, again I'll say that yes, many of the small and marginal farmers, they grow fruit crops. And it's one of the high value. These are considered as the high value crops for production. So time given is 10 minutes. I'll try to rush and to be specific, 15 minutes. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for being so courteous for this one. So world horticulture scenario I would like to mention. I'll start from this one. So today, if we see the global scenario, we have the total production of 2,100 million tons which includes 933 million tons fruit crops, and remaining is the vegetable crops. So India contributes 17% in the total global food production. And but the point is that here 32% that is lost in the supply chain, and then again 7 to 8% is only traded, and remaining is utilized indigenously by the many other countries. So Indian scenario, let us have a look onto it. Here we are number 1 in case of banana production, mango, papayas, and there are few other crops where we are second in rank. So India is the second largest producer of many of the horticulture crops, total horticulture production I should say, and this production is coming from 18% of area and 33% of the gross value addition in agriculture. So these all productions and all things have been also discussed in the inaugural session. So India exported $1,815 million worth fresh fruits and vegetables in the year 2024, and import is also happening. I mentioned in the morning also, and this import because this import is again in the agenda that how we can become self-sufficient in production of the novel fruits and other fruit crops which are now demanded on the basis of high nutritional value. Though we have several wide range of fruit crops are available with us which are indigenously grown. So before that I would like to mention that one projection has been made that by the end of 2030 fruits and vegetables needed are 425 million. So if we have to reach to that level, 50 million metric ton of fruits and vegetables are required to be produced. And if I calculate from the fruit point of view, 15 million metric ton extra production is required to be achieved by 2030. So for that purpose, quality planting material production will play the key role to fulfill this gap. So Government of India has set several initiatives that what are required to be done. One is the mission for integrated development of horticulture. So in fact the journey started with the National Horticulture Mission Program, Horticulture Mission for Northeastern Program, which I will explain in the different slides. Then Cluster Development Program, Agriculture Infrastructure Fund Program, formation of the FPOs, and then APIDA programs are also there for promotion of exportable productions. So here Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, in fact this is an umbrella program, and this umbrella program consists of National Horticulture Mission, Horticulture Mission for Northeastern Region and Hills, and then CIAT, NHB, CDB, these all are the parts of it. So in fact this National Horticulture Mission and Horticulture Mission for Northeastern and Hills, Dr. H.P. Singh, he is the creator of that one. But MIDH, when it was made an umbrella program, I was the party to it when I took over as a horticulture commissioner in the year 2014. So the new program, umbrella program, was started in the year 2014. Well, so the mission objectives were set that we need to achieve the holistic growth in horticulture because there are several regions. So agroclimatic zone-wise planning is needed, and regionally differentiated strategies are required to be adopted for the different conditions. Either it's a northeastern region or eastern region or plain areas and then hilly areas. So accordingly, the objectives were also set, which included all, means productivity enhancement and planting material, new technologies, and then formation of the other groups related to farmer interest groups and farmer producer organizations and farmer producer companies also. So major components were this: the nursery and quality planting material was kept at the top. Several components were there. So amongst components, nursery and quality planting material was at the top, and these are the mission interventions which are undertaken through Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture for promotion of horticulture in the whole country, 28 states and 7 union territories. So this program is being run in throughout the country in the different agroclimatic regions and agroecological regions also. So major focus areas were this. I'm not going to give detail about this, but the focus is on productivity, inclusivity, sustainability, technology generation, and quality enhancement, where we have now Bharat Gap, that is also the new introduction in the country which has come, Ind Gap, and this has been benchmarked with Global Gap. So this is a new introduction which Government of India has done. Then marketability again, because our focus earlier was only on production aspect. Now marketability, that aspect has been equally considered, and integrated cold chains are now being promoted. Not only single storage, all other things are not, even integrated cold chain is now being promoted. And because of this MIDH, several achievements have been made, and MIDH impact is clearly visible, where we can see that there is an enhancement in the yield, and our export has also increased to 3 times in the last 1 decade, and our gross value of horticulture output has increased, our availability has also increased, and several success stories are there. It was discussed in the morning also. So Nasik has emerged as a center for grapes, Bengaluru as a Pune cluster. So then apple farmers now cold chain that has been established. So micro irrigation system, 90% of the grape cultivation is on now micro irrigation system. Several success stories are there for this purpose. And then infrastructure development has also taken place. Area expansion, 38 lakh hectare area. Nursery, total 5,107 nurseries have been established, accredited nurseries. So this way infrastructure build up has taken place. And National Horticulture Board was also established in the year 1984 to promote high-tech horticulture and high quality commercial horticulture, that is now being promoted through National Horticulture Board. That is one of the I should say apex board for promotion of horticulture in the country, where high-tech horticulture systems are now being supported. Even industry, they are also taking benefit of it. Either it's creation of infrastructure for protected cultivation, or cold storages, or nurseries, and then many other interrelated issues are also addressed through National Horticulture Board. And the point now which relates to our today's discussion, which I have been asked related to this quality planting material. So already the Mission for Integrated Development Horticulture has provision for providing assistance in nursery infrastructure. High-tech, large-size nurseries are also now promoted. I remember the first guidelines were prepared by Dr. H.P. Singh in the year 2005-06, and then I revised it in the year 2014, and now very recently Ministry has revised in 2025. Those guidelines have been revised because on the basis of experience and feedback received from the state, several interventions have been added into it. High-tech, large-size nurseries of 1 to 2 hectare, if anybody wants to install, we have already fixed that, yes, he will have to raise 50,000 plants per hectare, and he will be provided support of 30 lakhs. These all are for government sector. For public sector, it's 100%, and for private sector, again, it's a 50%. Small nurseries, then upgradation of the nurseries, because already available nurseries are also there, but some kind of upgradation is there, needed. So we have an accreditation system which prevails in the country. So sometimes if any of the nursery which is not accredited, but he wants to upgrade, then government also provides support. And setting up of the tissue culture lab and high-tech plug nurseries. So such provisions are available in the guidelines of Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, where planting material production is now being promoted, and one nursery portal has been made. And through this nursery portal, we can get an idea that where the production availability of particular planting material is there, and state-wise, whole country as well as. So this is a interstate gateway for all nurseries.
State-wise, if you click state, any of the state, it will give you the list of the nurseries, and each nursery will again have an information that what kind of planting material is available with them. So this nursery portal is very important portal which provides a kind of guidance to the farmers, to other stakeholders wheresoever it is needed. So if you look at the status of the fruit nurseries in the country, today we have 5,107 fruit nurseries which are accredited in the country. So earlier we were having 5 stars for rating in nursery. Then later I reduced it to 3, and now it has been, because slowly we reduced it. So either it will be accredited or it will be non-accredited. So only 2 stars are there these days. Then accreditation is only done for 1,553. And then we took decision that apart from National Horticulture Board, we should give power to Directorate of Cashew Research Development and Directorate of Spices Development for providing accreditation. So this way enhancement has taken place, and many more nurseries are now required to be accredited. So annual average production 1,387 million fruit plants every year, but it is just 35 to 40% of the total demand. So we need to increase our capacity. So this is a horticulture cluster development program. It's an important program where 12 clusters were identified, and it was felt that without cluster approach, improvement will not happen, because we have small and marginal farmer. 86% of the small and marginal farmers are there. So this horticulture cluster development program, you can see me. I have also in this program. Honorable Minister, he launched this program, and this is the program now which is getting the fillip, and some guidelines were also released, and NHB has been given the responsibility, where we clearly mention that we need to now promote, as I mentioned in the morning, that many of the exotic fruits we are importing, how we can reduce the import. So these are all fruit crops which I have enlisted here. 10 fruit crops, that those have been now, those are getting the impetus, and we have included in our program. So it is already having some fruit crops, those are already being promoted. Then locally produced fruit crops, those have also been included in our program. So these were included in the horticulture cluster program, and where nutrition profiling, everything that has been also addressed. So how we started with preparation of the roadmap. So here we decided, when this assignment was given to me, then we started with that we need to first assess the level of production of each fruit in each state, and how much import is happening, and then agroclimatic requirements, crop suitability index, those were worked out by the several institutes. On the basis of the available knowledge, it was decided that yes, these are the fruit crops which are best suited for the potential areas. And then there were several crops for which planting material was not available with us. So we need to import planting material first. So we traced the origin and history of few of the fruit crops, and then accordingly we moved on. Then local names were also, because we decided that we need to do branding with our own local names, because there are several local fruit crops which I have shown. So this was I'll just quickly run that we made a 5-year plan, that how much nurseries are needed, how much planting material is required to be produced for area expansion program. We decided the areas with respect to different states, that how much they can do. The capacity was less, so to start with we decided the lesser area, that later on it will be added into it, because the planting material availability was the issue. So accordingly plan was made, and recently this clean plant program, that is one of the important program which has been started by the Government of India. Honorable Prime Minister Government of India, he declared this program open, and now this is being implemented by Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and ICR is the partner, where 9 ICR institutes have been identified as the center of excellence for production of planting material, because plant quarantine issue is also very important. That plant quarantine issue will also be addressed, and further we need to see that how we can do the cleaning of the planting material from the viruses and all other things, and how we can ensure the quality planting material availability. So I think this is the program which is going to prove as a boon for all of us in the country for providing the best quality planting material production and availability to the farmers. So then second part which has been allotted to me to discuss here, that is related to water use efficiency. So again I was the party to it, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana micro irrigation. When I was horticulture commissioner, government declared this program, Honorable PM declared this program, and then this assignment came to me that you need to formulate the guideline for per drop more crop. So it was divided into the two ministries. One was Ministry of Water Resources, where creation of the water sources and all other points were covered by them. Per drop more crop was given to the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. We prepared the guidelines for per drop more crop, and how we started with Dr. H.P. Singh Saab is sitting here. He is the only person who made the assessment that how much micro irrigation area could be covered in the country, that is 69.5 million hectare area. So out of that 69.5, that's a kind of, I should say that was an assessment that this much area could be covered, and this will save a lot of water for us. But there were several bottlenecks which were there, because farmer will have to pay something out of it, because government is going to provide only subsidy of 45% to the big farmers, and small farmers 55%. So remaining amount he will have to pay from his own pocket. So that's why it did not get much click initially, but slowly the area expansion is now taking place. We started with 3 million hectare area, then the benchmark from where I started, it was 6.8 million hectare area. Today it has gone to 15 million hectare area, and now target has been set. By 2030, we need to achieve 22 million hectare area. I mentioned this point in the morning session also. So these were the objectives. I am not going to read each and every objective. The basic point only behind is that how we can increase the area under micro irrigation system, how we can increase our productivity, and then micro irrigation protocols and modules for different crops which were developed, how we can take them forward to the farmers for large scale adoption, so that water could be saved. So Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana was launched in 2015-16, and I have already given some points related to subsidy, and all points I have already mentioned, and these all are the benefits. I need not to speak this one. I'll skip those slides, but we need a robust horticulture plant certification system. I am coming back and linking it with our planting material production program, where what we need actually, we need to put emphasis on agroecological region-wise planning for making available clean propagation material for the commercially important scion, rootstock cultivars for the different crops. Then further establishment of the healthy mother blocks, that emphasis is needed, and then supporting the nurseries through various programs. We have Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, and I have already given a glimpse that yes, scope exists and provision exists in the guideline, where support is provided to the farmers, to the nurseries for nursery establishment, and creation of the testing facilities. That's missing. Infrastructure development, that kind of support is needed, because a lot of infrastructure is needed for establishment of the nurseries and others. So government is providing the support, so that benefit could be taken. But I think more investment is needed on this part. Some other provisions, budgetary provisions are required to be made by the government, and development and implementation of a legal framework. So legal framework is missing, where we can certify, and some kind of traceability system should exist. So I think CPP is the only solution which is going to provide solution to all of these issues which I have just mentioned. So this is the way forward. development of horticulture clusters, I mentioned. Planting material, we need to put focus on that one. And promotion of the indigenous and exotic fruits and vegetables. And convergence of our central state sponsored initiatives and introduction of the new technologies and innovations. That's all. So I think I have done it in the allotted time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra, for your excellent presentation, covering most of the aspects, starting with the start of the mission and then integrated development of horticulture, mission for integrated development of horticulture. And so, in matter of fact, in the morning we have talked. The horticulture development really got focus in 9th plan. When the budgetary allocation was made to almost 1,000 crores, out of which 753 crores was spent. But that was a simple schemes, and then mission mode approach was brought in, which was initially to start with for Northeast, which was extended to Himalayan states by 2003, and for whole nation by 2005 mission was started, which has no doubt impacted not only in the terms of the production, productivity, but also in the terms of employment, creation of the employment. Millions of the people have been engaged both in nursery management, both in the supply management and so on. Many times I say that contribution of agriculture or horticulture, which is not accounted for all the times, is that how much indirect employment, indirect income it gives. And once I was calculating, virtually 29% of contribution comes indirectly to the agriculture from different sectors like transportation. Have you ever counted that if agriculture or horticulture is progressing, how much transportation takes place, input transportation and your output transportation? How much engagement is there? Similarly, on the road tax, so you see that if somewhere the horticulture is developing, you will see the restaurants have come up, so on and so on. So total impact gets changes. And what happened after the mission? There has been excellent things, and we try to analyze from time to time. Various impact has been there, but there are shortcomings also. Definitely may have to address the shortcomings which has come. Quality planting material was given a major focus. Large number of nurseries were established, large nurseries and small nurseries, both in the government sector, private sector. But unfortunately, their output as it is expected has not been there. I think that will require revolution. The cluster approach again started with mission, where it was set a center of excellence to be created in the cluster, and crops would be started in the cluster. Then subsequently, when Mr. Ahmad was there, he started to bring the cluster approach as a focus, and he worked for almost 3 years to get his scheme approved, and now it is being implemented. Things are same, but only thing is that identifying the crops of the region and giving the full focus. Once upon a time, it was started in the PETA also. That was called Agri Export Zones. On the name it was started, it was integrations. But somehow, with few successful stories, there are not many, because in that few successful stories has come. No doubt we have moved forward, but most important aspect in nursery development is, as I said, accreditation. Yes, no doubt. Certification system was there, but accreditation system was not there earlier. Once I visited to some estate, I will not tell the name, then I saw one of the nursery which was certified having the 100% virus infestation in citrus plants, and which was not certified was not having any infested plants. Then I asked him the question. Then he said, "Sir, I have not paid. That's why mine has not been certified." So that is the system is happening in the certification. That's why when the bill was made during that period. Now, of course, again it has revised bill 25 seat act bill has come. But it was long back, made in 2002, 2003 when the seat bill was made. I said it should be the self-certification rather than certification. It means let the client say that no, I don't want from such and such person. And what is happening today? In the private sector, if you are planting quality planting material not there, nobody is going to purchase. It is only the government which purchases such bad quality plants and supplies. How do you stop that system? So again here you see, for example, tissue culture if you see. Currently, more than 120, even in private sector tissue culture is there. Unfortunately, all the tissue culture units of the government sector have been closed, virtually closed. Even I saw about Vice Chancellor was there, he has spent 10 crores. And not even 10 lakhs plants are being produced there. Then when I saw in Bihar, when the Central Agriculture University came, Srivastava was the Vice Chancellor, he wanted to establish a tissue culture. I said, why you are wasting your time? He also, by spending some 5 crores, he has spent a tissue culture unit there. Then the current Vice Chancellor asked me to just visit that place. I went there, nothing was there. Not a single planting being produced. So what are the options? Their option is better partnership with the private sector. And this classical example, tissue culture. Many of the big firms came, but they were rejected. They were rejected by the client that I don't want your plant. Even SPIC came for the tissue culture of banana. Currently, we have many. Giant irrigation is there. Are there many more people? But I think more than 50 to 60% of share of the banana tissue culture is by giants. And in 40% other others are there. So these are the innovations taking place on their own. So I think that these are some of the considerations. No, last. So some of the considerations, you have presented it excellently well. I don't think that much questions will be there, but I have one suggestion. The estimated of the availability of fruits and vegetables we gave them 14 and 15, it was 400 grams. And today you are reached to the 498 grams. It means there is something wrong in calculations. Because as per the recommendation of WHO, we require 400 grams per day. Then if it has gone to the 498 grams already, then why should we are bothering for the nutrition?
That's availability has increased.
No. There is something wrong. It means you are not taking into the account the losses in the transits, losses due to other factors. So simply it is the total production divided by population. It is not an answer. You have to take into everything into account. For example, when we were calculating what is our total production needed by 70, 80, we were also there. We have taken everything into account. What will be the losses? What will be seed production we will require? So every factor, population, then change in the demography. For example, from 35%, there will be 50% in the city people will be living. All that we have taken in accounting. So here also I think there is need to recalculate this availability. Okay. Thank you. Now we go to the next presentation. That is by Mr. K.K. Srivastava. He is there. He will be presenting on non-traditional fruit cultivations of urban and peri-urban landscapes. Mr. Srivastava. You can introduce yourself because I do not know much about you.
Thank you, sir. I am Dr. K.K. Srivastava, Principal Scientist, working on fruit aspect in the Central Institute for Subtropical Horticulture, Lucknow.
At?
Lucknow, sir.
CIAT. Okay.
Earlier I was in CIAT at temporary horticulture. Landscape gardening includes growing and utilizing of garden flower, turf grass, bedding plant, potted plant, hedge, water garden, rock garden, etc. In case of window garden, choosing a container and a location is a fine start for window box gardening. Container gardening, growing of fruit plants, fruit and vegetable plant, as well as medicinal and aromatic plant, as well as flowering plant. It is easy to maintain on the rooftop. So urban garden, growing of herbs, having functional and ornamental value, mainly favoring food in cooking and discouraging pests and providing pleasant scent. Meditation garden is also provide beautiful and therapeutic for relaxation. Indoor growing system, 0 acres. This include roof of school, shopping malls, hotels, supermarket. 0 farming include indoor farm, vertical greenhouse, rooftop gardens, and edible green walls. Vertical gardening, it is helpful in maintaining the urban ecological environment. Edible plants used in vertical gardening can provide abundant fruit and vegetable throughout the year. It is also helpful in reduction of noise pollution and air purification. So this is the approximate rooftop level for container gardening. As we know that Delhi is having total 1484 square kilometer area. If we take 20%, then 296 square kilometer is available for the rooftop culture. In case of Mumbai, 120 square kilometer. In case of Lucknow, it is almost 70 square kilometer, and Varanasi 22.5 square kilometer. A case study showed metro cities that rooftop gardening in Bengaluru is popular due to moderate temperature and humidity, allows garden to grow all year round. Sapota, guava, custard apple, Barbados cherry, ramphal, orange, sweet lime, star fruit, sour sop, Indian gooseberry, bananas, purple jamun, dragon fruits, mango, lychee, bear, Indian jujube, rambutan, cashew nut, and passion fruits are growing successfully in the rooftop. Today, the rooftop garden in 5-story apartment is thriving. Grows fig, grape, papayas, pineapple, pomegranate, and seasonal vegetables such as okra and sweet potato, and a variety of leafy green vegetables. So the important component for the success of the rooftop garden or container gardening is the pot or containers. So the easy and light in weight. It is UV stabilized 400 gauge thickness polythene polybag, light in weight. Different size are available in the market, which can be used for growing the plant on the rooftop. The plant, the rooftop bag is not much costly. It ranges 150 to 200 per piece for 100-liter capacity. It is flexible and easy to handle, easily available, and the most important constant with this is it difficult to move. Some other container which we are using on the rooftop is tin containers as well as on plastic bags, plastic containers. So we develop one media, as we know that if we are using soil, FIM, and our traditional media, it is heavy. So we develop one of the light media, CIAT Easy Grow, which is under patent processor. It is light in weight, especially suitable for fruit growing, fair water holding capacity, free from parasitic nematode and pathogenic fungi, nutrient rich. Growing plant do not require exogenous application of nutrient for 2 to 3 years. Firmly hold the plant, and the important ingredient which this include sand, coarse sand, vermicompost, bone meal, neem cake, FIM, garden soil, preferably soil from the banyan tree, under the banyan tree, and cocoa peat. So this is the composition of the media which we have standardized. So if we are taking our media, CIAT Easy Grow, it is almost 50% than the weight of the traditional media which are being used in the cities and semi-urban areas for the growing of the fruit plants. So we worked on type of fruit plants and varieties suitable for the growing in the container. In case of mango, Amarpali, Arunica, and Ambika is more suitable for growing in the container. In case of guava, CSS Sweta, CSS Lalit, CSS Lalima, Allahabad Safeda is another important variety for the guava. In case of citrus, almost Sri Ganganagar Limon, Kagzi lime, lemon, Musambi, Jaffa, Washington Navel orange, Malta blood red, Kino daisy, almost all these varieties do well in the container. In case of pomegranate, Arakta, Mridula, Super Bhagwa is doing well. In case of pear, apple berry is also doing well. In case of Karonda, red and white type Karonda do well. In case of fig, Puna fig, Diana fig is also good. In case of Sapota cricket balan, Kali patti is found best in the container. In case of custard apple, Balanagar. In case of tamarind, PKM series found best for growing in the container. In case of wood apple, Kaitha, local available varieties are doing well. In case of strawberry, almost all the varieties do well in the container. Many berries do well. So, if we compare the container size and plant growth, sir, we found that 45 by 45 or 45 by 60 centimeter plant is sufficient to having a good height, plant spread and trunk growth. Sir, sir, container size and
conclusion. Now,
sir.
Straight to conclusion.
Sir. So, so far as yield is concerned, it is good in 45 by 45 into 45 by 60 centimeter container, sir. Sir, sir, almost, sir. Phyllis, sir. So, this is the guava varieties which go well in the 30 into 45 centimeter container, sir. This is pomegranate varieties which be grown and almost 5 to 6 kg be harvested. This is the Carnauba in bearing plant, sir. Kagzi lime in container more than 3 year old, sir. Kagzi lime and sweet orange in bearing 4 to 5 year old. This is the fig. This is the dragon fruit, sir. Almost the container grown fruits start bearing 5 to 6, 1 to 2 weeks earlier than the other traditional grown. So it is easy to manage, sir. It requires to manage water holding, plant care, pruning, and fresh media, replacing fresh media after 4 years, sir. So almost we studied the rooting pattern and we found that almost feeding roots are confined to the 0 to 20 centimeter in the containers.
Conclude kariye na.
Sir. So container gardening have wonderful scope to practice in urban and semi-urban area. It is lightweight and long-lasting containers are suitable. Fruited containers plants are high in demand. Such plants can be sold at premium price 600 to 1000 rupees per container. With the least investment 230 to 320 rupees per plant, it can help to reduce down the building temperature by 3 to 4 degrees as compared to barren terrace, have aesthetic value and income generation and availability of nutrition for household dwellers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Srivastava ji. You have explained in more detail how to grow the plants in container, and you have talked about the rooftop gardening. Expressing the land is declining, one of the options available is to go for the rooftop gardening or also growing in the somewhere in the container. Thank you very much. So with this, now we go to the next presentation, that is by Shailendra Rajan. He will be giving the value chain management of the quality planting material. Dr. Rajan needs no introduction. He has been associated with the subtropical fruits at various capacity as a scientist, as the head of the fruits, and finally as the director of the institute. He has dynamically managed and is more interested on biodiversity of mango. He prepared a mango monograph and then further he strengthened his institute. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, chairman, co-chairman, and other dignitaries. So I will be in short because everybody is talking about the quality planting material. So I will not go in detail, skip those things which have been already dealt, but still there are something to be spoken. Why it is important? Because it is the planting material effect is shown to 10 to 15 years, and if the farmers is suffering from that, it is a great loss. Everybody understands, but nobody thinks about how it has to be further managed. So I will be talking about in relation to this project. So quality material is a seed for the sustainability of this project also. How it is, then I will talk about it. And directly it is linked with the SDG 1, 2 and 12. So it is very, very important. But our target group is entirely different. Not Dr. Malhotra has given an overview, many things have been spoken about it, but I am focusing on converging to our target group that has limited lands, and those are landless growers. So I am coming to that. Those might be backyard orchardists, rooftop growers, already told by Dr. Srivastav. Here the SHGs and FPOs will be working. How those will be working, you might be having several of the examples tomorrow. But lease-based fruit farming may be one of the important things for the short life fruits. Like people are interested to have banana, papaya, guava cultivation for 5 years. Then they will leave the land because nobody wants to sell the land. So that can be utilized for that. And vertical fruit growing in a limited area, that has become a model for this, which I will be discussing. ये क्यों नहीं चल रहा भाई? एरो से नहीं चल रहा. Keyboard है. अब आया. So one of the example, this Mr. Randeep is sitting here. So the wall can be there. Within 3 years this fruiting starts. Within 1 meter or less than that, a strip, you can have a mango fruiting. If the mango is there, tomorrow he will be showing you many crops. Not only mango, it can be with a bale also, which is thought to be a very big plant. With a guava, it is very easy. With custard apple, he will be giving example. So I will not go in detail. So what is happening? Always we are talking about the planting material, quality planting material. So first of all, we should say the genetic purity. Now the nursery, already Dr. HP Singh said that the health of the planting material, even for the certified material, it is a question mark. Why? Because it is the nursery, it is verified, non-verified, certified, accredited. It doesn't matter unless we have some sense about it, what it is. Because it has become a trade business. So people are interested in selling the plants. They are not interested what is going to happen. Then transportation shock is creating lot of problem for the plants which are be transported to thousands or hundreds of kilometers. Plants are brought from South Chhattisgarh. Those may die because several of the reasons we will see. And poor traceability. Poor traceability means which mother plant is responsible to giving this plant. Nobody knows. We have mother plants, but we have not made those plants from that mother plant. The plants have been made from something else. So this is the thing. And lack of planting material of the high density planting. Always we say high density planting, but there is no planting material. If we say high density planting, suitable varieties for high density, their planting material is not available. There I have shown demand for Miyazaki mango surges in the city. This news was written, and the reason was that everybody wants Miyazaki. If the plant is their nurseryman doesn't have Miyazaki, he will say this is Miyazaki. So this is the trend. So I will not go in detail. Many diseases, those are creating a lot of problems because of nursery contamination. And nematodes, again in the mango wilt also, the TR4, tropical race 4 banana, everybody knows. So I will not go in detail. Already Dr. Malhotra has discussed about the clean plant program. It is so important that 2,200 crores have been allocated. It was not so important. Why this has given so much emphasis? This is the only thing. And this is also related with our project also. So why this Atmanirbhar clean plant program is important? Because here also stakeholder engagement is there. Our program has limited number of plants. We don't have mass plantation with all our stakeholders. So if the quality assurance is not there, if the quality is not there, that program will fail. So that's why for assuring the quality planting material, this is one of the most important program, important issue, and stakeholder engagement is important for that purpose. Again, I will give example of different types of nurseries. I have categorized them into 4 types, and many might be thinking that I have misclassified, but first I am taking research institution. I am giving example of our institute. For 5 years, we have produced more than 4 lakhs, about 4.5 lakhs plants for giving as a core planting material. That has not to be commercially planted, but it can be for the mother block to different institutions, ICR, KVKs, any state governments, SAUs, and most of the time we have seen that about more than 538 mother blocks were established. So this is one of the important material. Another group of nursery, I am coming to that a private commercial nursery, not the small stage nursery, where the mass scale multiplication is going on. Here, nobody thought of the mangoes will be propagated like this. The wedge grafting is coming like this. Here at the right, this is a production of guava. Nobody thought the guava will, at Vienna nursery, guava will be produced like this. And lakhs of plants will be produced. And again, the planting material is not available and people have paid for 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs planting material every year. That is in advance. So this is the beauty of that planting material. How much people are now assured about the quality with the several of the organizations, as our chairman rightly said, that the importance of the program lies who is the producer. So this I am going again from Vienna. I am giving you how the everything has been very, very systematic, and the up to the truck load, everything has been very, very systemic, and there is not a single chance of contamination of the nematode or the fungi, because this soil media or media is also sterilized, and at each and every place you can see that the plants are kept above the ground on the structure. So these are the things which are being followed. But I will go to the certainly different types of nursery which are more related with our project. That is community and cluster nurseries. Here this is one of the example from Gujarat, where the tribals have come up with that, and you can see the woman entrepreneur have come up with the nursery, and this nursery is doing wonderful. Why? The quality planting material has been produced by them, and these are all grafted by the tribal women. So this is a woman managed nursery, and this is one of the important component for us, and that is important because it is fulfilling the localized demand and reducing the transport loss. Transport loss is one of the important thing, and this type of replicates can be made in different parts of the country, particularly associated with the project. This is one of the example I am giving how the Kesar have come up as one of the variety which is replacing Alfonso and as a leading variety, and export, and everywhere in household also it is finding place because it is higher yielder, regular bearer. And again important thing is the nursery plant. You can see a person, he is a nurseryman, and he is very, very much proud of it. His plants, within 1 year he gets the plant of more than 1 meter. The grafted plants 1 meter, and all plants are healthy. So this type of planting material has to be produced. This is one of the example of the giant irrigations. As Dr. Sab said, that these are high-tech nurseries where protected automation, everything. You can see the robots are involved in the tissue culture, and the planting material is of high quality. That's why they have the market, and it has come up. That's why I have given this example just to show this is another group which is protected as well as automation. How this can be connected with the project, this has to be thought of. Then their vision is that we should have a 3-tier supply chain architecture for this purpose. First, we can have the elite germplants and mother blocks. The varieties are only evolved by the institute or many organizations from where we can get. Then licensed multiplication nurseries are there. Those may be, as already mentioned, that clean plant program will have this type of provision, G1, G2, G3. This type of provision and certification will be there, but the basic certified material will be available. And community nurseries, those will be the last mile distribution organizations, and they will organize the quantity into the small lots of the micro farms. Means these are the most suited for our project, where we say from nursery to farm, and this is the fruit journey. Our project is related with the fruits, and the fruit journey will start from the nursery. So again, if we say how to strengthen it, then we have to definitely have today also with our small scale farmers also, geotag mother plant should be there because it is important. And we as a seed field banks, we can have the planting material banks, regional planting material banks, where sometimes surplus plant material is there. It can be redistributed in different parts of the country, and this mechanism will help in strengthening the project. Particularly, I would say the mobile nursery vans can also help, because landless urban, peri-urban horticulture can be supported by that. And if this type of services are there, mobile nursery vans, they can help. Then delivering, sampling and potting mixture most door to door, and people can come up with it. Then nano orchard kits, I should say that they are pre-packed kits with a few plants, 3 to 5 dwarf plants with some of the inputs, and people can come up with the backyard or the rooftop. Then ensuring quality standards. There there should be some certification idea. There should be tagging should be there. Then we are talking about the QR codes, traceability, and I should say individual mother plant should have plant Aadhaar. As we have Aadhaar system for all of us, then I should say mother plant should have plant Aadhaar, and we should have testing also. Already chairman has said that rapid disease virus detection kits are required, and without that we can't go for innovative. Packaging is becoming important. Now you can get plant from Maharashtra anywhere. How? Already said that the long distance transport is a problem. There people have come up with a biodegradable root cushions. This is one of the example I will show you with apples. Then moisture retaining gels. Then we can have the plant ATMs at the block headquarters, where we can support from the project that this is people can have the plants as a ATM, people can purchase or get that. So then use of common service centers as a pickup point for the plants. We might not have our network, but these common service point centers can serve for that. I am giving you one of the example. In apple, we plant it during winters when it is dormant, but new innovation has been done. This new innovation is that the planting is done in the rain-fed area of Uttarakhand during rainy season. How it is done? You can see that this is a pack, and the plants are still in active condition, not dormant. And here at the rightmost you can see the bag that has been filled and it has been packed. It goes with the truck, and this has been planted in the rainy season. So these type of things are coming up, and planting is becoming this packaging and the business is becoming very innovative. Then there should be opportunity models, and for our project, how to empower land and landless farmers, limited land and landless farmers. For that we should have micro orchards. This has been perceived. 1 to 10 plants can be accommodated. Then vertical fruit gardens, already said how it is, I will show. And shared orchard models, cooperative clusters can be made in these villages. Then rooftop, already grape, kinno, sapota, these are successful. How we will come up. And there is sale of the graft sapling with the community nursery. It will become one of the important component. And if the community nursery thrives with the quality planting material, definitely it will become a source for with the income stream. And rental, I will not go into detail. These type of landscape you can see in cities. But now I will give you one example. Here this is the example where in one park in the city, 33 mango varieties were grafted. And these all are enjoying mangoes. For 1.5 months they enjoy mango from the park. And in 33, how it has been made, they know how to graft, and the plants have been converted into different varieties. 33 plants are there, varieties are there, and not only dwarf varieties like Ambika Runika, Langda, Chausa, Daseri, everything you will find there. And they have toppered with several varieties on a single tree. A tree can have 4, 5, 6 varieties, and the entire park is there, and it has been documented and sustainable. People are producing fruits. Then they started with jamun, bale, grapes, then falsa, bear, karonda, jackfruit, rose apple, many other things in the same park, and community is utilizing it.
To conclusion.
These are carbide. This you can see one fruit is hanging there. That is Amrapali. It is Arunika. They are the rare fruits which are too healthy. We can produce. Now we have grafting technology. The varieties are there. This is from CIAT, Godra. This is a variety, but these are the fruits which are highly nutritious. Lot of varieties have come up in the lemon, lime, those are propagated also, and this can be utilized. And lower portion you can see with the drip, the kinnos are being produced in the pots. This is one of the example of VNR, where you can see the two chaps are sitting with a VNR variety. This is a fruiting after third year. Nobody thought that these dwarf plants will be there. Within third year, you are getting the fruits like this. And we have not to wait much. Within 2 years also, you start getting. So, the success depends on the dwarf, precocious, early bearing, those. Graft? Oh, he's sitting here.
We will have that discussion in the last.
So another important thing, planting material, how it is playing role, I have not shown you. But it is most important planting material we studied for different districts. I am not going in detail. But apple, here apple you can have a lot of produce with a new propagation methodology, new types, spur types, different types of apple varieties are coming up. So this is becoming important. Same is the case with the pineapple. This is one of the example in Maharashtra, where you can see the vines, yellow arrows are showing vines are going from ground to the top. Their bunches are there, and he has harvested more than 500 kgs from the fruit rooftop. So this is one of the example. This left hand side, you can see dragon fruit on the walls. Now people are growing. It has come up as a one of the crop which can be grown with the wall. So already said, Dr. Malhotra has said that lot of material is being imported, fruits are imported, but the demand for planting material of exotic fruits is increasing like anything. People are now trying to grow blueberry, avocado in their home and trying to produce it. So these are some of the techniques which have come up. This has revolutionized wedge grafting in case of mango, grava, everything. But this I will say, this is last slide. That healthy orchard begins with the healthy root, and certified material, planting material is a sustainable livelihood and fruit production. And at the end I will say quality planting material is the key success in the limited land fruit production. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan, for your very comprehensive presentation on value chain management of planting, quality planting material. Of course, you have given the whole details, but chain has been missing. You have given whole detail, but chain has been missing. In the chain, you have the different links you have talked about, but you could not link all the chains together. So if you do so, it will be useful. For example, media which we never considered very important in nursery, now it is becoming very important. If there are failure of many tissue culture plant material in hardening, that is again due to media, the failure has come. That portion you have not touched upon, that requires to be touched. You have touched upon the mother block maintenance, but that requires more emphasis. More emphasis means, for example, in citrus, it started with citrus, and is not new concept. 1954. Certification system on citrus was started by Rai Chaudhary and other people, which was in the Gonikappal, it was in Srirampur, and 4-5 places it had. And the idea was to maintain the mother block, supply the certified budwood, and with that concept we have moved. But 54, even after 75 years, we have not moved in our success system. Of course, earlier it was the citrus was outside, now slowly it has moved to the complete greenhouse system. At the time it was in the already project, you can see that it was an open system. We have moved. Earlier, of course, indexing was being done. At the time it was the only conventional indexing system. Today you have the quick system. Somewhere you can use ELISA, somewhere you can do that DNA testing and so on. So the movement is there, and with that we have started with the concept of health clinic of the plant. Basic idea was that in certification system, whole problem is that if an inspector is there, he do not know what is the virus, difference between virus and bacteria, and he certifies. That is the problem. Many times. So that's why the concept was everywhere, just like any diagnostic system, for plant system we can have the diagnostic system, wherein any plant coming to any sample coming, it can be verified. Currently in system, what you have only the germination test to the maximum in the most of these seeds, and for this planting material there is none. So that clinic was there to idea was that they can test against all the viruses especially, and also the fertility of the plants. That's why even in your issue DNA and all that was worked for mango and all that. But again, unfortunately, the DNA was developed for the different varieties. But if you are working in Lucknow, it was not working in Delhi. So there has been some of the problems. I think you have already covered very comprehensively. But kindly revisit so that you can give little better idea. You are already chairman for accreditation committee. So taking into all the experience, you can bring it together and help us. Thank you very much. Now we'll break for the lunch because it is already 1:30. So not bed late, it is okay. So we'll break, we will come back in half an hour.
40 minutes.
Okay. So 2:10. तुम्हारा प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छा था भाई, हमें उसका दे देना. To kindly restrict it to 7 minutes, strictly 7 minutes. You need not explain again same thing, but you can come to the conclusion with saying this. You have revisiting the lesser known fruits. So earlier also a lot of work has been done from Assam, and I think you can present your, let us see. So Mr. Hazarika.
Respected Chairman SP Singh sir, Co-Chair Malhotra sir, and my esteemed scientists and researchers, I am going to present my invited talk on reviving lesser known potential fruits for nutritional security and community and empowerment. And although I have prepared the slides for 15 minutes, but as per that Chairman sir's request, I will try to stick it to 7 to 8 minutes. So we all know that at present the global challenge is that malnutrition. We are having that micronutrient deficiency, undernourishment, overconsumption, and low income. So still that we all that our whole world is that although out of the total populations, 149 million children are under 5 years are affected from stunting, 45 million children are that affected by wasting, and 39 million children are under 5 are affected by overweight. So as compared to that world scenario, if we see that our Indian scenario, over 33 lakhs children in India are malnourished. But how to overcome these situations? On the other side of that overnourished, India is full of biodiversity. India is one of the region which belongs to where there are 4 biodiversity hotspots out of the total 36 biodiversity hotspots. We have the Himalayan regions, Sundarbans, Western Ghats, Thar deserts, and Silka. So if we see that total hotspots of our country, so that the Himalayan, Western Ghats, Indo-Burma, as well as that Sunan lands, these regions contains a wide harbor of the biodiversity of the horticultural plants. And in addition to that other horticultural crops, fruits plants also that contains a huge share in the biodiversity of our country. So if we see that genetic resources of fruits of our country, mostly that fruits are from the natural or wild populations. In addition to that, some fruits are semi-domesticated. And as compared to these 2 types, most of the fruits are now being commercialized as varieties or as cultivars. So among all the types of fruits, the lesser known fruits plays an important role. In India, if we see that scenario of the lesser known fruits, they have that immense potential for the economic development, nutrition, and sustainability of our normal populations of our countries, and they plays an integral role in that sustainable livelihood as well as in the rural economy. So if we see that wild fruits or lesser known fruits biodiversity in India, we have a very good number of wild edible fruits or lesser known fruits in our country. So they have that high nutritive values. They plays their great role in that dietary diversity, because there are lots of diversity in that local populations. Then they have they plays their great role in the sustainable productions through availability in all the seasons, local productions, and biotic, and their capability against that biotic and abiotic stresses, and they have potential health benefits. There are not even a single local fruits or lesser known fruits which doesn't have that ethno-medicinal uses. If we see that the potential role of that underutilized fruits, they plays that diversifying diets and improve nutrition. They plays role in enhancing food security through that crop resilience. They are suitable for that biotic and abiotic stresses. They conserve the biodiversity and genetic resources, and they can mitigate the effects of climate change through wider adaptability in all the climates and seasonal availability seasons. If we see that wild fruits biodiversity, bell is one of the most important fruits in the lesser known fruits, which is where the most important constituent is that marmelogen. In addition to that, Flacorsia jungamus, another important wild edible fruits, which is commonly used by the local people for making a number of value-added products like jams, preserve, and marmalades. And it is also having the medicinal use, that like the leaves and barks are used for bleeding gums and toothaches. Then another important that lesser known fruits, which is very popular in that Meghalaya, but its population are getting eroded year after year, which is commonly known as blood fruits, and which is the source of that very good anthocyanins. And this fruit is also used as a source of antioxidant and source of iron and that vitamin C, and used against that medicines for this anemia. But now its population also getting eroded in all that northeastern states. Ficus, we have wide diversity of ficus. In this paper we have reported 6 numbers of wild edible citruses from that northeast India. Then in Myrica there are basically 2 species, Myrica esculenta and Myrica rubra, which are found in in the wild jungles or that semi-wild stage in the northeast India. Then Pyraspacea, Elignus floribundus or Elignus, that is also another important wild edible or lesser known fruits of northeast India. Antidesma bruneus, Prunus nepalensis, passion fruit, although it is nowadays commercialized in most of the places, but in northeast India 2 types of passion fruits, that yellow passion fruit and purple passion fruits. In addition to that, another passion fruit that which is known as that giant grandula, that is also used as vegetables in northeastern India. These 3 types of passion fruits are also found. Another important lesser known fruits is the Spondia spinata. Then Beccuria sapida is also another important lesser known fruits, where fruits are having lots of minerals and vitamins, like it is the source of calcium, potassium, phosphorus, magnesium, and iron. Then Elignus latifolia, which is commonly known as silverberry, and in Mizoram this fruit is basically used for making a number of value-added products by the local people, that like jam and jelly. Then another important lesser known fruit is that star amla, which is commonly known as that Phyllanthus acidus. We have studied the genetic diversity of these fruits, and lots of variations in respect to that plant type, fruit type, as well as that color of the fruits are also available. And in jamun, we also have that good diversity. Then we know that in jamun, that is the very good source of phytochemicals, as well as that bioactive compounds present in that jamuns. Then carambola, another lesser known fruits, which is also a very good source of medicines, which is used against different types of medicines, and a very rich source of vitamin A, B, C, as well as the minerals iron, potassium, niacin, and that phosphorus. Dilenia indica, another important that lesser known fruit of northeast India, which is used basically to make that shampoo by that local peoples by using its that inside that pedicel part of that fruits. Then in Garcinia, wide diversity is there, basically Garcinia pedunculata. This work we have conducted from Manipur. And another species which is very common in that Mizoram, like Garcinia lancifolia. So which is also found in that Bari system or that backyard garden of the Mizoram. Then another species, Garcinia xanthochymus, is also found in Northeast India. Jackfruit, in addition to that, our normal cultivated jackfruit Artocarpus heterophyllus, that in Northeast India we are also having that diversity of this Artocarpus lacosa, which is commonly known as monkey jack. And we have reported that diversity of this cultivated jackfruits, cultivated and non-cultivated jackfruits from that Mizoram. So all that lesser known fruits have that very good nutritional values. Even if we compare that nutritional value of that lesser known fruits of Northeast India with that commercial fruits, in most of the cases it has been proven that they are having that very high nutritions as compared to that our commercial fruits. Even the mineral status also we have estimated. Most of the wild edible fruits or lesser known fruits of Northeast India are having very good mineral sources. They are also the good source of that phytochemicals as well as that antioxidants. Then all that fruits are having that very good medicinal values. Most of the wild edible fruits, even in northeastern state, except that Assam, Arunachal, Nagaland, then Mizoram and Meghalaya, in the remote villages, they used to have that traditional healers. And those traditional healers, they used to use that local fruits for making that different that medicines, ethno-medicines, for which are being used for treating different ailments. Yes, sir. We'll conclude it. Then, if we see that bioactive compounds, so most of the wild edible fruits have that very good that bioactive compounds. And at present, although I have mentioned that the Northeast India is very good source of that biodiversity of the wild edible fruits, but still there is loss of genetic resources of the wild edible, that lesser known fruits. That is because of that land requirement for development needs, shifting cultivations, commercial agriculture, and use of extensive anthropogenic pressure. So it is the high time to conserve manage that fruit genetic resources. It can be done through collection, characterization, conservation, and utilizations. So what we can do at this present moment, we can go for that germplasm acquisition and characterization. Then we can, it is the high time to develop the production technology for the lesser known fruits. Then we have to develop that technology, and that technology should be disseminated to the farmers through the KVKs. Then there must be some linkages should be required by the government as well as with the local peoples. And GI tag is very much important for conserving of all that local fruits of the regions. And in Northeast India, that community conservation is one of the very much appreciated attempt which can be taken to conserve that, to convert that Bari system to that nutritional gardens. Because in Northeast India, each and every people have their that homestead garden or backyard garden, which is commonly known as Bari, at the backside of their garden. So it is the high time to convert all that local fruits to the or Bari system to that nutritional gardens. So at last, I just want to say that it is the high time to conserve that genetic resources of that local peoples through ex situ and in situ conservation measures. And there is that the backyard garden should be converted to that nutritional garden through to ensure that household food security. And it is the high time to launch that global level network for conservation of the local fruits of our countries. So with this, I just want to conclude my speech that this is some of the work we have done in that lesser known fruits of our countries. That with this, I would like to thank you very much to all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ajarka, for your very good presentation. You have already mentioned of many of the potential fruits which is still wild, and we are losing them from the forest. This we have been talking for not today, I remember, for the last 30 years. And same thing is happening. But one interesting feature is there, that which of the fruit you identified that they are potential and they can have the potential market, they have been captured. For example, jamun. Jamun was also wild, grown around the river or so on, no seedlings. But when it was identified that this is anti-diabetic, people got attracted, market went on increasing, and then varieties developed, and once the varieties were developed, they have been commercialized. And not only that, now plantations of the jamun is happening. Then we are taught that jamun can also be grown as a small plant also. So that way, so the mechanism would be to popularize so that people can go for their cultivation. That is most important. And one of the project, it was by Jeff, we had done through the Bioversity International, the conservation of plants through creating their importance. That becomes very, very important. So you gave the example of Panilla. In my village it was there, in my childhood. People planted, it was multiplied 1 to 2, 2 to 3, but everybody vanished because there is no market. They could not sell it. Or till we don't develop a variety which can be sellable, this will remain. Of course, the conservation, I have no objection with the conservation and characterization. But important, if you want to make it commercialization of that, the importance of that has to be created awareness. And once the awareness of the importance is created, then the demand will be there, and demand will be there, then automatically it will move on. Similarly, Garcinia is there. I think in Dapoli, a lot of work was done on Garcinia indica. That can be converted into medicinal values and all that. But as a commercial cultivation, it could not be expanded. Similarly, we started working on Garcinia Cambogia. That was an excellent for bringing down the obesity of the people. So a lot of export initially took, but again it could not be made as a commercial proposition. So that is these are some of the thoughts how to make it commercially important so they can survive. That is important. Thank you very much for your very good presentation. With this, now we will go to
Thank you, sir.
Next presentation is by Bharat Kakali. He will present on advances in fruit cultivation through the Wadi. That is one of the system Wadi. And he is from WAP, working there for a long time.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. So we are moving from Bari to Wadi. So how this is connected, you can see, and we can imagine how India is together. In Northeast it is called Bari, and here in this side of country it is called Wadi. And the meaning is same. It is backyard orchard, which gives a lot of nutrition to people. So that is how it is. So I have my colleague Yogesh. He is the thematic executive. He is going to take us through this saga of development of Wadi. Wadi is a revolution. Wadi program is a revolution. It started with Gujarat, Central India, expanded. It evolved. This shows the BIOPS program coverage, but the Central Indian tribal areas where good progress for the next generation. This is the kind of development happened. We saw, as I was mentioning, started with small number in a cluster. NABARD came forward, then German government came forward. We piloted 20,000 plus families, and then today, BIOP itself, we have covered more than 2 lakh families in mainly in the tribal areas. NABARD, as I mentioned, expanded, scaled up the program. So far, they have put about 3,000 crores to take this program for a few states where BIOP was implementing to now 28 states of the country. And of course, later on, the tribal departments of various states and Government of India, they recognized BIOP as Center of Excellence for tribal development. So with this I stop here, and Yogesh will take you through. And we know that we have 7 minutes in all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the organizers, the chief guests, all dignitaries of the dais, on the dais, and thank you, sir. So I'll quickly rush you through. So this is the Wadi concept. So basically it was crystallized and formulated with the tribal communities who are migrating and facing a lot of distress with low incomes from agriculture and migration related distress issues. So basically one after the other, the components were added to the program to make it a very crystallized and refined program. So it involves like converting degraded lands into productive assets through introduction of tree species, because these lands are mainly on slopes and conventional agriculture is not suitable for on those lands. So then a combination of fruit and forestry species is introduced in this, and along with that, since trees will require some time for production and income, intercrops and short gestation livelihood activities like vegetable cultivation, floriculture is combined with that. And since these are degraded lands, a lot of soil conservation and water resource development initiatives are taken up, so that eventually we have seen that significant improvement in the soil happens due to terracing and various soil conservation practices. And eventually we started with 34 families. After seeing the benefits, almost 5,000 families joined in the next 5-6 years. And then there was a reason to take up value chain development, because they were getting a bit due to the malpractices in the trading, that they were not getting the right price for the fruit produce. So then these farmers were organized into farmer producer organizations to take care of the aggregation, processing and marketing of the fruit produce. So mainly it was mango, amla, or even cashew that was processed by the local community itself, so that there is value addition into it. Yeah, so this is a typical Wadi model as it looks like. So on a typical half acre to 1 acre of land, around 50 to 60 fruit trees are introduced in the center, and along the border a combination of multi-purpose forestry tree species is introduced. So the forestry trees also act as a windbreak for protecting the fruit trees, and also it serves as a requirement for fuel, timber and fodder, whereas the fruit trees become a long-term income source for the families. And within the interspaces, various intercrops are introduced. Initially we go for legume crops since the soil quality is poor, and then eventually diversify into other cropping systems. So this is a glimpse of various crops, fruit crops that have been introduced under the Wadi program in various parts of the country, covering almost 240,000 families on almost 96,000 hectares. And all these crops, or the package of practices and the varieties and the quality parameters, all those quality related and the package of practice related aspects were developed with a huge support from ICAR and the fruit research stations, especially the Dapoli Fruit Research Station or the Cashew Research Station. So they were instrumental in helping us to formulate the entire package of practices under these programs. So then these are the specific soil conservation measures that the tribals are trained and they take up these measures, so that on very poor quality of land also we have seen substantial growth of the plants, and they generate income also from these plantations. Then these are some small scale micro level water irrigation water resources that are developed, usually in groups of farmers or even individual level farmers, so that in the initial period they serve as the irrigation support to the fruit trees as well as the intercrops. And as I mentioned, since these farmers had to depend on migration along with tree plantation until there is gestation period, there has to be some income flowing. So based on various locations and geographies, based on those market conditions, whatever is saleable in those markets, various interventions are introduced, like from trellis based vegetable cultivation, or it can be floriculture in certain parts where there are forest syntax, some non-timber forest produce related activities. So these activities start fetching income within 6 to 7 months, so that the family stabilizes and the fruit trees start coming to production after 4-5 years. And eventually we have seen that there is significant improvement in the income of the families. We have seen that there is income increase to almost 2 times of their income in just 2 to 3 years, and there is almost 6 to 7 fold income increase in 8 to 10 years that we have seen for these families. So in this way, these fruit trees are not just ensuring sustainable livelihoods to the families within their villages, but also it has reduced distress migration and also providing resilience against climate and market risks. And most importantly, it is also providing nutritious food, because part of the produce that comes out from the wadi system is also consumed at the household. And we have seen significant increase in consumption of fruits and vegetables in the tribal communities, which where they were not also suffering from various malnourishment related issues. And the plantations, as mentioned, the farmers are organized into various farmer producer organizations. So almost 40,000 farmers so far, they are organized into 56 farmer producer organizations, who are taking care of the aggregation, production and processing of all this produce, and also market linkages. So all these FPOs are brought under one federation, that is WAPCOL, which is Agri-Horticulture Producer Company, again owned by these farmers itself, which takes care of various linkages for marketing support as well as financial support for these small FPOs. And also lately, since 20 years, they have also been trained in various graft production. One of our colleagues had shown that in Gujarat, SHGs are producing grafts. So BIOF had trained many of the SHGs in south of Gujarat. Now that has become a major trading hub, supplying good quality planting material from there. And from there, they are supplying to Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat and other states. And needless to mention, this particular model also has several environmental benefits like improved soil quality, land degradation has been reversed, and also it serves as a carbon sink. We have seen that in very arid and semi-arid regions also almost 23 tons of carbon is sequestered in around 1 hectare of wadi plantation. So these are spin-off effects of wadi in addition to livelihoods and other benefits. And looking at this model, NABARD has also taken up scaling up of this model in 29 states. More than 5 lakh families have been covered through NABARD's Tribal Development Fund. So initially NABARD had introduced a small fund. Now it is at the value of almost 3,000 crores, replicating this model. And along with this, BIOF also has a major program on agrobiodiversity conservation, where we are focusing on cereal crops, millets. So identifying elite varieties from the local indigenous varieties, then characterizing them, purifying them, and then taking it for in situ replication is a bit apprehensive even today for smallholder farmers to directly go into large scale plantation. So if something can be done on that also, that will be important. Then propagation techniques for some of the indigenous varieties which have greater nutritional values and which can fetch better income if there is awareness among the community. Then regarding yield gaps, even the productivity in several areas, there is certain low level of productivity that is seen. Then pest and disease management, especially environment friendly approaches, because we are seeing that with vegetables or fruits also there is a lot of chemical residues that is coming in. So we need to formulate systems and processes to ensure that all the produce is residue free. So that will be an added advantage. And then resilient varieties against climate change that is happening. So we need to also forecast what are the climate change that will be happening, and in the traditional areas come up with certain approaches for some resilient varieties and practices, and water efficient technologies, and of course nutrition based varietal selection. So in addition to production, also the nutritional aspect of the fruits can be taken into consideration for varietal selection in the future. So
thank you very much for your
thank you, sir.
Very comprehensive presentation, giving a model. You had a few questions and identified the few gaps, and I think many of those gaps are addressed. What you have said, the gap, many of them are addressed. Say for example, intercropping. Largely people grow the crops which suits to them. Sometimes people grow the crop which has demand in the market. So whatever the recommendation is made by the university, rarely it is adopted. So the basic principles we say that as the intercrop, it is better grow the pulses, which will add in general. But others, it depends upon what market you have. Similarly, if you grow the vegetables or so, more preferably beans and other things will be more preferred in general. But people can grow any other crops also which has got the market. As far as crop per drop is concerned, a lot of work has been done. Now we have much advanced to the sensor-based irrigation system, and that beyond also we have gone to completely IT-based irrigation management system. Now depending upon the smaller farmers, few days back I was visiting Bihar, Sudhanshu is here, he's few of the farmers. When he used to give the example of banana under the micro irrigation system, automated system, then the people will say he is a very rich farmer. He has a holding of 30 acres. We don't have. But in the same village, I could see the farmers getting together with 1 acre of land, 2 acres of land getting together and putting the same system what he has put. And then again, distribution of timing, they are managing. This time to this time he will operate his system, this time to this time he will operate. And everybody was having his own practices. And finally they will harvest and they will get. So that is also model available. So that's why I say the things have been done. That can be many of these gaps. Answers are available. We have to look into that which you can implement. Thank you very much. With this we will go to the next presentation. We have Dinesh Kumar. We have been talking about the value chain management. We have been talking about post-harvest losses. And I think here is Dinesh Kumar who will tell us about how to reduce the post-harvest losses and bring a value in the chain. But don't miss the chain.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. I am respected Dr. H.P. Singh, sir, Chair, and Co-Chair Dr. Malhotra, sir. I am thankful to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to interact with you because I was asked to speak about the community-led initiatives for post-harvest management of fruits and value addition. So the topic was given as per the choice of the organizer. So, but I try to justify that particular component. Now, since time, I know it's only for 7 minutes, even then I try to complete the components which I want to see. The basic problem is a challenge with a global perspective. We all talk about productivity. But once we are talking about the shrinking of the land, so the component which is of much more importance is to minimize the post-harvest loss. Minimizing post-harvest loss is having a tangible effect. It is not only for the country to feed, but also to provide the nutrition without enhancing the productivity, taking the extra land, developing any variety, because already we are having those components. So once we see that fruits and vegetables goes to 40%, but total food loss in general commodity comes to 14%. Now the time has come to not only discuss on the post-harvest loss, the time has come to understand that how this loss and waste is creating an environmental hazard. Now this component is to be looked upon. Since what happens once there is a loss, it goes to the landfills and they contribute around 8 to 10% of the greenhouse gases. So now the time has come to not to let it to spoil and then to use, we have to use the waste. So the negative impact, I will come down to some of the case studies also. The negative impact of this food loss is that there is a water scarcity because we are using water and we are not using the fruits. Then greenhouse gas emissions, which is coming to the pollutions, and the biggest component for which we all are here is the biodiversity loss. So if really we want to conserve biodiversity, we have to see that to minimize the post-harvest loss and what best product can be developed from there having the marketable potentials. We all know we have talked a lot, but still we are struggling. We are feeding other countries. We produce so much, but still our country stands 107 in hunger index. So we must know our own, what we used to talk, that where we are in the world. However, we talk a lot about that particular component. So once the study was done with the UNEP Food Waste Index, they found that if we are not going to reduce the food loss, we are going to halve the food loss by 2030, it will be as good as removing the 500 million cars from the road. The people from the Delhi understands better what is the meaning of pollutions. Now the component from world we come down to India. In our country, since we are in India, we must talk of that India incurs a loss of 1.53 lakh crores, $18.5 billion. So really, if you are much more interested to support Indian economy, there is a need to understand how to minimize the post-harvest loss. Because this is not only contributing that we are talking about, but it is the economy where we can contribute if we can minimize the post-harvest loss. And the data is available. I'm not talking that how much million cereals and the horticultural produce are being lost. But nothing to worry for that. It is a manageable issue. We can manage it. So we usually talk about that fruits and vegetables, what happens, it is called as a death by 1,000 cuts. That is the post-harvest loss. Not physical, but physiological, poor handling and lack of cold chain. Post-harvest management basically not only deals with a better return to the growers, but also to the fruit quality. Because the quality which reaches to the consumers from the farmer's field needs to be assessed, because it is having a tangible effect on the produce, because demand is increasing. Day by day, the demand of nutritional concept is increasing. So how to have to fulfill that demand is to conserve the loss. And post-harvest loss is a loss which needs to be minimized, because it is the only source which can give a better income to the growers directly, because all inputs we do to produce a fruit, but when fruits gets lost, it means we are losing some the income of those growers. Now, the core concept which we can see that once it is coming to the consumer, there are a lot many spillover is there. Those spillover, if you want to plug it, definitely we are going to minimize the loss. And it is not a very big thing. It is only some interventions at the components, means how to optimize the harvesting itself, minimize the post-harvest loss. Since I worked in citrus, I know in the harvesting of one of the orange fruit, if there is a round and you are getting it down, oleosyllasis will be there and there is a small hole, and that will spoil the whole of the fruits. So these are the components which we all know, that sorting, grading, cleaning, these are the components. Now what happens, see one of the small example we can understand how a chain works. Means what the input, what the farmers, what the wholesaler, processor and the retailer. These are the players which we call that every sector we have to look upon, that how best we can utilize that particular component. Now come to the value addition. Quickly I will try to compose all those things. Value addition means transforming the raw agricultural produce. What happens when a table fruit comes on your table, if it not looks good, you won't consume. But the processing industry need not to have those fruits. So we have to categorize the fruit, we have to classify the fruits. There is 80 mm, 60 mm, 50 mm, 40 mm. So if you categorize the fruits, which can be exported, domestic market, and which will go to the processing sector, we must know. And there, since it is a community based, so we had put here some of the small components which a normal local people can prepare and make it out. So some of the solutions are like that. It's a community led approach. There is a need of a top down solutions. So what the meaning of top down solution? That we should not go as a price makers instead of a price takers. Don't be a price taker. Try to become a price makers. Lot many FPOs are coming forward. You decide your locally grown crops, that what is there. I will show you in my coming slides that how you can enhance the value of your crops. So there is a need to understand the ownership, then technologies, which is very much appropriate, and there is a much more importance of the women empowerment for developing that particular products. There are three key players in any of the models of the community actions. Either it's a self-help group, it's a FPO or FPC, or the cooperatives. When it is informal, then 10 to 20 women, where we talk much more of that, who pool their savings and become a powerful force for a small scale value addition. But if the FPO, you think FPO is the bigger section, where the farmers come closer, 1,000 maybe they are the capacity, they aggregate, produce and assess the finance to build larger business. But cooperatives, we all know how the cooperatives are playing a very vital role in contributing the profits and decision making capacity. Now, what I will speak, the first line of defense, against the loss. There should be a classification that where and how we have to minimize that. So community-led post-harvest management, how it can be done. We can have some of the components like zero energy cool chamber. It's a community based, because when the community comes to a common platform with less investment, they can get a better return. So if we have some zero energy cool chamber, we can store the fruits for a long duration without going for a long and bigger cold storage where they charge too much, and it can be maintained easily by those community people then and there without knowing many technical inputs and engineering. Similarly, harvesting components. These are the small components, just I am figuring it out that how we can minimize, and that the plastic crates, if you are utilizing, we can having a better component of getting the less damage. Second is that the value addition, that is the perishable problem to a profitable product. How to make it out, because perishables we are talking a lot, more is the moisture, more is the perishable commodity. And here there is a saying that the fresh market wants a perfect grade A product, but value addition is for everything else. So this is the component we are thinking to make it out. The two components, one is the minimizing, other is the developing a product. This is a value addition how you can do when we have a community based dryers, solar dryers. They can be put and then we can develop the value added products. Similar with the pulpers, means just I am giving some examples where we can put and make the community to develop it. Now these are the products which can be developed at a community level, and it can be branded with that particular, and it can be marketed. The third one is the proof of concept from the field. Now one case study just I want to show in the this is called as the Green Himalaya Self-Help Group. This is a model in Uttarakhand. I am showing this slide just to know that how the community level people can work, and these are the successful entrepreneurs. They make small components like garlic, chili, apple, apricot, but what was the impact? If you see the impact, it created a sustainable livelihood and empowered the women component socially and economically. So these are components, these are the case studies. The second one I can show you, this is the Telangana mango FPOs. Means the biodiversity is saved, place where it is grown, and the farmers are directly, if they are involving themselves, they feel more happy. So, sorry sir, I will try to complete. This is the third case study which the ICR was involved in training in Tanzania. This, I am thankful to Dr. HP Singh sir for giving me the opportunity to work in this project of UNEP GAF project, where I get a chance to work. And this is one of the entrepreneur in Thailand, Chantaburi. They develop the product from the durian, and they make a diversified products. So the local fruit, if it is being worked, and then you can prepare the diverse products, it will give impetus to you that how best can be done. Now citrus, highly biodiversity is existing. If you really want to, because citrus, I would definitely speak because I worked in 18 years in the citrus. So citrus biodiversity is a huge biodiversity. I will show only one chromatogram, just want to brief it, how we can market the product. One of the crop is citrumella. We are having the amino acids in our body, 11 we used to have. When we become sick, some of the amino acids are not available in our body, that are the 4 amino acids. And this citrumella contains those amino acids that are called as the conditional amino acids. So if you take those particular fruits in the sick time, these amino acids will help in repairing your DNA. So these are the components, if we can recognize, technological interventions can be done. And this information given to the local farmers that how to sell that particular product. Now only one last example I am giving you. Flavonoid is a component. World market is $180 million. It has grown with a rate of 7.3% and likely to be $380 million. Hesperidine is being imported from China in our country. We try to work upon the fruits which are dropped of the citrus fruits, small fruits, which are having the zero value. It is a waste. We try to extract that particular by 2 methods, and we find there is a hesperidine is a component already existing in those drought fruits which are having a 0 rupees value. And 8 mm, when we analyze, so 10 to 16 mm, we find the maximum recovery of those hesperidines. And you see this male which has been received from the people who paid 500 crores to the farmers of Maharashtra. The 0 rupees drought fruits are now being sold at a rupees of 75 per kg. So this type of intervention I think can be done. So definitely this is will not only giving to the industry but also to the farmers for increasing their income. Some of the challenges are there which we must see, that is the group dynamics, technical skill and business acumen. But external challenge is the capital, infrastructure and the policies. And the future is that vision, goal, strategy, action and the success. Thanks for your passive listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh, for your very comprehensive, excellent presentation. It has been highly comprehensive. There has been shortage of time, otherwise you could have expanded it a little more. So he has covered most of the aspects, starting with this post-harvest management. But few things you must also note in your presentation in general. Post-harvest management per se do not start after harvest. It starts from the selection of the land till it reaches to the consumer. Why I say? Because the same thing with the same principle, people grew the banana, harvested the banana, transported it to Russia, all the banana failed and came back. Similarly, they also did that many times is a overnight export. Then now the people, what they do, now grow banana as per the needs of the market. So the losses will be minimum and product will be acceptable in the market. Say for example, somebody comes to you, which crop I should grow. Say example, I am giving you a brinjal. In Delhi, people eat round brinjal. Okay. In Bihar, people eat long brinjal. In Maharashtra, people eat a small brinjal. छोटा वाला ज्यादा चलता है यार, बड़ा वाला कम चलता है, छोटा वाला ज्यादा चलता है, प्रेशियस है, मोस्ट प्रेशियस है। तब हंसने लगा, अरे महाराष्ट्र को मैं ज्यादा जानता हूं यार। तो कहने का मेरा मतलब ये था कि if those varieties are grown as per the market, there will be demand, there will be less losses.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Similarly, how it is done, trimming, this thing at the different stages of the growth, and finally before harvest, also there is need for treatment. Even your oranges, if you give a pre-harvest treatment of a spray of some chemicals, then your post-harvest life gets improved. So that's why the post-harvest should not start with the harvest, but it should start from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, not last but least, it is Naresh Kumar, a very good environmentalist, working for a very long time, and he was the first person to say that climate change will be giving us benefit provided you choose the crop. And he gave the example of coconut, where the climate change will improve the productivity of coconut provided you provide the water. So it means more gas accumulation, and now he has been working and he is internationally now recognized in environment, and he is also member now of international organizations for the climate change. So, Dr. Naresh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. In front of you, we are all very small. We are learning every day, and from morning I have been learning. I'm basically challenged here because most of you are and all of you are experts in horticulture. I'm not so much expert, but would like to just take you to some other arena of horticulture. Like any other system is challenged by the climate change, and also some other opportunities of community plantation. Probably would just very briefly I will try to put you in front of you. All these things are well known that climate extremes are increasing and they will be increasing in future, and the horti systems are very sensitive. Though the trees look very, very robust, but they are very sensitive. If any stress factors are coinciding with the critical stages, you tend to, or the grower tend to lose for multiple years. And horticulture systems also contribute to climate change. Why? Because more and more pesticides are being used, more and more urea is being used in horticulture systems. Production increase, and therefore nitrous oxide emissions and other things. So there is a balance we need to talk about, and energy use in horticulture systems also is more. Therefore, horticulture systems are also contributing to climate change, partially, if not largely, but at the same time, they are also big answers to climate resilience. One is that carbon sequestration everybody talks about, but also farmers get higher income if you are growing the horticultural crops. So, when you just look at what holds for India in future, we analyzed some of the global climate model as well as regional climate model scenarios, and we find that there is around 50 plus climate models data synthesis in our lab, and we find that the minimum temperatures are going to rise than the rise in the maximum temperatures, rise in the temperatures to be more during the Rabi season, that is the winter season, then rise during the Kharif season. You are having the more rise in the northern part of India as compared to already hot southern part of India, and rainfall variability is going to increase. Rainfall per se is going to increase, but it's not a good news. Apart from that, you are having many hailstorms, cold waves, heat waves, and so on, so on, so on. Which we are facing more frequently nowadays, and this frequency is going to increase even more. And these challenge the crop production. So now when you talk about horticultural system, they are all impacted in different means. So now we cannot just say that everything is negative, negative, and negative. For example, some place, if it is your temperatures are suboptimal for that particular system, or particular crop or particular variety, if the temperatures are moving towards the optimal, definitely they will benefit. But the interactions are there, where the water is available, whether the wind is suitable or heavy winds are coming, and hailstorms are going to happen, and so on and so forth. So it's a very complex analysis, one has to work on that. We see a lot of impacts are going to happen, and largely we see the impacts are going to be negative, and therefore the attention comes to climate change, climate resilience. When we talk about the community environmental horticulture, there are different systems. You are the experts what it means, but I just try to put it in mini ecosystems and macro ecosystems. Mini, we talk morning, we had nice presentations on rooftop, to even coming to university campuses and all. Macro ecosystems, it's like big ecosystems, commercial based farmings, and so on and so forth. So when we grow the plants, then we talk about rejuvenating or bringing out the degraded lands back, or wastelands, how best we can utilize. They are really wasted lands, not the wastelands. Similarly, we waste a lot of our own resources. In India, I was just searching how many type of fruit trees may be available. More than 800, and some of you may be knowing even a better figure than what I am knowing, because every place, if you see, they are having rich biodiversity. We lost all, or we are, if not we lost all, we are marginalizing them, eventually pushing them to lose their place in the plate. Already it is gone, but on the even in community places also. For example, as a child, I used to eat the Pithecanthropus delci, that aerial. So, I mean, I'm not a student of, or I'm not a big fan of taxonomy, but I wanted to know what is the scientific name, because it may not be available everywhere. And it's having a lot of nutritional properties. Now, schools, we don't find that. So, I thought I will focus on children, because they are the most needy. And I also thought I will focus on where we can target the children, not through probably not through kitchen gardens, mostly through schools. So I made a quick analysis so that from CFI, if we are targeting the schools of India, we can make a big and direct impact. May not be commercially, but it will be making a young generation of India, which is more healthy. So when we are talking about, these are some of the numbers, only 2.5% of the household food expenditure is on fruits. So it is affordability is another big challenge here. When we go any tree, we have several benefits. Most of us know it, but quantification is the big challenge. Scientifically quantified information, which can be sort of tangible, and we can tell that yes, this is what is happening, is very, very rare. Otherwise, generally it is told oxygen is evolved by any photosynthetic system. But how much? So I was looking again at the literature. It tells that daytime maximum air temperatures reduce anywhere between 3.1 to 5.8 degrees centigrade. And we experience that in our Pusa campus, where you are here. When we, in the hot summer, when we come inside, suddenly it cools. I mean, we feel it is cooler. During winter also we feel so. But the night temperatures, they are slightly warmer. So there are a lot of buffering is happening. And the trees with high leaf area index and wide canopies have associated with the most significant cooling, because more evapotranspirational losses. Trees also, we know that oxygen is evolved. Human takes around 550 liters of oxygen per day on an average, and trees produce a lot. The quantities are confusing. I've seen the literature, but it is a wide range based on, I can understand, it is based on the age, type, and where it is grown. And it also allows to modify the microclimate. So now when you are having the growing of the trees for the purpose, carbon sequestration is another one. There are again a lot of confusing numbers are there. Most of the time, carbon sequestration is told anywhere, everywhere, any number for the same species, without even accounting for, mostly carbon stocks are given. Now carbon stocks are given on what account? So a lot of scientific questions arise there. I think I urge that let us come out with a proper scientifically designed experimentation led on numbers so that they can be used. And when I just saw that we can do some quick analysis on 1.47 million schools in India, if CFI tries to implement its own community fruit plantation program, we have a guideline that urban areas at least 400 meters square, the playground should be there. In hilly regions it is different, rural areas it is different. So the periphery, if we have fruit trees, we can have around 1 lakh kilometers, and 10 million mango plants can be planted. Just a rough estimate. If that is the thing, carbon sequestration at the rate of 50 kg per tree per year, it is like potential CO2 sequestration is 1.848 million CO2 tons equivalent of CO2. That much we can sequester just by planting the trees on the periphery of the grounds of these particular schools. So how much it is? India emits around, Indian agriculture emits around 408 million tons of CO2 equivalent GHG emissions. So this looks very small effort, but we are not here targeting just about sequestration, but we are targeting mostly about making the fruits reach to the most needy, that's the school children. This also will help the green credit program where the MYFCC has just now initiated. Carbon credits are there. I'm not going into again how much money you may fetch. Again, it has its own value chain. But there are also wastelands, then cultivable wastelands, fallow lands, panchayat lands. They all can be leveraged for community plantation. So, needless to tell that when you are having more of the horticulture crops, your income goes up. And the ICR has projected a need for increase of the fruit plantation production increase by 2 times. And the drip irrigation can do wonders. As Dinesh told, I cannot stop talking about citrus. I also probably cannot stop talking about coconut. So coconut, that's what I told those days. Sir was there guiding us, and the western side of India is going to benefit because of the increase in some of the climatic factors with the same management. But on the eastern side, it is going to be severely affected, and we see now it is happening. It's not a good thing that we told it is happening. We wanted to see even in eastern side also the production goes up. But unfortunately, the adaptation is not meeting the challenge of climate change. So, ecosystem based and One Health based adaptation is important. That's where we need to work. And we have several of the tools developed, simulation models developed in our lab. They are available to public use, and also some of them are being used in a global level also. And I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naresh, for your excellent presentation and giving an insight on the climate change through the various model, also presenting how the horticulture will be affected through the climate change, also of the coconut. Thank you very much. One thing is there, I have the few points regarding models. Sometimes model developed, their interpretation is not correct. I was attending one of the international conference where the model was presented with the climate change and banana production. They said that South India will, after the 5 years, South India cannot grow banana. I questioned them, which is not true. Then they started, sir, it depends upon our base data. So if you take the base data wrong, then you interpret it wrong. So you have to be very, very careful while taking the base data. You can also add further. For example, I give you, in Haryana, the yield of wheat was plateaued. At the time Agrawal was there. He used to always present that this is the heat wave, and due to that it is reducing. The yield is plateauing and also reducing. Due to climate change, temperature has increased. So I said then we can compensate with the water. Because what happens in the heat, I have understood fully well. What happens when that heat gets increased suddenly, pollen of the wheat, they get dry. So they cannot pollinate. And if they have been pollinated, and if seeds are formed, they are developing, they will shrink. Ultimately, your loss of yield and decrease. So if you can provide that water that is recovered, and that's why I recommended at the time the use of a sprinkler irrigation. And after a sprinkler irrigation has come in Haryana, the yield has started increasing. So everywhere you have some solutions. So many times we just create a fear. So don't create the fear, give the solution. Thank you very much. So, if there are any questions, I will take only 5 questions. Already we are late. So, 5 questions I will take up. They should tell the speaker and the question. No question? Umesh.
Actually, I have no question, but I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion because this conference is on strengthening food system through increased fruit cultivation. Okay, but from morning till now, it has been discussed that cereals are there to give you calorie, and for nutritional and environmental security, horticulture is there to help. Now I am saying here that
Mike साथ में रखें ना.
only fruit cultivation will not serve the purpose. Vegetables also need to be included. This is the question, this is the suggestion for Dr. Mathur and his group, because otherwise you have to have another CFI, CVI, maybe fruitful is, you have said safal, that is different issue, but not only fruit. Vegetables are taking more in this area. Nutritional security means आपको वहाँ से मिल रहा है, कहीं से you are getting vitamins, you are getting antioxidants, you are getting food also.
I have understood your question.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll answer finally. Myself will answer. Mathur did not answer. I will answer. I mean, का chairman है ना, मैं answer कर सकता हूँ.
Okay, next question.
Next, anyone? No one? Okay. Introduce your. हाँ? किसका? दे दूंगा ना, सबको सुन लेते हैं ना. कॉमन क्वेश्चन हुआ तो कॉमन आंसर हो जाएगा.
मेरा नाम शतांशु चतुर्वेदी है और मैं ऑर्चर्डिस्ट हूँ. मैं कल्टीवेशन करता हूँ लीची, मैंगो एंड गुआवा की. मेरा सवाल अभी ये था कि बहुत सारे फ्रूट्स ऐसे जो थे एक्सोटिक फ्रूट्स जिनका हमें यहाँ पे कल्टीवेशन करना चाहिए और नए फ्रूट्स थे जो उनको हमें यहाँ पे इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं पिछले 30 साल से इन फ्रूट्स की मार्केटिंग भी कर रहा हूँ. तो क्या ये फ्रूट जो हमारे रेगुलर जो क्रॉप्स हैं इनको सेल करने में ही, इनकी मार्केटिंग करने में ही हमें प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं? कोई भी चीज़ को, नए फ्रूट को हम अगर एक बल्क क्वांटिटी में कर लेते हैं, मीन्स 1 ट्रक या 2 ट्रक, तो मार्केट के अंदर जाके वो बिकता नहीं है. तो क्या ऐसे फ्रूट्स की हम मार्केटिंग कर सकते हैं? क्या हमें उस और जाना चाहिए ऐसे फ्रूट्स के ऑर्चर्ड लगाने के लिए?
ठीक है, आपका आंसर दे दूंगा मैं. चलिए नेक्स्ट. Any question? So only 2 questions. Should I close the question? Okay.
Sir, I am Dr. Veera Singh from Kazari, Rajasthan. Actually, sir, it is a little bit long question. Sir, when we see the normal shops, our own indigenous fruits, they are nowhere in those shops. Either it is dominated by the apples from New Zealand, kiwi from some country, avocado from some country, or other fruits from which have been imported from outside. So where are our own indigenous fruits? Secondly, we are talking since morning regarding our indigenous fruits, nutritional security, livelihood security. But sir, the major problem is that is our fruits which are indigenous, they don't have much shelf life. Not in all cases, But in major cases like your pilu, like your mulberry, like your care or like your lasora or any other fruits. And second is the problem which my friend just identified, that is the major problem of perishability and selling problem, because they are highly perishable. So storing them and selling them in market, the post-harvest losses, they are in the tune of 80 to 90% for such type of fruits. So is there any way forward where we can preserve, we can conserve, and we can make them really sustainable for livelihood and nutritional security?
Thank you. Any more questions? 3 questions over. 2 more questions if anybody has, otherwise we will close. 2 more questions. No?
Hello, my name is Kshitij Patak. I'm from Grey to Greens Foundation. So, in one of the presentation, we heard that while developing new varieties, one of the critical factors taken into consideration is production, how much the variety will be able to produce per unit area of land, let's say. So, would you be able to shed some light on what is the consideration? Do we consider the nutritional density as well when creating these new varieties, or just the production per unit input? That's my question.
Okay. One more question. Any more question? If that will be last question, if somebody wants to have. Otherwise, we'll close here. Okay, thank you. The first question, the first suggestions rather, I would say, by our learned Srivastav ji was that we should extend vegetable, then why not spices? They are more nutritional. Why not flower? They are also having aesthetic values. So we cannot cover everything at one place. Therefore, the objectives they have with sustainable development goals, 2-3 objectives are being covered under this, like giving the employment to the people, giving nutritional security to the people, and also addressing the environmental issues where the fruits plantations finds the better place. Right now, there are many of the studies have come. I was seeing the few days back your Murthy from IHR Bangalore, who has retired. He had published one study on his study on sapota, and he has proven that sapota, the chiku, the sequestration of the carbon has been highest compared to any forest plantations in the plantations of the chiku orchards. So that way, if you see, so even once upon a time, our Prime Minister also said that if the fruits can replace the forest जो requirement है आपकी general, the forest का जो coverage है, that can be also substituted by the perennial tree of the fruits crops, largely by that. And that's why the project has been given nutrition and climate, resilience to the climate. These both aspects have been there, and that's why, in my opinion, the project is good in itself. It should continue, and once they get the better result, we can think of including some more crops. Thank you. Another was about the exotic fruits. Yes, some of the exotic fruits, they are important. But again, morning, if you remember, I said the things are circulating together. Say, for example, earlier the ragi means your finger millets or millets in general, and the food of poor. Food of poor. And now it is the food of rich. So it has circulated. So what was being eaten by rich, that is eaten by poor. So it is circular. Say, for example, in my house, we eat brown rice or millets, but my helper eats basmati rice and chapatis. So that is circular. Once upon a time, we used to eat rice, they used to eat millets. So that has changed. Cost-wise also that has changed. Rice is more cheaper than the millets. So here also, the depends upon how it is marketed. I purchased avocado that cost me about 600 or 700 rupees per kilo. A certain sector of the people to give value to that. Now even the dragon fruits in market it ranges from 150 to 900 rupees depending upon what is the supply in the market. And many people have taken up that commercial plantations of the dragon fruits. Avocado has not expanded so much, but dragon fruits I have seen it expanded very fast. So depending upon the market, you are not said that you should adopt it. Depending upon your market, that your capability, because some of the potential like dragon fruit cultivation itself is very costly. It requires cement of concreting for hanging and so on. So depending upon that, you can think of, just like in the morning you were telling to me that by growing the kesar, which has not been the crop of north, it has been crop of Gujarat. But growing the kesar, you can get better income because you get the mango when everything is over other places. I was working with the project with EY for Himachal Pradesh, and that was my suggestion then, that we can capture to the market when other fruits are not there, because in this region, Kangra and other valleys, you can grow the subtropical fruits and they mature later, and so you get the value to those. So accordingly, you can have that. There was about the indigenous fruits. Many of indigenous fruits are more popular. For example, even if you see banana, every type of banana is being grown, marketed, there is no problem at all. But there are some which are not well valued yet. Say, for example, morning we had a lot of indigenous fruits were presented, but many of them are not valued by the people. Even some time we do not like. For example, a Berua carambola, that is carambola. Everybody cannot
promote the fruit crop here. So this is the focus here, how to go and promote more fruit cultivation in different farming system, wasteland, community land, all those things here. One thing. Now, second thing come about this exotic versus indigenous fruit species here. So yes, we are open to both to conserve and promote here. Indigenous fruits are very important, and we have mentioned me also, Dr. Purda, Dr. SP also mentioned here, they are very important component, but their diversity being lost here. But they are highly nutritious here. So we have to see in the project here, can we bring the lost diversity of nutritious fruit back to the farming system here? So they are benefited for consumption and also the diversity being conserved here. So this is the thing here. Now the question asked by Dr. Dheeraj from Kadri here, yes, those rare fruit of arid regions are very, very important. And they are very much part of this project also here. We don't want to work only on for apple, banana or guava or other thing here. But the minor fruits, like in Rajasthan, I come from Rajasthan here, the sangri, the prosperous, is very, very nutritious and very important here. But its price, if you know, is more than 1,000 a kg nowadays. And poor people cannot afford here. Second thing is, the research being done at Kadri, they have developed some varieties which are thornless here. But the planting material availability is low here. So how to promote those kind of a varieties which has already been developed by the natural system here, and for the benefit of the small and rural farmer, then they can cultivate those farm here. Good example of lasuda, very important for pickle making here. But nowadays, not easily available market. So that thing here, the sangri, the kumat, the care is grown widely in any landscape where nothing can grow. Very sand dunes you can grow it, but nowadays nothing. So let us try to see those food species which are very important, can grow in the very low input conditions also here, and very nutritious and very useful for low community here. Coming to the exotic also, we have a focus here. As Dr. Prada also mentioned in the morning here, then we should also see to import the exotic fruit. The fruits are already there, like for example avocado, it's already there. But can we import some varieties of avocado which are really suitable to our different agroclimatic conditions in India here? Can we import some of the temperate fruit from Central Asian countries? They have a very good diversity. If you talk about pomegranate, I have been there in 5-6 countries here. They have good pistachio diversity here. Can we bring the pistachio and try to see if can we grow in Rajasthan area? In sometime in Churu area, where the temperature, night temperature go to 0 degree and day temperature go to high. So those kind of things we to see for climate modeling. So what is the requirement for growing pistachio? I was very passionate when I went to Kazakhstan here and talked to a farmer, a nursery maker. He said, yes, if you find a location in Rajasthan, I can certainly help you to grow the material. So this project is also for that here, that try to find out the different planting material of different crops in different part of the world here, introduce here in India, and then go for agroclimatic adaptability trials in India and find out the best material and then promote it. So the project is about both introduction, conservation, local diversity, and their promotion here. So this is what I want to convey, sir, for about the question. Thank you very much.
अब सुनो ना डॉक्टर साहब बाद में बात कर देना. अब लेट अस कंक्लूड, चाय के बंद में बात कर देना. Thank you, Dr. Mathur, for explaining in very detail, and I think everybody will be satisfied, including Dr. Umesh, that what is needed.
सर एक क्वेश्चन कर रहा था, न्यूट्रिएंट डेंसिटी और उसमें ब्रीडिंग के लिए करते हैं ना, ब्रीडिंग वैरायटीज का है ना सर, न्यूट्रिएंट डेंसिटी वाला उनका रिप्लाई रह गया.
देखिए अभी जो है सो एक मिनट, फॉर द लास्ट 10 years focus is on nutrition. So somewhere they have been identifying the micronutrients, somewhere they have been identifying the vitamins, somewhere in case of tomato, lycopene and so on. So breeding process is there with high nutritive values in many of the crops. As far as your perennial crop is concerned, for mango, it's very difficult. Of course, we can identify from our diversity, because if we start today, it will take about 20-25 years. But some focus also has been there on identifying the varieties which have the high nutrition. Even in case of the banana, they have been doing that. Somewhere that biotechnological approaches also has been made, wherein they identify the varieties which has got the high content, identify the gene, and they transfer the gene for the particular nutritional quality. So the things are happening in this, and the focus is there for the nutrition in general. So majority of the things have been answered as per indigenous or exogenous. As far as avocado is concerned, majority of avocado is coming from homegrown now. It is not imported. But only thing is that avocado, common man do not eat. It is less than 0.5% of people who will eat avocado, because it has no taste at all. But it is rich in the fat. So people who want the different quality of fat, he can go for the. Similarly, your kiwi is there. Everybody don't like. Again, it has become rich man fruits, so it continues. And still you can say the banana, guava, which are highly nutritious, they are the poor man's fruit, still continues to be there. So that balance will continue. So we need not bother, the balance will continue. Just like, food habit, millet has gone to the rich man and rice has come to poor man, same thing will happen everywhere. So thank you very much. Before I thank our co-chairperson, I thank all the speakers for excellent presentations and covering most of the things. And they have already, I have briefed what they have presented. I have made my own comments for their further improvement. And now I may request co-chair to speak whatever he wants.
Sir, many points you have already covered, sir, and you have summarized at the end of each and every presentation, but few points I would like to add. One of the question which you raised regarding breeding of the varieties with high phytonutrients. Yes, breeder always decides the benchmark yield of the phytonutrient before he starts the breeding program. And then he keep it in a target that yes, now I have to breed the variety with high phytonutrient content, for which the benchmark yield he has fixed it. So this is done. Another point relating to Dhirinder, he mentioned about that why our underexploited crop, but now these days we are using the word opportunity crops. So why it is not getting the fillip? So the point is that we need to highlight the nutritional characters, specialty characters related to all those nutrients,
and do a kind of branding, and that branding will definitely help us in pushing those crop in the market. And then further point which you again mentioned with relation to their low shelf life. Yes, there are few crops like mulberry, jamun, falsa, lychee. These all crops have their very little shelf life. For that purpose, again, we need to have some value addition work that is required to be done. Some novel projects are required to be developed so that we can take advantage of those phytonutrients. Here the role now Dinesh has to play. Thank you so much. I think these were the only few points which just I have added into it. Already sir has explained about this one. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank organizer for giving me opportunity in morning, and now I have tried to cover most of the points, and already Dr. Malhotra, whichever the points were missed, Dr. Malhotra has covered. So thank you very much, and I think good proceedings will come out of that, and if you want me, I will send you. Thank you.
We would like to thank the chair and the co-chair for so ably leading this session. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
With that, we move on to the next session, and we are just 1 hour behind, so nothing to worry. The next session is enhancing conserving fruit tree diversity to strengthen nutritional security. And let me just introduce the chair and the co-chair. No. I'm sorry, the tea will have to wait, and so do you. Our chair, Dr. Chris Kettle, is a globally recognized scientist with over 2 decades of experience in landscape restoration, biodiversity conservation, and tree-based solutions across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. He leads major interdisciplinary research programs at the Alliance of Bioversity and CIAT, and brings deep expertise in resilient food systems and multifunctional landscapes.
Just me.
Joining him as our co-chair is Dr. Shailendra Rajan, former director of ICAR and ICAR Central Institute of Subtropical Horticulture, Lucknow, and one of India's most respected horticulture scientists. His pioneering work on subtropical fruits, germplasm conservation, and climate-resilient horticulture has shaped research and innovation for farmers across the country. I'm sure that with such leaders, your session is going to be insightful and engaging. With that, I hand over to our chair and co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanal. It'll not only be insightful and engaging, it'll all be so rapid so we can get to tea quickly. I know you've all been very open and engaged in the presentation so far, so we'll try to make this as efficient as possible. I think we're moving very smoothly on from a very positive focus on looking at a range of ways we can cultivate a range of diversity of fruits and a potential for engaging more in communities. And we're now going to dig a bit more deeply into the nutritional side of things, which I think is really, really important here, because the word nutrition is being thrown around very freely this morning, and I know is a very complex topic. So I think we should move swiftly on, if my co-chair agrees, to our first speaker, who I'm delighted to introduce, Dr. Gina Kennedy, who's also a colleague from the Alliance of Bioversity International and CIAT, and has travelled all the way from Washington, D.C. to come and join us this week. So we're very grateful for her participation. Gina has been working in the space of, and I'm ad-libbing here, Gina, so I hope you can fill in the gaps. Has been working in the space of nutrition for at least a couple of decades, and like myself, and she's worked in the Alliance of Bioversity and CIAT on and off since 2013, and then moved to work for USAID, and has also worked for FAO and the World Health Organization, was it? Or no, FAO. And I think for me, when I first came to Alliance of Bioversity and CIAT, was really exciting to be able to start working with someone who really works at the intersect of nutrition, human health, and food systems in a very systemic way. And so I know she's going to have some really interesting things to talk about in her presentation now of fruit tree diversity for nutritional security and the periodic table of food initiative. So I'll hand over to you, Gina.
Great.
Thank you, Chris. How long would you like for me to?
Good question. How long has she got? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll set a little alarm.
Okay, great.
So,
15. Okay, 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, as a few other speakers before me have already said, I am really honored and it's a great privilege to be here with you. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me to be part of the committee and for inviting me to be here with you this week. I really love this initiative. We work on a lot of initiatives, like Chris said, at the Alliance of Bioversity and CIAT, and it covers a lot of underutilized species and different crops. But this initiative is just so beautiful. It's very specific, and I think that's going to make it very powerful. And then it's not really all that normal. When you work on food systems, you're often thinking about trade-offs. But in the case of working on underutilized fruits, you don't have to think so much about the trade-offs because it's a win-win-win. So from the public health nutrition perspective, it's a win. And from the biodiversity perspective, it's a win. And from the climate perspective, it's also a win. So we have this amazing triple win. And so part of the beauty of this is the fact that we can be celebrating these 3 wins, but also that it's very specific. And I think so it's going to be a very impactful program. I would like to also just say that I'm honored maybe to be the first nutrition speaker. And it seems to me also, I think I'm the first lecturer so far to give you some gender diversity. So thank you so much for those opportunities. Now, if I can figure out my slide, I hit page down. Yeah. So I'm just going to refresh us on exactly what is a healthy diet. Sometimes as a nutritionist, people are a little confused about what they should be eating or what your population. I'm a population nutrition, public health nutrition specialist. So what should your population be eating? And what are the nutrition and health challenges in India? How could fruit be helping those challenges? And then I'll close with some diet and health entry points, I think, for the CFI initiative. So what's a healthy diet? We're super lucky that right before the Conference of Parties on Biodiversity, this publication was launched by the Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Health Organization. It's a simple book. I recommend everybody to read it if you ever need to have guidelines on what makes a healthy diet. So there's 4 principles to it. It needs to be adequate. So we've heard a lot about that in terms of what fruit contributes in terms of vitamins and minerals. And we also know that our dietary intakes need to be balanced. So we've heard about that as well. We need to have a balance of energy intake across fats, protein, carbohydrates. And that has to also be kept in line with your overall energy balance so that the calories you take in, you need to expend either through physical activity or reducing your calorie intake, yes? And what we haven't heard so much is moderate. So we need to be taking moderate sugars, salts, and fats. And we do that, 1, by promoting fruits and whole foods and consuming less of what we call ultra-processed foods. And then finally, this was so beautiful that this publication came out right before Conference of Parties on Biodiversity, is WHO and FAO are recommending a diverse diet. That's beautiful for us. So it doesn't mean that every day I take or I feed my children banana and you got your fruit and that's good. No. A diverse diet means that I take jambon, I take grapes, I take lychees, I take rambutan, I take mangosteen. I eat a diversity, the most diversity possible that I can imagine makes a diverse diet. And that has a lot of properties, both bioactive compounds, but also it's very good for the gut microbiome. So this just comes straight out of the World Health Organization, and the very number one guideline they give to global populations is 400 grams of fruits and vegetables a day. So you can divide that in half, which is how WHO does it. India does it a little bit different. And then we have some other things like pulses we've mentioned a bit. Nuts also come from trees, whole grains. And number 5, I think, is really important. 25 grams of dietary fiber. You're also going to get that from a nice diet of fruits and nuts. And then this one is also important. Less than 10% of total energy intake from free sugars. So if you have kind of a sweet tooth and you're craving to have something sweet, fruit is going to give you that craving, but not give you the added sugars because it's not coming from added baked sweets. These are your dietary guidelines for Indians. And what I really want to draw your attention to is the proportionality on the plate. That's getting us into these concepts that I just mentioned of a healthy diet. And what you see is half of the plate or half of the portion size should actually be fruits and vegetables. Now, I know we're very far away from that mark, but at least as a public health nutrition specialist, it's good to understand that those are the guidelines, including here in this country, in India. They're recommending that half of your plate is fruits and vegetables. So, of course, we're going to have to get better at producing, making it affordable, and making it desirable for consumers. So what we know about the role of fruit in a healthy diet is the World Health Organization recommends about 200 grams per person per day. The food-based dietary guidelines recommend that you consume fruit daily, every single day. We know that it's a rich source of vitamins, notably vitamin C and vitamin A, and also minerals, iron, zinc, calcium, a very good source of dietary fiber, and very rich in health protective bioactive compounds. This is just something that I want us to do at CFI. So I put it here for a couple reasons. They have beautiful high resolution photos, which CFI needs to get. We need to have these beautiful, attractive photos of fruit. And then it's showing you that a lot of these underutilized fruits, these come from Brazil, are much higher than what we think of. Like as a nutritionist, I would say, oh, carrots, papaya, they contain a lot of vitamin A. And this is showing some of the indigenous fruits in Brazil contain magnitudes of more vitamin A and vitamin C than what we think of as our kind of exotic common fruits. So I tried to find what I could, and I also want to point out that the National Institute of Nutrition in Hyderabad has this beautiful table. They call them the food composition tables. And Ananthan is here, and Ananthan shared with us the data that they have collected on fruit, which is quite a lot. And so you see two categories of bioactive compounds, polyphenols and carotenoids. And we can see, a range of polyphenols in some species, wood apple being the highest that I found in the tables, followed by tamarind and then lychee. And in terms of carotenoids, I was surprised that guava was at the top, followed by falsa. And I think some people have spoken about falsa, but that would be one of these sort of lesser utilized fruits. This also, I was one of the reviewers for some of the grants, and a lot of the grantees wanted to do more nutrition composition analysis. And for anybody who wanted to do more composition analysis, I would, one, recommend you go to the tables of the National Institute of Nutrition and see if your food has already been analyzed. And two, just do like a basic literature review. So this is from 2023, and it's a full literature review of what we know about the bioactive compounds in underutilized fruits in the northern Himalayas in India. So a lot of what we're looking for is already out there. Okay, so just very quickly, I think this is an important table because the second dietary risk factor in terms of disability adjusted life years loss is a diet low in fruits. This is worldwide. And then this is data from India that comes from the food-based dietary guidelines. And I just summarized it as hypertension, high blood pressure, and diabetes in India are going up. And chronic energy deficiency, or really just not getting enough calories, is going down in these 2 years, 2016 to 2021. And I was surprised that obesity figures, and I couldn't find different ones, there might be different ones, are kind of holding steady and even went down for women, which I found surprising. These are India and the global nutrition targets. So if it's blue, then you're doing well and you're on course to meet the nutrition target. If it's orange, then you're just stagnating. So you see anemia, for example, is stagnating. And if it's gray, then you're off course. So this one is showing us that obesity in men is off course, diabetes in women is off course, diabetes in men is off course, high blood pressure for women off course, high blood pressure for men off course, obesity for women off course. So we also need to think not just about undernutrition, but also about diet-related non-communicable diseases, not only in India, but all around the world. So this is a simple illustration of what's wrong with our diets globally. We have too much energy from nutrient-poor staples. We're consuming too little fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, and pulses. We, in some cases, probably not India, being that there's such a large population of vegetarians, but there's unbalanced animal source and aquatic food consumption. And then there's increased sugar-sweetened beverages, increased intakes of salt, fat, and sugar. Now, this is some data from a project I really like called the Global Diet Quality Project. And we see in India that a higher percent of men, 46%, and urban residents, 51%, consume fruits, compared to women, 42%, and rural residents, 39%. But also what it tells us really is that even at the topmost urban residents, only 51% of them consumed a fruit the day before. That's a survey methodology, is the day before. And then it breaks it down into whether it was a vitamin A rich fruit, so only 20% of the population consumed a vitamin A rich fruit, a citrus fruit, only 14%, and an other fruit, only 38%. So there's really a wide way to go in terms of consumption of fruit, daily consumption of fruit in India. This data was from 2021. So I just want to close with what I think are a couple entry points for CFI. So this comes from, this is an example that I would love to see us highlight something like this next year at the next CFI conference, is actually what are consumers' attitudes? Because as much as I love generating data and talking about how healthy fruits are for us, we know that consumers maybe are motivated by different things. And so this was a survey we did in Kenya, and most consumers would agree, these are all women, that fruits are important for the health of their child. Only half of them agreed that they did eat enough fruit. And then a lot of them agreed that they would buy more fruit if they had the money. And then I just want to draw your attention to the last bar there. And that is asking, are you proud to eat your wild fruits? We could also say your wild or your indigenous fruits. And nearly half of them said they disagreed or they weren't sure. So I do think we have to be intelligent when we're trying to promote wild and indigenous fruits, and we have to do something to make them desirable and attractive to consumers, because at the moment a lot of them have a stigma of being poor or not being able to afford a more attractive type of fruit. These are also some examples of things that we do at the Alliance of Bioversity and CIAT. This is a pictorial graphic of all the diversity of fruits and vegetables. So you see the fruits in the bottom two bars. And what's really fun about this is there's such a wide array of selection that you could have. So there really is, in terms of that diversity concept of FAO and WHO, a lot of diversity available. And then I haven't really heard any of the previous speakers talk about this, but this is the idea that you could have a seasonally available fruit all around the year. So people who study this is done from eCraft and C4. They can identify that if you plant in sequence different species of fruits, like let's say we do a fruit orchard in schools or in a low-income community, you should also pay attention to diversifying the species so you can have a fresh fruit all year round. So that's another really important aspect, I think, for CFI. I think we also need to make very attractive promotional materials, maybe also using recipes and chefs, so that these types of things and the messages we want to get out from CFI are attractive. And then finally, you can really cultivate your agrobiodiversity champions within schools and by having involving chefs, having nice recipes, but doing things in schools like a food fair and tasting fairs and things like that, just to get people excited about all the diversity that there is. So fairs and community events are another really great way to promote further consumption of fruits. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gina. I think that's a really provocative and valuable contribution with some great suggestions there. I'm not going to repeat all of those myself, but maybe just highlight one point that I think is really important to focus on, building on the discussions in the previous session, is if anyone hasn't heard of it, I would highly recommend reading a book, Ultra Processed Foods, because this really highlights the extremity of the way we are manipulating our food based on a very narrow number of products and the negative impacts it's having on our health. And I think we really need to keep those things in mind when we start thinking about value addition and how we're going to add value and process many of, as we've already identified, indigenous fruits that might need to have better processing for reduced perishability. So I think integrating that into some of the work we do in CFI will be really important. And maybe just to build on Gina's point, I think super important about the communication and behavioural change. So what role we will have as a collective in being able to inform and educate for different types of consumption that links the diet health with the communicable diseases that are related to overconsumption of sugar, for example. I'll give an example of myself. My wife's a nutritionist as well, and I was, in the last couple of years, I've been wearing an instant glucose monitor on a daily basis for different periods of time. And I used to think eating a banana every day was really healthy for me until I realized what an extreme glucose spike I received from eating a full banana. And of course we're all individuals and all different, but really understanding how we respond to what we perceive as being something very healthy, when actually consuming a small part of it would be much better than the entire fruit itself. So with that, I'll hand over to my co-chair, who's going to introduce the next speaker, and then we'll take questions after the second speaker.
Thank you, Chris. Now we have another speaker, learned speaker, particularly all related with the different dimensions, climate change and other, but his main area of work related with economics, but particularly the most important part, the trend, the emerging trend in the fruit consumption. That is most important and related with our project. So we will be happy to hear what are the changes coming up and how this project is going to fit with the nutritional requirement, which is indirectly with the associated with the fruit consumption.
Thank you, organizers, for giving this opportunity to highlight some of the issues related to the dietary changes which are happening in India and where the fruits or the vegetables, they fit into that kind of things. In the morning session, of course, I could not attend it, but in this previous session, I was there and found that most of the emphasis, particularly when we are talking about the fruits, it's on the supply side kind of interventions. But I feel that demand side interventions, they are more important. Demand side factors are more important than the supply side factors. If there is a demand, the supply can match the demand. Now, there are several factors that influence the demand or the consumptions, including the income levels of households, the location, whether it's urban or rural areas, consumers' taste and price preferences, and moreover, the prices. Because many of the poor households, as we say, that they don't consume because they are very costly. So, understanding plate, understanding the plate, I deliberately chose this topic, put this prefix from plate to plow. It's really very essential for the supply side kind of interventions. So what the plate signals, what to produce, how much to produce, how to produce, means the kind of, whether it's good agriculture practices, minimize pesticide residues, and all those kind of things. And then for whom to produce.
it is for domestic market or for the export market, or how to minimize, import substitution. There was Dr. H.P. Singh was talking about exotic fruits, how to go for some kind of import substitutions. And these implications, they have these things, these decisions of the farmers have several implications for policies. Or even for the farmers, how much land area to allocate, for input supplies, what kind of input demand is there in the markets, for market prices, price volatility. This is a big issue, particularly in case of the perishables. Here in Delhi, that we call Azadpur market, the Asia's largest markets. The trucks of fruits and vegetables, they come early in the morning. If they are sold earlier, they get the better prices. And when the supply increases, the prices drop like anything. So what kind of these things can happen? Then what kind of institutional support? In a previous session, of course, FPOs, cooperatives, they were asked about it. And then, of course, then based on this, designing of the policies or the programs or the projects and implication for the natural resources or even for climate risk management. Dr. Naresh Kumar in the previous session, he highlighted some of these things, indicating that it may encourage, but when talk about the climate change and the fruits, there are three issues, particularly they may be emitting the greenhouse gas emissions, but they also mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions in terms of carbon sequestration, and more importantly, they mitigate the risks. So overall, all these factors, they have a significant influence on consumers, producers' decision as well as the consumption. In India, a transition is happening in the diet, away from staple cereals or the food grains towards high-value commodities, including fruits and vegetables. And if you see over the past 2 decades, the share of fruits, it has increased to about fresh and dry fruits about 10% and of vegetable about 19%. That means from in 1990-2000, it was about 15% in the household food budget share. Now it is about 20% or something like that. But likewise, this is in urban areas, and this transition towards this kind of dietary transition, it is more evident or more faster in the rural areas. Both the consumption of both the fruits and vegetables, it has increased at a faster rate in the rural areas. Now, on some survey, Gina, he highlighted some of the household consuming fruits. So this is from a very large scale survey conducted by our National Sample Survey Organization, about 150,000 households. So on an average, today, you say about 90% of the household, they consume fruits. In rural areas and of course in urban areas, it's about 94% or something there. And over the past decade, it has increased considerably, both in the rural areas and so. Moreover, the most important things, Dr. H.P. Singh, he was saying the millets now are the food of the rich. So here also what we find that fruits are not there only in the plate of the rich, but it's also in the poor. If you see at the bottom 20% of the expenditure class, there is a significant increase in the fruit consuming households from 44 to 88% in rural areas and 60 to 88% in urban areas. So if these kind of changes which are taking place, they have a lot of implications for that. On terms of per capita consumption, of course, of the fresh fruits only, I'm not talking about the processed juices and all those kind of things. That has also increased, both in rural and urban areas. And the increases again, they are more at the bottom of the income groups. Things, they lead to this kind of dietary changes in the population. Now, here this is an important point, particularly when we talk about this project. Now, India aspires to be a developed country by 2047 when it attains 100 years of independence. And but that time, what will be our total demand for different types of, food
commodities. This includes both that household consumption and outside household consumption. Now, what we find is that one thing that is now we have to move out of staples. Our total demand for staple, whether it's rice or wheat, it is unlikely to change much. And whatever the changes will occur, they will occur due to only the population growth, not because of the income. But income increases, that will. Now, if you look at the consumption, the demand for vegetables and fruits, now there is a huge, even in the business as usual scenario, business as usual in the past decade, our economy grew at a rate of about 6.5% or something like that. Now, this demand over the next 5 years, demand for vegetables, it will be around 1.8 times what we have today. And for fruits, it will be 2.2 times. Now, if the economy grows at a rate of 8%, this increase will be much faster than. So one thing what is very important, particularly the projects like that, so you have to convince the farmer to go for the crop diversification in favor of this kind of high value agriculture. I will come later why it is not happening. Now, another factor, of course, it is that exports and imports. Now, if you see that our exports, whether it's the fresh fruits or the processed fruits and juices, they have been increasing. Exports of both, they have been increasing almost at a same rate. And notably, banana is the most exported commodity today. It has experienced significant growth in exports in the recent 3-4 years. And it is followed by grapes and cashews. So together, these three commodities, they account for about 50% of the total exports. Likewise, in imports also, if you see, it is basically we import the fresh fruits, not the juices and all those kind of things. And in imports, here again, what we find is that about 2/3 of the total imports, they comprise of the cashew, almond, and fresh apple. So what kind of import strategies, import substitution strategies we can have to reduce the dependence on imports? There are several implications, I said, for this kind of the changes which are happening in the plate. There are several implications for agricultural growth. Climate resilience we have seen. There will be simply implications for the labor market because these commodities production, they are labor intensive crops. So then accordingly, and then of course the poverty and nutrition, what will be the markets, implication for markets, market reforms, prices, supply chains, processing and value addition, of course, and then the financing, of course, particularly in case of fruits which are require high initial capitals for that. And of course, based on this kind of signals that we are getting, what will the implications for research? What consumers want, what kind of fruits they want. Now, if you see here that horticultural sector as a whole, fruits and vegetables, they contribute nearly about 20% to the value of output of the agricultural sector. Now, this sector, it has been growing very fast as compared to all other types of, leave aside the animal source foods. But this sector, which is fruits and vegetables and the spices, they have been growing at a much faster rate compared to, cereals, pulses, and commodities. And how much they are contributing to the agricultural growth. Now, if you see the growth, if you see that this contribution to agricultural growth, it's about 30% now in the past decade as compared to its contribution to the value of output. Only about 20%. So the horticulture or the fruit, this is an important driver of agricultural growth in India. Now, this agricultural growth, when agriculture grows, there is a documented evidence that agricultural growth is more pro-poor than the growth in the non-agricultural sector. Now, this component of horticulture, one thing is that it contributes to higher and sustainable growth. Higher in terms of when the incomes are higher, it enhances resilience to income shocks, particularly when there are some kind of, these are short gestation crops, particularly the vegetables. So they contribute to resilience to income shocks since they provide, very higher and regular stream of outputs. And the, 1 hectare of, fruits or vegetable, it generates at least 5 times more returns compared to the staple cereals. Now, then they are labor intensive, almost more than twice They require the labor more than twice any staple crops. And more importantly, when we're talking about its impact on the poverty, it is the smallholder farmers. They are more engaged in cultivation of these high value crops. They allocate more area to these crops compared to the other crops. What we observed is that here, sometimes they say they are riskier and all that, but they are very high value kind of things, so it will adversely affect their household food security when we allocate. But what is they don't ignore their food security also. They also allocate considerable amount of land to cereals, pulses, but they don't allocate the land to the riskier crops like oil seeds and all this stuff. Another thing, we see that there is an inverse size productivity relationship in case of horticulture. Smaller the size, more is the output because of the labor intensive kind of nature. And this kind of advantage, it has disappeared from the staple crops. And this, this consumption is more responsive to income changes. There is a higher income elasticity. And when the sector is growing at a faster rate, it's more concentrated at the bottom end of the rural households, that is smallholders. So it will have a larger effect on reducing poverty and the inequality. Okay. Agricultural markets, this is a big issue in India. Markets, they have expanded. Growth in markets has not kept pace with the growth in production of horticultural commodities. And cold storage capacity is extremely low, and 70% of the cold storage is mainly for potatoes. And again, of course, the refrigerated vans, pack houses, cooling units, etc., they are very less in the country. I will just highlight some of the things, particularly from the perspective of the market reforms. In India, you know that agricultural marketing, marketing of agriculture produce, it is governed by the Agriculture APMC Act. And lot of reforms, of course, they tried from 2000 onward, but it didn't happen. In the National Horticulture Mission, Dr. Malhotra, you was, I think, the commissioner at that time. They took a very innovative step. They said this to the state government, we will provide financial assistance for market development of horticulture crops, provided you allow direct sales of fruits and vegetables outside the regulated and eliminate the market fee. And this helps. Till today, about 14 states are deregulated. And what we observed here, it's very clearly that this deregulation has helped attract private players and realize better prices to the farmers almost in all the commodities, leave aside say potato and all that, but it helped the farmers. So this kind of regulation that we are required. This is my last slide. Market reforms in horticulture itself is not necessary. We generally talk about the market access and all those kind of things. So when we're talking about the diversification, it is directly itself. So what they do, they grade the different kinds of fruits and vegetables, poor quality, middle quality, low quality, and the poor quality goes to the poor localities, which is low priced. So this is, I think, one of the reasons for that.
I see people are starting to now get their questions ready. So over here first, we can get maybe the microphone here, and then at the back afterwards.
So thank you, Dr. Gyana, for a wonderful presentation. And how will we can arrange our plate rich on vegetables and fruits. You mentioned that we can, look for the diversity in fruits. But in Indian context, where access to fruit is a major challenge, people have very limited or minimal consumption. So what would be our strategy? First, we should focus on, focusing on, at least in a month or in a week, they get access to fruits, or creating diversity in fruits. Thank you very much.
Sir, my question is to Dr. Bidthal. Sir, you have shown in the initial slides that the trend of increase in fruit consumption are directly correlated with increase in urban population, and secondly, increase in the total income. So, sir, can we conclude that these are only two factors, or there are many subsidiary factors also, which directly or indirectly diversify the increasing trend of fruit consumption?
These are the two most important factors, but apart from there are several other factors. You know, the prices play a very important role. Okay, then the quality, taste, consumer preferences. So, and more importantly, the logistics, you know, supply chains and all those kind of things. So they play a very important role in the changing dietary patterns.
Maybe Gina can have a microphone to answer the first question as well. Yeah.
Thank you. So if I got the question correctly, you're asking, you're saying that we're starting with a starting point that's very far away from what the recommendation is, and I would agree with that. And so I think that you know, if the government or the municipality, you need to first understand where your starting point is, and it leads into the second speaker, you know, looking at the economics and what different socioeconomic statuses, what's their consumption of fruit right now, and then make a reasonable target. And then, so I want it to increase by this percent, and how will we get it to increase by this percent? And I think you have to do also a lot of demand activities. But the beautiful thing about fruit, right, is that they come into season during different months of the year. And so generally the months where the fruit is in season, you'll find the price goes lower. So I feel that if you can, you know, have quite a diversity of species and inform the populations about, okay, these have these properties for you. You can eat these months of the year and the price will be lowest. And then other months of the year, these are what you can eat and the price will be lowest for that. So you can have fruit consumption all year round, and it's going to be diversified species just because of the seasonality of fruit. So that's what I would say, you know, to work on the seasonality. But it's a good point that we're very far away from the ideal mark right now. So you have to set, I think, realistic targets on a pathway to get there. Yeah.
Thanks, Gina. I think we have two more questions at the back. The pink jacket. Yeah, the pink, and then Uma Shankar. Yeah.
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to draw the attention of Mathur and others that in the morning we had, I think, 7 talks, all addressing the production part of the spectrum. And this afternoon we had 2 talks addressing consumption and nutrition. And this shows also in some way how lopsided the policies are in the country, where we now give disproportionate attention to the production while not attending to the consumption. And I take this point very nicely. The last speaker, who has actually sort of heightened this awareness by saying that the consumption is very low. There are many factors to that. But I think a challenge here lies in addressing what and how can we make fruits more accessible and affordable to the larger proportion of the people in the country. So in some way, I think this reflects the broad strategic, probably should I say, wisdom or otherwise of the government or of the policymakers. I hope Dr. Mathur will agree with me.
Endorsed, yes, definitely. And it's something we've discussed, as you know, a lot in the scientific committee as well. So we'll go to the last question.
Yeah. Actually, it's not a direct question, but it's just an insight and some addition which may be added to the last presentation. It is my observation that, when we say that nowadays people have started consuming fruits more, one of the reason which is not very well studied is also the reducing gap between the prices of vegetables and fruits. Because when we go to the market and if I find a brinjal at 80 rupees a kg and bananas at 40 or 50 rupees a dozen, I would prefer to bring bananas home for snacks. So that is also one point which can be scientifically validated in some of the other studies. And one more thing, like how to make these fruits accessible to mass. I would like to correlate it with a kind of human psychology. We are talking about the wadis. That is an ancient Indian system where since old ages people do grow fruits and vegetables in their backyards, and we have created so many models in ICR systems and so many institutes, but still we are still talking about it, and it is being practiced. But what I would like to share to this house, if somebody can study and validate, like see, if I get a fruit from a community garden, I am not ready to pay for the fruit bills upfront, but if I have already paid it and I have forgotten that I have paid, and if there is a community garden and some bananas or something is there, we would like to access them and consume them. But instead, if somebody gifts me for free, or if I have to go to market, if somebody gives me a gift voucher to buy fruits, it is human psychology. If it is from a community garden, if somewhere I'm getting it means kind of free, we try to access it more. So I think we need, in foreign countries, I have studied some papers where they develop community gardens, but I think along with the Wadi system, we should think about developing community gardens, especially in the urban, where people should contribute in terms of money, in terms of services and all, and that would increase their because by virtue of human psychology, it would attract them to consume those fruits because they are grown from their own efforts. Yeah, thank you.
So already I have given example of a park where 33 varieties of mangoes were there. For 2 months they were enjoying, and not after seeing the mangoes they have started with this bale, amla, all fruits were there. Already mentioned by Jina that there should be seasonality with the fruits, but I should say the seasonality of the bioactive compound supply, after seeing our presentation, that the seasonality is like that. And again we have, just I will finish, Dr. Saab has presented a very important point, and also commented by our colleague that income is the one of the major factor which has made the consumption change. But here it is giving indication where the income is not supporting the individual, there how the project can understand the requirements and help them. That will be the main theme. Thank you.
Sometimes the vegetable prices are very high. Tomato, once upon a time, the price of an onion was equal to the price of apple in India, in Delhi. So those kind of things, they keep on happening, and everything, it all depend on the seasonalities. Another thing is, of course, that community gardens, and also he also gave an example, but Dr. Mathur, he talked about some arid fruits which grow wild and which were widely accessible, because I also belong to that region. In my childhood, we used to eat it, that's free. They are not accounted for those kind of things. So all these kind of things, but we have to go for all this kind of intervention, home gardens and all those. Thank you.
And also about the point of community gardens, this is one of the mandate in CFI here. As I mentioned in the morning here, we look new avenues for fruit cultivation, wasteland, forest ranges, community garden, panchayat land, all those things. So in the project, we are targeting those specific new avenues for food cultivation. So it's a very good suggestion, and we take it from there.
Thanks, Prem. I think in the interest of everyone getting to tea on time, we'll close now. Maybe just a final point to emphasize something that we discussed within the scientific committee a lot and has been at the very heart of CFI from the beginning is a very transdisciplinary approach to the work that we're doing, and really trying to recognize that these are systems-based problems that need transdisciplinary approaches to address them, which is why we're bringing the nutrition, the production, the ecology, the policy, and to your point, I think one of the real gaps we have at the moment is a lack of psychology, and it's something that really I think we need to better integrate into how we move forward with the collective work in this space, because it's so important for behavioural change. So thanks everyone for your participation. Special thanks to our 2 speakers in this short session, and we'll get straight to tea. Thank you everyone. Ten minutes.
Sit and start the session. Hello. Hello. हाँ ठीक है, मेरे ख्याल से कर रहा है काम, चल जाएगा. So friends, if we are settled down, let's start the last session of this day. Today's of a different kind of session on what private sector is doing on this fruits and all vegetable and how they are doing, and probably it will be a kind of different session than what we are hearing from since morning. So may I invite my friend co-chair Dr. Bharat Kakade ji, and I need not to introduce because BIOF is one of the leading organization or one of the most NGOs, worldwide known NGO of the India or the country. So welcome Kakade ji, and we hope that we will be working together in this CFI initiative with BIOF and other partners. So we start the session along with Bharat Kakade ji, and may I invite first for this session Mr. Balakrishna from Jain Irrigation to make presentation. We have time, don't worry, because we have to take dinner here, so we will not rush too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will be giving a glimpse of some activities what Jain Irrigation has been doing in past 30 years about the fruit crops. It will not cover all the activities, some of the activities it will cover. So, and I will focus what farmer-centric approaches we have taken over there. So, we have been doing there a comprehensive technology development for smallholder farmers, and which included primarily quality planting material and making available best possible technology, high-tech cultivation technology, precision crop development, and extension services and hand-holding of the farmers. So these are the 4 or 5 major aspects which we have been doing there, and I will take few crop examples one by one. So one of them first was the banana crop development, which we took long back in 1994. Started banana tissue culture, and till date now we supply about 120 million plants every year, and it has gone from like sucker plantation to all the technological development has developed. So original plantation used to happen with the sucker plantation, which has been covered a lot through tissue culture now. And in this, there are different kind of technologies. You have a totally soilless medium with root trainer cups, as well as some of the biodegradable cups are also used. And this gives an advantage to 0-day setting, or there is no mortality after planting in the field, which was a great deal for the tissue culture plants. And in this, further development has been taking place, and we design a precise nutrition, irrigation management practices for banana, and develop unique approaches to handle specific issues. Like this picture you can see, it was a heavy soil banana is not very comfortable in heavy soil, which is retains lot of moisture. So it was planted on raised beds. Whereas traditionally banana was never planted on raised bed. There was a lot of apprehensions to the farmers, but that has been changed. Similarly, mulching, because mulching alone gives about 15 to 20 days earlier crop. So this has changed a lot of area. Similarly, in summer plantation, due to different regions, we have been shifting the planting season. So we try to make it round the year, but tissue culture plants were not being planted in summer season. So to protect banana crop in summer season, innovative methods has been used, like from low cost to organic methods like planting cover crop kind of thing, like sun hemp or daicha, to protect the crop in the summer. And after 45 days, this is removed, and that's how crop can survive. And then we have been doing different ways for crop guidance and giving experts to the field, YouTube, all kind of media we were taking for that. And with that, all the extension and basic works, now we are able to do the export oriented banana production. And it is very proud to say that today almost 99% export what is happening, it goes only from the giant plants. And it has changed life of n number of farmers. So from tea stall vendor, it has gone to like millionaire farmer. Then another technology we developed in last 20 years is that ultra high density mango. So everyone knows mango, 1 year comes, 1 year doesn't comes. This is a picture of our garden. You can see each and every tree is flower. And this is a situation we have been seeing last 15 years every year. And from third year onwards, we can get full crop in this. So this is a comparison. So basically we can increase yield by 2 to 3 times, commercial fruiting from third year. So these are some benefits, and beside that their orchard management is easy. And there are 4-5 basic pillars of this technology, like high density plantation, training, pruning management, paclobutazole application. And if the mango has to also succeed in export and larger as a fresh fruit, bagging can also come into it. And without USDP, these technologies cannot be applied. So this can be another game changer for the banana cultivation, mango cultivation also. And we came up with, when we were talking about which soil has to be planted with mango or not, which water has to be used, we could not find any comprehensive guideline in the books, in the literature. So from all resources, we develop a basic practical guideline. I could not say that it is a perfect one, but a guideline is there by which we can decide, here you don't plant mango, here you can plant mango. We changed nursery system totally. Now we produce all in sterile medium, soilless medium with root trainer cups and high quality plants. Develop irrigation schedule, nutrition schedule for all these things. And it is also possible to grow all kind of variety. Many times question came, this variety it can work or not, this variety it can, but we have been growing almost all the varieties. Lot of farmers has adopted. In our own network, we have more than 2,000 hectare area under USDP now. Same USDP has been also promoted into the cashew. It is working very well. It's again from second year onwards, cashew can give you crop. Otherwise, it's a very marginal crop. So it is not in modern management system. Then about 15 years back, we imported some sweet orange varieties, because India, again, we don't have much sweet orange. Our Mosambik is not suitable for processing. So we started working on that. We imported five varieties with the 4 root stock combination. Now we promote these 3 varieties. We have like a high processing capability. They can compass about 6 months of harvest area with combination of these 3 varieties. So harvesting span is also increased. And we established a very world-class nursery system, which is kind of like what we are talking about today, clean plant material program. This is an area where we have already implemented clean plant material program. Everything is implemented. And then cultivation system also, most of the area of citrus production in India lies in the black cotton soil, and most of them are in the flat bed. And we have been from the beginning recommending that raised bed cultivation is must to improve the longevity of orchard and productivity of orchard. And this production system is again 2 to 3 times better yield than the conventional system. So many farmers has adopted. We are already almost supplying about 4 to 5 lakh plants every year for the sweet oranges. Then there was another big success story in tissue culture, pomegranate. In 2007-8, black bacterial blight disease was creating a lot of problem, and there was no planting material which is free from the bacterial blight. So we came up with the tissue culture. The team is here who have been involved in developing, and now we sell more than 5 million plants every year of pomegranate. So this has been another success story. Different kind of planting system, cultivation system, all has been, and very good engagement with the farmers to enable them how to grow with the new planting material and increase their productivity. And this has also enabled a lot of export oriented production. And pomegranate and banana, these are 2 crops which has, I think no other crop has given this much income to the farmers. Then guava we have been also doing, but unfortunately guava cannot compete like banana, mango and these crops in terms of profitability, but still we are doing planting material business in this one also. Then we have a very good nursery system. It's about 300 acres for nursery production system. All kind of banana is there, mango, sweet orange, all best kind of automations, cleanliness system, everything is installed over there. I would request everybody to visit. I think maybe many of you have already visited, but those who have not, it's a good system to visit. Then we have been also supporting, internally we have been doing a lot of research. Recently, 2 years back, we got a proposal from a student. She wanted to apply for Prime Minister Fellowship for PhD. Then she proposed some topic. Then we said, no, if you work on this topic, we will give you a fellowship. So here also we are trying to study what kind of light conditions are available in different spaces, and what kind of crops can be grown, how efficient we can make it by pot, media type, all things we are trying to standardize. We have very different kind of approach in extension. We go to the farmers, we bring farmers at our place, we run Krishi Mahotsav, so lot different kind of approaches are there. And at the end, our commitment is that to provide best possible technology to even a small farmers. It's not that only big farmer can have a good technology, even a small farmer can also afford a good technology. That's all. Thank you.
The questions at the end so that we can discuss all together. Certainly wonderful presentation and
Yeah, thank you. So the kind of work Jain Irrigation has taken up in the country, it's really marvelous. And I think in CFI we would like to see that how the fruits that we are talking about, minor fruits or the traditional fruits or all those, one of the biggest challenges is connected with these kind of this gestation period, because we do not have a standardized propagation techniques in those particular fruits, and we can bring this kind of technique in at least 2-3 fruits of minor. That will create another good opportunity, and particularly this high density planting is now a new area that emerged, which was up to apple only, but now it's spreading across almost all the fruits crop. So we'll see that how best we can connect the CFI with
Jan Irrigation, and we assured that, Dr. Mathura is assured that our next meeting, all next meeting will be at Partners Institution, not in Delhi, because I was discussing with Kakade ji that they are afraid of coming in Delhi, particularly winter or even summer. So definitely we will ensure that our next meetings will be at Partners Institution down the line 10 years. So thank you very much, Jan Irrigation. And now we invite Sudhanshu Kumarji, founder orchard of Narayangarh, because he has to catch a flight, so I'm just reshuffling this. Sudhanshu ji, thank you.
Good evening. I'm a farmer from a village called Nayanagar, Block Hasanpur, Samastipur. I've been farming for the last 37 years. After finishing my schooling from one of the best schools of India, St. Paul's School, Darjeeling, doing my college from Hansraj College, Delhi University, I went back home with the ultra modern dairy project in 1987 because I wanted to start a modern dairy farm in my village, and my father just kicked me out. He said, I've sent you to become an administrative officer to Delhi, and you're coming back after all this education to become a farmer. So in anger, I applied for a job with Tata Tea Garden, Munnar. As luck would have it, I got that job. I used it to twist his arm, got back into the village. He gave me the worst piece of land available with him, a 14-acre jungle, which he called a mango orchard. And he was confident that after 3-4 months, he'll go back to Delhi and fulfill his ambition of me becoming an IAS officer. As I was very fortunate to have Rajendra Agriculture University in my district, to which I went for help, and they made me a calendar, annual calendar. And from that piece of orchard, from which my father never made more than 15 to 20,000 rupees, in 1 year's time, using knowledge gained from the university, because I was a history student, I had nothing to do with science or agriculture. And the calendar they made for me and the hand holding that my university did for me, in 1 year's time, I was able to convert that farm from 15 to 20,000 to 1,35,000 in 1989. Today, that same farm, this last season, I sold it for 33 lakh rupees. So, what I'm trying to impress upon you, I realized the potential of fruit farming way back, 35 years ago. With the first money that I got from this orchard, I bought a 40,000 rupees worth tractor mounted sprayer in 89-90 from Mumbai. And that proved the holy grail, which let me advance so fast in getting a better income from my orchard, because if mango is the king of fruit, it is also the king of insects. And the first hurdle I came across while trying to manage this farm was marketing. The middlemen, they had a stronghold on the market. And I remember in one season, I had asked for 7 lakh rupees for the orchard. They're not ready to give more than 4. And they were sure, I will distress sell, because usually no one sells his own orchard. I mean, in our area, in Bihar or anywhere in India. So we two brothers with the same education background. He had joined the army, I had joined Tata Tea Garden. We both left, went back to the village. So we sat down to sell all the mangoes ourselves. And we sold each and every mango bilkul taraju leke. And that season we made 12 lakh rupees. So that helped us to break the middlemen's resolve, we can get whatever we want from them. And that made us realize what is the potential of an orchard. Maximum farmers sell their orchard at 1/6 to 1/7 the rate, because for them it is a huge headache. Unko lagta hai ki okay, let's give it to someone, whatever money aa gaya. This whole exercise with the mango orchard emboldened me to plant around 1100 trees of lychee in 15 acres of land. Again in this, we face the same problem of middlemen. I remember 1 year when the orchard was quite young, that's around 34 years old, 28 years old kahani mein bata raha hu aapko. So I was asking for 85,000 and I was asking for 1,25,000. They were not ready to give more than 85,000, and they said that also today, अगर आज तय नहीं किया कल इतना भी नहीं देंगे. बहुत खोजते हुए went to a processor He laid a condition that you have to bring your lychee at 9 in the morning because we will not take heated lychee, we need cold lychee. And that place was 100 kilometers from us, and that time the roads were the worst in Bihar. So 5 hours, so that means we had to load at 4 in the morning. We didn't lose heart. We plucked the whole night, loaded it 5 in the morning, reached the processor by 5, and we did this for 10 days. We used to sleep in the day, work in the night, and the check we got was for 3,65,000. So these two experiences emboldened me, and it was foundational for me to realize that fruit farming is the way a farmer can go, because I believe doing cereal crops, a farmer will always remain hand to mouth. Big hand, big mouth, small hand, small mouth, लेकिन वो रहेगा hand to mouth ही. So we started thinking of what else can we do as far as fruit farming is concerned. So we ended up doing strawberry, guava, banana, custard apple, pomegranate, mosami, dragon fruit. And the reason we did all this fruit was we wanted to make a system where we could harvest a fruit every 3 months. So our whole system could be made around that. And slowly when we started experimenting, so we realized with strawberry, when we hit 300 grams per plant, we were making a profit of 4 lakh rupees an acre. Just at 300 grams. 500 grams is standard. So the profit will go up to 7 lakh rupees from 1 acre. A lot of people in Mahabaleshwar are doing 1 kg. So you can imagine where that profit is going to go. So slowly, I have planted around 2 acres of strawberry. I have put up a 5-acre dragon fruit farm, 7-acre mosami, thanks to Jain Irrigation. They do a lot of hand holding. All my technology flows from them. And so while these were in pipeline, we suddenly decided, it's time to go big. So this season, we did 100 acres of banana. So there are 1 lakh banana trees we planted, because we already had an experience of 5 years of controlling 20 acres of banana plantation. There we started off a complete automated fertigation system in 2019. Chief Minister Nitish Ji came and inaugurated it. And during COVID, we realized, it was incidental, how useful this automation was. When there was a lockdown, I could go alone to my field, start the pump, mix batches of fertilizer, watch a movie on Netflix, movie khatam, irrigation khatam, fertilizer khatam. Lock kiye, went back home. And I did this throughout the lockdown period. As I lost all the trees. I had around 42,000 trees planted, all different varieties. This year, we installed an ultra-modern, even more modern centralized fertigation system in this banana plantation, because we were supposed to give 22 grams of fertilizer to every tree every 7th day, which couldn't happen without automation. And this is the earlier one which CM inaugurated. This was the smaller, the older technology. So till yesterday, we have harvested around 1,000 ton of banana. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll cross 1 CR in sale, and we haven't finished half also. My projection is, though the banana prices are literally at 1/3, they're at 7 rupees right now, but by the time we finished harvest, I should have a sale of around 2.5 crore rupees. So this is the potential of fruit farming. The best part is the small and marginal farmers in my village have picked this up. In my village, around 70 farmers have started off banana. You'll be surprised to see in a lot of farmers, आप बैकयार्ड वाड़ी की बात कर रहे हैं, ये फ्रंट यार्ड में, क्योंकि ये तो शो करना है. 10 पिलर ड्रैगन फ्रूट, 4 क्यारी स्ट्रॉबेरी. मतलब people have started to pick up and understand the value of these exotic fruits. मेरे यहाँ जो लेबरर काम करते हैं, वीक में एक बार स्ट्रॉबेरी खरीद के ले जाएगा, ड्रैगन फ्रूट खरीद के ले जाएगा. We have 9 ripening chambers to support this 100 acres of banana. And what happens when we go through the cycle of the ripening chambers, a lot of times we have a lot of banana which we can't sell because vendors will not take it because it's ready to eat. So we have 2 schools on the way to my home and all the children coming back. So we price it at 5 rupees because it would have gone for a waste. And it's so heartening to see children leaving kurkure and wafers and buying 5 rupees banana and running away to school or coming in tiffin. So these have been my experience with fruit farming, and today I have shifted completely from cereal farms to total fruit farm. I just have around 10 acres left, which I am doing for self-consumption. For my dairy, little bit of maize, for self-consumption, little wheat, थोड़ा mustard अपने खाने के लिए. Otherwise, everything is 170 acres under micro-irrigation and totally under automation, and all types of fruits we are doing. So I wanted to share this experience with you and emphasize, and farmers have realized this. And farmers have slowly, whatever the capacity is, because horticultural crops, especially fruit crop, has that capacity. Even if you have 1 acre of land, your earnings can be high. And people have realized this. So I have a group of farmers who pulled in. They have done barbed wire fencing. They have done the complete process of automation, though they have not installed the automation because they couldn't invest that much. So they are doing it part by part. Half-acre farmer has put in drip. A group of farmers has done semi-automatic system. So this whole technology now is really catching up, and thanks to the government's 80% subsidy in Bihar on drip irrigation. This is spurring the farmers, and 22 hours electricity in the field is bringing about a silent revolution in Bihar. Thank you. Just a small experience.
Thank you, Sudhanshuji, for sharing your wonderful experience. And another example, like chain irrigation. One thing, if you have become administrator, you would not have done this thing, because the basic difference between administrator or the institutional, we are mandated, directed. हमारा mandate होता है भैया इसी में काम करना है. So in government organization, the innovation is not encouraged, or not even it don't come. We have innovation, but हमें कहते हैं भैया ये mandate है, इसमें काम करिए. ऐसा नहीं innovation नहीं होती है, लेकिन वो, so that's the advantage of having your own organization. You are the owner of that. So you have to have innovative, always innovative. Every night when you sleep, tomorrow you have to be innovative, because things will change, market demand. Because your salary is not fixed, you are not getting salary. But I don't need to be innovative. At the end of the month, I will get salary. Until my 62 years, it's fixed. So that is how I think the private sector is emerging, and that's how we are looking for CFI to reconnect all those our CFI objectives and thematic areas with this kind of. So this is our hope, and thank you very much for this. So with this, we move ahead with Harshit Goda, another excellent example of avocado. Harshit, the young chap.
Namaste everyone. My name is Harshit Goda. I'm pioneering avocado farming in Bhopal, and it's through Israeli technology. That's why it's called Indo-Israel avocado. The reason I chose avocados was because I used to eat avocados daily when I was in the UK, when I was studying at the University of Bath, and it has a lot of health benefits. It has high monounsaturated arid alkaline soils. So that's because they have developed rootstocks as well. Avocado in India, I'm growing it in Bhopal, and the temperature goes up to 45 degrees Celsius, and it's growing fine. The avocados that were kept outside is a lamb Haas variety. It's a black skin variety identical to Haas, and it commands very premium prices in the market. It cannot grow in temperatures where the temperature exceeds around 47-48 degrees, so Rajasthan, and some areas of Kerala where it's tropical climate. So if the temperature doesn't go below 18 degrees during winters, then also it won't flower. So you'll have the vegetative growth, but not the sexual growth. Soil type. So EC has to be less than 2. pH has to be between 6 and 8. Sodium absorption ratio should be below 4.5, and chloride should be below 300 ppm. Texture, it can grow on variety of texture if you choose the right rootstock. So I'm working on 7 varieties. In this picture you only see 5, but I also have 2 more varieties. Haas is the dominant one. I'm not too focused on Haas in the regions that I'm growing it, but some of my customers from Northeast India or South India, they have bought Haas avocado plants from me. I'm more focused on Lamb Haas, Pinkerton, Ettinger and Reed. So these are 2. Lamb Haas is black skin, the rest 3 are green skin, and they can tolerate high temperatures. avocado rootstock. This is the reason I import plants from Israel, because India does not have commercial avocado rootstocks yet, and Israel has developed rootstocks that can give you high yields, can tackle alkaline problems in the soil, and you can plant it in high to medium density. So I have 4 rootstocks that I'm working on: Degania, Ashdod, Zephyrin and Fairchild. This is my nursery. It's a hydroponic nursery. I've supplied all the planting material is imported from Israel. I've supplied to around 15,000. I've supplied 15,000 plants to around 14 states in India. I supply 1.5-year-old plants, 3 to 4 feet height, with a thick shoot and a developed root system. These are my orchard. So this is not AI generated. This is actual picture of the orchard. The spacing is 3.5 meter between the tree and 7 meter row to row. With that calculation, you can get 170 plants per acre in a monoculture orchard. Ideally, you should put 2 drip lines per tree, weed mat, and when you're planting, a basal dose of biochar with controlled release fertilizer is better than farmyard manure. For fertigation, I have created a fertigation course along with 2 Israeli experts, Hedva Pierre Avishai and Lior Avishai. It has lectures in English and Hinglish. It has downloadable PDFs and case studies of my farm. So it will help you design your own fertigation plan for the next 5 years if you plan on going into avocado farming. Pest and disease management. So this is a critical issue. One of the most common problems in avocado is Phytophthora. So either you use Phytophthora resistant rootstock or you use a new fungicide called oxythiapiprolin. So this is available in India in some places, but it's a bit hard to find. Then you have anthracnose. So for anthracnose, I've seen that in my orchard. This is my fruit, Pinkerton, that I'm holding in hand. If you use copper hydroxide, azoxystrobin and prochlorase, it can be tackled as well. I've seen false codling moth in Himachal Pradesh at one of my customers' orchard. I don't yet know the solution to it, but I'm trying to find it on Google Scholar. Profit and loss. So currently my plants are imported from Israel. That's why the plant price is around 2,500 rupees each. But from next year onwards, I'll start producing plants in India. So that price would go down. So with that calculation, you'll have 5 to 6 lakh rupees investment cost initially, 50 to 60,000 rupees per acre per year running cost. And if we look at the revenue, and the revenue 6 tons per acre you can generate, but if you fertigate it right and if you follow all the good agricultural practices, the current market rate is around 200 rupees per kg wholesale. That would give you 12 lakh rupees an acre. But not all of your fruit is going to be perfect. Some of it is going to get wasted. So I think 9 to 10 lakh rupees net is something that you can generate. I'm expecting my first commercial avocado harvest next year. So far that I have received in my orchard is around 3 to 4 quintals, but that is because the orchard is too young. It's only 2.5 years old now. Next year, I'll have my first commercial avocado orchard. That's it for my presentation. Thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Archit. Thank you, and we'll certainly take questions a little later. Yeah, exactly. The good thing is that now we have market for both new fruits as well as traditional also. And the price is also equal. If you look at the price of kafal or jamun or even amla in daily market, it's almost equal to all those new fruits, dragon fruits and all those. So that kind of opportunities are still there, and how we can go for these opportunities to harness this benefit of these traditional fruits along with these new fruits. The world of question from the new fruits is that, particularly what you mentioned is that rootstock, because these fruits are not indigenous to the country. So we do not have that kind of wild species over here. And once you introduce all these species, and once the inoculum is built up on there in the country, and when new pest and diseases they started emerging for these crops, it will be very, very difficult for us to depend on heavy import from the planting material from outside, because we do not have any sources of this, because we don't have material, we don't have wild species. So how to get that kind of resistant material to all this? So we have to be very careful on that, particularly for example apple. It was introduced long back.
Now you name the disease, it is there in the apple. You name the pest and it is there in the apple. And we don't have any rootstock. Still, we do not have any indigenous rootstock because we do not have wild species except Malus baccata and Malus sequences or something like that. But they are not working as a good rootstock. So that kind of challenges are there in this kind of new fruits, and how we are going to address this. So we'll discuss later on this. Now I hand over this the session to my co-chair Bharat Kakadeji to invite the next speaker. Bharat Kakadeji, please.
Thank you, Dr. Anna. So our next speaker is Sunila Kumari, story of Dragon Flora Farms.
Very good afternoon, respected dignitaries, esteemed scientists, fellow entrepreneurs, and my dear farmer friends. First of all, I'm very much honored and thankful to the organizers to give me the opportunity to be here with you and share a journey which began with a very small, simple belief that India's future lies in its fruits. As soon as I completed my PhD in 2012, I got appointed as an assistant professor from my college where I studied my master's, and I joined there for 4 years. And after that, I thought that we keep on evolving. Like what exactly? I'm a PhD in floriculture basically, but then when I started going to the fields and started working with the farmers and all, so many changes occurred. And then I started working with the fruits and other things. So in 2017, I joined Tata Chemicals Limited. I went there and we worked on the customized water soluble solutions for fruits and all other crops. And I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. So in 2019, I thought it was almost late 30s, so it was time to take charge of the life. So in 2019, I quit from that job and I started my entrepreneurial journey. And that's how in 2019 this Dragon Flora Farms was born. Because I was a specialist known for coffee plantations, we were working for the customized fertigation system for banana and pomegranate, which were commercial crops. And these already have a line. We saw a very beautiful presentation from Jan Irrigation, and we see on how mass scale they do some particular kind of crops, because the market and all the logistics, all the market linkage, they're all set for those crops. So it's very easy to create another banana line or some other. But then I did SWOT analysis of all the crops and everything, and then I discovered this crop which is known as dragon fruit. So when I did the SWOT analysis, because I also had an opportunity to do MBA and some other kind of professional things, so I saw a golden future in this dragon fruit, and I dedicated my life to it since 2019. Way back then, there was nobody to guide us about what is dragon fruit, how to grow it, what are good plants, what is variety. Till today, people call it red or red white. And all these names which have started coming from the so-called internet publications. 2 days back only somebody was arguing with me that, ma'am, you have given your selections, please share the name. I said, name of the variety I can share being a scientist only when I can validate it. If somebody has provided me a bill that, okay, this is Moroccan red, this is royal red, then only I can supply you with that name. Until unless I have collected from a farmer, these are my own selections, I cannot justifyly tell that this is a particular name. So I'll just share with you all the ups and downs and what a beautiful future this wonderful crop is having. So today's presentation is mainly on what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and how each and every one in the house is a stakeholder in these kind of projects. So everybody knows that this is a nutritional powerhouse. We don't need to discuss much on it. All the reports reviewed by MD doctors and other medical reports, it is full of nutraceutical properties, anti-cancer, anti-diabetes, all those things. So over these last 10 years, there is a sharp increase in the production and the awareness among the masses and all those things due to the increasing consumer awareness, and special thanks to the COVID, when people really became over conscious about their own health, and thus there is a rising demand for the exotic fruits. Not only because of being health conscious, there is a big contribution by the social media. Now we attach things, luxury. If I am consuming avocados, if I am consuming dragon fruit, I am somebody super rich. So those kind of factors are also positively helping in increasing the awareness about these kind of crops. Now, if we see at a global level, when we started this journey, this map was found on internet. There was no red dot on India. But fortunately, unfortunately, this India is actually having such a good climate and all those things. So with a vision and with a mission to, have a very big red spot to, help enable India become a hotspot for dragon fruit, we started this company. With over 6.7% cumulative growth with all these dragon fruit markets, there is a huge a beautiful thing. And now, because I am an first hand eyewitness of whatever I thought or predicted in 2019, it has come, it has been validated now. So India's fruit opportunity, of course, government has come forward. MIDH is providing support, and because I'm a native of Haryana, although I started the company in Pune and it was lockdown, so I came to my native, because to grow fruits I needed land and all those things. So government of Haryana was very much helpful, and our honorable DG sir, Dr. Arjun Saini was DG then. He was our mentor also, and he allocated us plots for trial in all the Indo-Israel centers, and we successfully conducted trials there. But my dear farmers were the most valuable assets to me, because a farmer cares for the crop like no scientist can do. And we found more positive results and from the farmers rather than the institutes, because they have their own limitations. So as on today, almost all, you name any state and dragon fruit is being grown there. I started this company along with my father, who is a retired Air Force personnel. So we want to see this dragon fruit as fruit of India. And we have already proven it. The gaps we started this company, like what was there in market? First of all, see, everybody is telling that fruits are nutritional powerhouse. For the security, we need fruits and all. But farmers were afraid of growing the fruits. Why? Because gestation period is high. Then there is declining water table, and animals have problems. So many things are there. So when we did the SWOT analysis for this dragon fruit, although it comes in the fruit category, but the characteristics which is it is possessing, so all the themes it was covering, it is highly climate resilient crop. And we have seen the yield results in more than 17 states, because now we have supplied plants to more than 17 states, and we work with those farmers for scientific data collection. And it requires comparatively lesser water, but not for the maximum yield. That is also a very big myth which people propagate, that wherever there is less water, or in Rajasthan or somewhere, you please start to do. No, if we need in commercial production from dragon fruit, like my selections are giving as high as 20 to 26 tons per acre. So it needs, when we are taking out that much amount of fruits from particular unit of land, we need to supply equal amount of nutrient and water to it. So along with it, because it is a new crop, as everybody is concerned that if we start cultivating crops which don't have an established market, of course we will be facing the price fluctuations. So from day one, we are working on all the aspects, so that whenever we are able to sell the fresh fruit, of course by till today there is no problem in selling the fresh fruits. We have demand which we are not able to fulfill, but still we got a grant under the Rabi program, and we have developed ready to serve drinks, jams and other products which are displayed outside also. So that we are working basically on the community developed and small and marginal farmers also, so that we can pool their produce, and whenever the prices are low, so that we can convert it into value-added products, and we can avoid that market glut. And we have always been with the scientific approach, and we have the proprietary selections. Like when we started, the problem was with the planting material. So I traveled across all India. I collected all the available selections in India, whether it be in Maharashtra, Gujarat or Assam, anywhere. And we have a stock of more than 65 collections which we made. And some of the varieties which some other friends imported from somewhere, we also got collections from them. apart from them, by observing them scientifically, there are two particular selections which I started promoting since last 2 years. We call them DF selection 1 and 2, and we are in process of getting them registered when we get some kind of guidance, and we are able to do that. Along with that, 90% of the farms propagated by us are organic, because diabetic patients and the cancer patients are our main focus. So we advise and urge the farmers to keep the farms organic, especially in case of all the fruits, and especially this dragon fruit, because the main consumers are cancer patients and those. So the key challenges were like low farmer awareness. So we have to go use digital campaigns. We do so many things. So till now we have trained more than 25,000 farmers, and we have reached more than 17 states. And the market price, on an average, I am creating actually smart farmers. I said that people feel that, they don't want to be called a farmer. We said, why can't a suit boot wala be a farmer? So I'm a full-time farmer myself, and we have our own price tags. We are managing the farms in a way that whatever is optimum for the consumer also, and for example, if somebody is taking the dragon fruit from the retail counter at 500 rupees a kg, our price is 350, because our production cost, all other overheads are very beautifully managed if we are getting 350 a kg. But still, when the farms are bigger, we are selling it at a wholesale of 200 rupees a kg also. So that way our investors' money is also returned within 2 years. We are able to claim it, and now we are pooling the money to create bigger farms. And that is how we are playing our small role with our whatever small capacity we can, by providing quality planting material. Since the day we launched this company, we are making it in sterilized hydroponic media only. And market support we supply to all our farmers. They don't have to worry about where they will be. We make a pool of them, and we advertise on our Facebook, Instagram pages. And my farmers, they are not having any problem with marketing. And then agronomic guidance from day one, they get hand holdings, and we provide them everything right from layout, because there is whole lot of variation in when we want to establish an dragon fruit orchard. We can establish with the small budget of 4 to 5 lakhs also, and we go up to 15 lakh rupees high-tech farm also. These are all the states, and we have been supplying plants to hobbyists, and we are distributing them free with the tribals and other people who cannot afford it. So we have also introduced them in the wadis and in the pots for the urban people also. Our main the research and development focus is now on although 2 selections which we have selected, they are both self-pollinated. We don't want anything. But now we have some species, like for example, yellow skin dragon fruit demand is increasing, and in that one pollination is a problem. So we need to have more scientific research and other things. We need to import more varieties to scan, so that which ones are more. So now we have proposed a project in MP. Hopefully, if we get the grant, then we'll be making a state-of-art setup in Madhya Pradesh now. We provide A to Z all the services, so that once a farmer get attached with us, he don't have to think about from where to get the medicines, what to do if there is a market glut or whatever. So this is all. We create awareness. We are touched with the right from the basic, those people who will be carrying it forward, right from the hardcore rural people to the ultra modern rural people. And students come as interns and they practice all those things, because creating a market awareness about the dragon fruit was very, very big challenge till date. Because those people who have tested the dragon fruit, the imported one which comes from Vietnam and other countries, that is almost tasteless, because this is a known climatic fruit, and the fruit which we get, it comes through a sea way, and it takes almost 3 weeks. So if we pluck a non-climatic fruit in a without proper ripening stage, obviously it is not going to have any taste, and it is very, very hard to convince people that dragon fruit is really tasty. So those who taste the dragon fruit from our farms, they change their mind completely, and now it is in high demand. These are the products we have made, fresh fruits we sell, jam and RTS, many things we have developed, and region specific packages wherever we have bigger orchards, like in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and this Haryana, Maharashtra we have. But for other states, we seek collaboration to standardize package of practices there. Till now, more than 200 local workshops have been this thing, and practically on ground, all these data are from what we keep a record every year from our own personal farmers. Minimum 3 to 5 fold increase, because this dragon fruit they are selling, mostly they are small farmers, 1 acre, 5,000 saplings. I supply them with the trellis, and they are easily able to, at a doorstep rate, they are getting 200 to 250 rupees. So getting 7 to 8 lakh rupees income is not a big deal for them. This is our journey so far. Every year we keep on increasing some collaboration with some institutes, and the list of farmers keeps on increasing. And we are exploring some other countries. We have been to Nepal, is also increasing the area under this thing, and UAE is also a big market which we explored last year. So now we have started this campaign CIAT B and IB, because people want to grow fruits for nutritional security, but we have to select very wisely which fruit to go with, which is having a smaller gestation period, where there is a higher return on investment, where there is most beautiful aspect of dragon fruit which I liked as a farmer and as an entrepreneur is, all other fruits they come to bearing just once, most of them, like mango, guava, other things. Guava of course 2 times, but mango, lychee and other things, if there is some climatic factor, climatic change or some pest attack at that time, whole year is gone. But the beauty with dragon is that it is just like, it behaves like a vegetable. Every month we get a new flush and it keeps on yielding us. So it is a fruit but behaves like a vegetable when it comes to this thing. So even if in the worst case, due to the climatic changes which we don't have any control over it, so if the farmer loses 1 or 2 yields also, still he is left with another 7 or 8 yields. So with that way, it makes it a strong candidate. Why we want to support it, and of course the nutritional benefits, when we have analyzed, it is surpassing every other fruit crop. So the sustainable and social impact which we are creating, firstly because we urge all of them, and of course we did scientific studies to compare the organic and the inorganic there was hardly any significant difference in the yield. So way forward for the research priorities are, we need breeding programs, and for the policy, because the initial cost of establishment is very high, so governments need to come up with a better support system, although many governments have started, but that is very small amount as compared to the practical prices. And this is very close to my heart, the community based model, because most of the small and marginal farmers, so we can group them under the FPO or any other systems, and then they can do the group farming. And for a sustainable vision, so this is how, means all these practical things have come forward, that we can really build our nation very strong, because Vietnam is such a small country with this just 50,000 hectares of dragon fruit. They are king in this one, and our government has taken the very aspirational target of fulfilling it just by 2030, means we will be equivalent to Vietnam. So if we just go hand in hand with some logical steps, and to avoid whatever the pitfalls were earlier, main thing was the quality planting material and the farmer support, so that from the poor quality planting material they are getting hardly 4 to 5 tons an acre, and with our scientific things they are able to get more than 20 tons per acre. So there is a huge gap. These are all our farmers. Our plants start yielding from first year itself commercial yields, and this is how farmers are. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. There were some customer reviews. We just encourage some senior citizens and other people to taste it first time, and so now we are establishing a state of art this thing, because until unless we have that kind of infrastructure, we won't be able to supply in bulk, because it is vegetatively propagated. So mostly the farmers get misled. They will just pluck away some raw cuttings and they start establishing. But the yield from those orchards is very, very less as compared to a scientifically managed. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Sunilaji. I think it is nice to see young farmers in Sudbut. Both of them, the earlier one, Harshit and Dr. Sunila, and they are treating agriculture as an enterprise, which is, I think, this new generation thought process which they are bringing in agriculture, and they are trying to also standardize, which is very unique. Right from beginning, like I remember how wadis, we used to, right from soil preparation to giving layouts to soil conservation and everything, very meticulously planned orchards were established, and that is how it was standardized, and it was easy to replicate and easy to adopt by the farmers. So the same way she has been doing. So very good path breaking kind of approach you have demonstrated, and since you are also projecting that it is likely to double in next 10 years, the growth potential, and we see this as very important to be taken into I think our program as well. So thank you, Dr. Sunila. Next speaker is Mr. Randeep Ghosh, VNR Nursery.
So good evening to everyone. Good evening to everyone. My name is Randeep Ghosh and I am from VNR Nursery Private Limited, Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and we deal with the fruit planting material. So let's directly come to the topic. So VNR Nursery started in the year of 2012, and it is a R&D based company which deals with the fruit varieties. And we have produced a lot of guava varieties, custard apple varieties, and different varieties. So from the morning, we were talking about the accreditation process, certification process, about the nurseries and all. So we have been accredited since 2019, and we are the only company in India who got accreditation of 101 varieties of 22 fruit crops. We have more than 500 germplasm collections in our nursery where we do selection, we do breeding, and we produce new varieties. We have clean mother block area where used for planting material. We have our own virus indexing and virus detection laboratory, DNA fingerprinting laboratory, then gamma radiation chamber also. We have 13 trained horticulturists in our VNR nursery who works for like breeding of fruit varieties and production of planting material. So guava VNR BE was registered in PPVFRS since 2021, and recently we got registered of custard apple variety VNR Madhur, and new 5 more varieties are in the process of getting registered in PPVFRA. We have MOU'd with 2 of the renowned institutions like CIAT Bikaner for Jamun and Bale varieties, and recently we have did MOU with CISH Lucknow for Arunika variety. So fruit trees being cultivated in our area in Chhattisgarh, and we are being promoting these all varieties to the fellow farmers throughout the India. These are the list of the varieties and the crop which we are doing. Few technologies we have extended to the farmers like high density planting system, raised bed planting system, orchard floor management, fertigation. The new technologies, Spelia system, which we are being promoting since 2016 to all the farmers, pruning, hand pollination, bagging, then cold storage activities, branding of product and marketing of that product. So here are the photos of the farmer field which farmer has adopted the technology like raised bed technology, double drip plant technology, ring method of irrigation, organic mulches, inorganic mulches. Live mulch is a new concept for the farmers where they can grow the grasses in between the beds, which will reduce the soil erosion because of heavy rains or a high wind. Many of the soil gets eroded from one place to another, so it can reduce the soil erosion process also. The pruning practices, already this technology was there, but the farmer was not knowing about when to prune and how to prune. So we brought this technology to the farmers for various fruit crops and the bagging on the fruits. This is the mechanical grader. This grading machine helps to reduce the cost of grading, also to give a better size, shape and affordable appearance to the market. So we have 90% plus VNR BE and VNR Madhur orchards in India, which is under the all technologies which I have shown in the previous slides. So this is the new technology which we have brought to the farmers, especially in guava, custard apple and mango. Earlier it was there in apple and peaches, figs, but this tropical crops, this technology was working very good. So Spelia system, I should like not telling about this because all we know about this Spelia technology. It improving the sunlight penetration in the crop. It gives a better space to use better harvesting technology it gives. So like in this image, you can able to say that it can control very much shape. You can control it very beautifully. You can save the space. You can get a better sunlight in the plant. You can get better aeration, and it will give us aesthetic view also. So this is the orchard of Guava VNR Bihi. It is in 10 hectares area. It is completely in spalier technology and implemented with all the latest horticulture technologies like sprayers and all the mulches, live grasses, everything. So this technology takes 10 to 12 months in guava crop, 16 to 18 months in anona, and 15 to 18 months in mango crop to cover all the 3 wires. So you can see the fruiting pattern in the spalier system, which makes easier for the farmer to do bagging in the fruits and to get harvested easily. If the sunlight is penetrating inside the crop, then there will be less disease and pest infestation also in the plant. So this is the mango crop, CISH variety Arunica, and it's this variety is performing very good in this spalier system. And from 2 years onward, we are getting a yield of 4 metric tons from an acre. So this technology we have extended to approximately 12 states, and the farmer has adopted this technology and they are growing very well. So let's come to the cultivation of every season of wellness, like apple bear, which we can get in the month of January, February, and jackfruit, which I have kept outside in the exhibition. That jackfruit variety is a early variety. It started fruiting from 1.5 years, and it comes in the off season. Like normally the jackfruit for vegetable purpose, it is coming in the month of Feb, March, April. But this variety which we have kept outside, it's come from October month for harvesting. So this is the bale variety, jamun, sweet oranges, custard apple, and guava. So complete harvesting, like throughout the year, if a grower is adopting all these crops in his orchard, he will get a throughout harvesting from January to December. So now comes to the planting material. From the morning we were talking about what clean plant, and clean plant. So what is clean plant actually means is, so it should be 100% genuine planting and certified planting material. Second thing is, it should be pest and disease free planting material. Third one is nematode free planting material. The most important is true to type planting material. Many of the nurseries, they produce the plants from the seeds, but because of producing plants from the seeds, it gets segregated and we don't get true to type in nature. So this is the most important, and the pathogen free planting material. So this is the thing which we are talking about from since the morning, the clean planting material is. So to produce this clean planting material, we have a very big infrastructure area near about 80 hectares of land area where we are growing this clean planting material. We have poly houses to grow rootstock inside the poly houses with a disease-free controlled environment and a soilless culture with a raised bed technology, which is called as a benches raised bed. In that, we are growing all the rootstock seedlings first, then we are transplanting to a sterilized media. This is a mother block from where we are harvesting all the budwoods for grafting, which is maintained in a disease-free condition. So the important factor in the quality planting material is again a soil solarization process, because soils are having a lot of soil-borne diseases, pathogens. So to get a clean plant, soil solarization process is a very important thing, which we got from CISH Lucknow. That soil solarized media should be treated with some of the biocontrol agents, which we can protect our soil from further any soil-borne pathogen left over from Pseudomonas, Trichoderma, and Pasteuromyces. Then we graft all the plants inside the greenhouse. Then we keep all the plants in the net house for hardening. It is in protected cultivation. And this is the propagation method for all the fruit crops. Like we do 95% fruit crops propagation by grafting method only, whether it could be jackfruit or jamun or citrus or bale or any of the crop. Few crops required cutting technology like dragon fruit, we are doing from cutting, and few from seedling like Karonda, which gives true to type in nature. So we have our integrated vermicompost unit, integrated fertigation, automated fertigation unit where we do fertigation. We maintain EC, pH and nitrate to get a healthy quality plants. We have our own diagnostic laboratory for virus indexing. This laboratory having better facilities for DNA fingerprinting, tissue culture facilities, and gamma radiation chambers for research purpose. So a clean plant which we provide to the farmers with this all characters, where we have supplied till now more than 8 million plants throughout the state of 26 states and 335 districts. So this plants has been planted not only in the farmer field. We plant all this whatever planting material we produce, we go to Krishi Vigyan Kendra also, and we do plantations in that Krishi Vigyan Kendra. Till now we have covered more than 260 Krishi Vigyan Kendra, 112 SAUs and 31 ICR institutions where we have planted our own variety for trial purposes. These are some of the field visits we used to organize to educate the farmers regarding the cultivation of the fruit varieties. We organize field day of several fruit varieties to give farmer different type of varieties to grow. Like in mango, we have a lot of varieties, but what varieties are performing better in our region, we call all the farmers to show them that these varieties are growing very good. So this is a lady from Maharashtra. She was having a 25 decimal area from where she has started growing guava, and now she is growing in 5 acres of land area in 5 years of duration. This is a self-help group in Chhattisgarh known as Bastar, which is known popular for Naxalism, but we have converted the people there from Naxalism to go in the farming sector, and the tribal women, they were doing very good farming in Bastar region, and it is known by the Bastar papaya. If you Google it, Bastar papaya, you will be knowing about these women. So we are into the project of HP Shiva, which is funded by ADB. We have planted more than 60,000 plants of VNRB at Himachal. We are into ICRF World Agroforestry Project also, which is funded by World Bank in Odisha. This is a project in Hardoi. This is a project in UPKV West Bengal, where the rainfalls goes more than 32 mm rainfall. This is the orchard we are having in the Nagaland. To reach us, we have a website where you can go and Google it, and where we have given all the package of practices where farmer can easily go to the crop, he can select it, and he can know about the package of practices of these varieties. So for communication, we have WhatsApp, Facebook, website, YouTube channels also, where we used to keep on post all the new updates. Like we have 23 WhatsApp groups. In each state, we post whatever things currently is going on. We used to post all the updates in that. We have our own Facebook page where we used to update all the events. We have our own YouTube channel. And these are the crops we offer to the farmers: guava, custard apple, jackfruit. Outside you will be able to see that VNR Uttam Lakshmanfal, amla, pomelos, grapefruit, sweet oranges, star fruit, limes and lemons. Then many more crops which we offer to the farmers. So together we can change the face of horticulture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Randip. I think it was very good presentation, very attractive presentation with excellent photographs. And of course, it has come from your very strong experience of so many years and so vast area you are already able to supply to so many farmers. So thank you very much. And I'm sure your experience will be very useful not only for this group, but also for people like us who are in horticulture sector. So we'll keep in touch. Thank you very much. So we'll be having now last presentation of the day from Shwetanshu. Shwetanshu is having Chaturvedi Botanicals as his company, right?
It's my nursery, planting material nursery.
Okay.
मेरे पास कोई प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, कोई वेबसाइट नहीं है, ना मेरी कोई रिसर्च है और ना मैं कोई साइंटिस्ट हूँ. मैंने बड़ी मुश्किल से ग्रेजुएशन स्टार्ट करी है. मेरे फादर की डेथ हो गई थी व्हेन आई वाज 6 years old. मैं हिंदी में बोलूँ सर? आई एम कंफर्टेबल.
श्योर.
और उसके बाद में किस तरीके से ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद में मेरे पास बुजुर्गों की ज़मीन थी. 30 एकड़ मेरे पास लैंड थी, वहाँ एग्रीकल्चर हुआ करता था. और उसमें बड़ा मतलब मेरे को पसंद नहीं आता था कि धान बो रहे हैं, गेहूं बो रहे हैं, कभी बीज नहीं मिल रहा, बीज मिल रहा है तो बीमारियां आ रही हैं, कभी खाद नहीं मिल रहा है, फिर उसको हम कभी मार्केट नहीं मिल रहा है, मार्केट में जा रहे हैं बेचने के लिए तो उसका पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है. तो मैंने कहा यार ये क्या बदतमीजी है. फिर बैठ के हम धरना दे रहे हैं, प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और जिंदाबाद मुर्दाबाद के नारे लगा रहे हैं. तो उसके बाद में ये सब पसंद नहीं आ रहा था. तो उसके बाद में मैंने फिर मेरा एक छोटा सा एरिया था वहाँ पे, उसमें लीची और गुआवा का मल्टी ऑर्चर्ड था, वो 5 एकड़ के अंदर. उसकी जब मैं अर्निंग देखता था मैं उस टाइम ठेके पे दे दिया करता था. तो एग्रीकल्चर क्रॉप से कहीं ज़्यादा थी, 3 गुना ज़्यादा उसकी आ रही थी. तो दिमाग में आया भाई ऐसा करते हैं कि इसको अपनी टोटल एग्रीकल्चर लैंड को हॉर्टिकल्चर में कन्वर्ट कर लेते हैं. तो हुआ ये कि 30 एकड़ मेरी लैंड होल्डिंग थी, उससे मेरे घर का गुजारा चलता था. बच्चे पलते थे, बच्चे तो हम ही थे उस टाइम में, छोटे से ही थे. मैं पूरे 30 में से 16 एकड़ में ऑर्चर्ड लगा बैठा. और 16 एकड़ में मैंने मैंगो और लीची लगा दिया. और वो चूंकि मैंगो और लीची के जो ऑर्चर्ड हैं जब तक मैच्योर नहीं होंगे आपको इतना फ्रूट नहीं देंगे कि आपके घर की आजीविका चल सके. तो हालात ये हो गए 10-12 नीचे हम उसमें एग्रीकल्चर की खेती, धान और गेहूं ये सब हम ना चल जारी रखा. 2 साल 3 साल के बाद में एक टाइम ऐसा आ गया कि ना तो नीचे से एग्रीकल्चर गेहूं और धान पैसा दे रहे थे, उसकी यील्ड 6-7 कुंटल रह गई थी, और ना ऊपर से फ्रूट पैसा दे रहा था. वो जो भी आम का या लीची का पौधा था वो कोई 5 किलो दे रहा है, कोई 10 किलो दे रहा है. तो बहुत ज़्यादा फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस में हम लोग आ गए, घर के खर्चे चलाने मुश्किल हो गए. एक कंडीशन ऐसी आ गई थी. इन बिटवीन हम लोगों की शादी वादी हो गई, बच्चे भी हो गए, परिवार और ज़्यादा बढ़ गए, नीड और ज़्यादा बढ़ गई. फिर क्या करें, उसके बाद में हमने जाना शुरू करा 15 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में. आई एम सो थैंक्सफुल फॉर यू, उन्होंने बहुत सपोर्ट करी है. 15 यूनिवर्सिटी जाना शुरू करा हमने, वहाँ बैठने शुरू करे. एक बार वैसे ही निकल के जा रहे थे, एक पत्थर चट्टा में एक हो रहा था, उनका वर्कशॉप हो रही थी. तो एक साइंटिस्ट जो गुआवा के ऊपर काम करते थे वो बोल रहे थे और मैं उधर से निकल रहा था. मैंने गुआवा का नाम सुना तो मैं वहाँ जाके किनारे पे बैठ गया. तो वो चूंकि अब वो फ्लो में जब कोई साइंटिस्ट या एक्सपर्ट कोई बोल रहा होता है और किसी कोई अननोन पर्सन आके बैठ जाए तो वो डिस्टर्ब होता है. तो उन्होंने 2-3 बार के बाद बोले हाँ भाई आप कैसे बैठे हैं, क्यों बैठे हैं. मैंने उनको बोला मैंने गोवा का नाम सुना और मैं इंटरेस्टेड हूँ, तो मैं इसलिए आपसे बात करिए, आप सुन के मैं चला जाता हूँ. अगर मैं डिस्प्ले कर रहा हूँ तो मैं चला जाता हूँ यहाँ से. बोले नहीं आप बैठिए, मैं आपसे बाद में बात करूँगा. फिर उनके साथ में ये काफ़ी सारी मीटिंग्स हुई. तो ऐसे उनके साथ में बैठ के ये डिसाइड हुआ ऐसा करते हैं जो हमने लीची और मैंगो के बाग लगाए हैं इनके बीच में हम गोवा का प्लांटेशन कर देते हैं. तो एक वर्कआउट ये निकल के आया कि जो भी प्लांट हम करें, ये जो क्रॉप देने शुरू करेंगे मैंगो के हैं या लीची के हैं, तो ये 10 साल 11 साल 12 साल के बाद में जो प्रॉपर जो कल्टीवेशन देंगे, प्रोडक्शन देंगे, वो 15 साल के बाद में देना शुरू करेंगे. बीच में गोवा लगाते हैं, 3rd ईयर से प्रोडक्शन दे देगा. और गोवा की लाइफ 14-15 साल है. तो जब तक वो स्टार्ट करता है तब तक हमने गोवा से प्रोडक्शन लेना स्टार्ट कर दिया. इस तरीके से हमने मल्टी क्रॉपिंग स्टार्ट करी. और यहाँ से एक चीज़ और समझ में आई कि हॉर्टिकल्चर की कोई भी क्रॉप है, चाहे वो मैंगो लीची है, कोई भी है, वो हॉर्टिकल्चर के साथ ही कंफर्टेबल है. हॉर्टिकल्चर एग्रीकल्चर के साथ में कल्टीवेशन कंफर्टेबल नहीं है. तो एक तो डिसीजन ये हुआ. दूसरा वहाँ से फिर स्टार्ट हो गया. फिर मैंने कहा इसको और बढ़ाते हैं. एक हेजिटेशन ये हुई कि मैं किसी मेरा एक फ्रेंड था, उसकी नर्सरी थी पड़ोस में, उससे मैंने कहा यार तो गुआवा के प्लांट्स दे दे. उसने ऐसे लो क्वालिटी प्लांट्स दे दिए मेरे को गुआवा के कि वो 3-4 साल तक उसमें प्रोडक्शन नहीं था. फिर अपने यहाँ जो मेरा ऑर्चर्ड था गुआवा का, उसी से हमने प्लांटिंग मटेरियल बनाने शुरू करे. गार्डनर को पकड़ के ले आए, उन्होंने बनाना शुरू करा. तो यहाँ से मेरी नर्सरी की शुरुआत हुई. पहले थोड़े से प्लांट बने, वो अपने नीड के लिए पूरे हो गए. फिर और ज़्यादा मैंने गिफ्ट करने शुरू कर दिए फ्रेंड्स को, और ज़्यादा बने तो सेल करने शुरू कर दिए. तो लेकिन एक ये उसूल बना लिया कि धोखा खाया था कि इस प्लांटिंग मटेरियल के साथ में कभी गद्दारी नहीं करनी है किसी भी हालत में, या गद्दारी की रोटी हमें अपने बच्चों को नहीं खिलानी है. एक उसूल ये बना लिया है, तब से हम उस पर काम कर रहे होते हैं. और सेकेंडली मुझे गर्व है कि मैं ऐसे क्षेत्र से आता हूँ कि जहाँ मैं लीची पैदा कर सकता हूँ. लीची एक बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत महंगा फ्रूट है। एक सौ हम बात करते हैं 150-200 रुपए किलो वाले फ्रूट की। लास्ट ईयर मैंने अपने ऑर्चर्ड की लीची को 175 रुपीज़ पर केजी के हिसाब से सेल किया था, जो मेरा फाइनल प्राइस रहा था। तो अभी लीची को हमने रामनगर नैनीताल लीची के नाम से GI टैग लिया है, और उत्तराखंड के अंदर 8 नवंबर 2023 में एक प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसा था जहां 18 प्रोड्यूस को एक साथ GI टैग दिया गया है। यहाँ से हम चलते हैं, लेकिन लीची के साथ में थोड़े से चैलेंजेस भी हैं। पानी एक तो लीची का बहुत बड़ा दुश्मन है बैट्स, चमगादड़ इसको इतना ज़्यादा ख़राब करती है, इतना ज़्यादा ख़राब करती है, इसके ऊपर हमारा कोई काम नहीं हो रहा है। इसके लिए ना कोई फेंसिंग है, ना कोई अपरेटस है। बैट्स के ऊपर हमें काम इसमें करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि लगभग ये मेरे हिसाब से 30 से 40% क्रॉप जो है ये ख़त्म कर देती है। और इसका अटैक चूँकि रात में होता है, तो दिन में तो हम मैनेज कर लेंगे, लेकिन रात में हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि GI टैग दिया गया है लीची की, जो पर्टिकुलर वहाँ की ट्रेडिशनल वैरायटी और पुरानी वैरायटी है। जितना रिसर्च मैंगो में या किसी और क्रॉप में या गेहूं में, धान में हुआ है, लीची के इतने साल के इतिहास में हमें कोई नई वैरायटी ऐसी नहीं मिली है जिसको आप कहेंगे साहब अब ये वाली वैरायटी जो एडवांस है इसको आप लगाइए। ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे सामने। एक बात आती है जहाँ पे हम ऑर्चर्ड लगाने जाते हैं, तो प्लांटिंग मटेरियल की। प्लांटिंग मटेरियल हमें नर्सरी से मिलना है। नर्सरी हमारी दो तरीके से काम कर रही है। एक, जो प्लांटिंग मटेरियल प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उनको आप चेक कर सकते हैं, आपकी एक्रीडिटेशन टीम होती है। लगभग ज़्यादातर नर्सरियाँ उत्तराखंड के अंदर एक्रीडिएटेड हैं। आपकी जो उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट वो खुद सर्टिफाई करता है, उनकी टीम आती है, वहाँ के DHO डायरेक्टर्स वो उसमें विजिट करते हैं, वो पास करते हैं। लेकिन उन नर्सरियों का क्या करेंगे जो सिर्फ मार्केटिंग करते हैं? वो बहुत दूसरी स्टेट से लाके, जैसे कलकत्ता वगैरह से जाके बहुत बल्क में वहाँ पे माल आता है, कहाँ से बाहर से आता है वो सभी लोग जानते हैं कहाँ से आता है और कैसे आता है, और कलकत्ता में इतना प्रोडक्शन तो है नहीं। उसको लाके जो बैठ के और मार्केटिंग करते हैं, उनसे वो हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। जो क्वालिटी जो ख़राब होती है मेरे हिसाब से वहाँ पे जाके होती है। तो इसको चेक करना मेरे हिसाब से बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। और एक मेरा एक्सपीरियंस एक ये और है कि जितना, जैसे अभी गुआवा के ऊपर बात हो रही थी, गुआवा का प्रोडक्शन जब हमने लीची और गुआवा को दोनों को एक साथ लगाया था, तो मोटिव ये था कि जब लीची का बाग बड़ा हो जाएगा तो हम गुआवा को काट के बाहर निकाल देंगे। लेकिन गुआवा का प्रोडक्शन इतना हाई था और रेट इतना बढ़िया दे रहा था और आउटपुट इतना बढ़िया दे रहा था, मन कर रहा था यार लीची निकाल दो, गुआवा को रखो। गुआवा लगभग एक पेड़ जो है, एक तो 14 से 15 फीट पे लग जाता है। एक पेड़ लगभग L49 वैरायटी का 1.5 से 2 कुंटल की ईल्ड देता है। और मामूली से मामूली आप अगर रेट देखें मार्केट के अंदर गुआवा का, तो किसी भी ऑफ सीजन में भी 40 से 50 रुपए किलो से कम नहीं बिकता है। तो अब इसकी अगर इकोनॉमी निकालेंगे तो बहुत बढ़िया वैरायटी है। लेकिन गुआवा के साथ में एक मेरा एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि ये जितना यंग प्लांट का प्रोडक्शन आ जाएगा, हम उसको 14, 15, 16 साल का इंतजार करेंगे, वो नहीं आएगा। 2 से 3 साल के बाद में हमें उसको 11, 12 साल के बाद में उस ऑर्चर्ड को, हमें गुआवा के प्लांटेशन को हमें बदल ही देना चाहिए। एक बात हो रही थी न्यूट्रिशन के ऊपर, हालांकि मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा ये साइंस वाली बात तो समझ में आती नहीं है, लेकिन मेरा होलसेल फार्मास्यूटिकल का भी बिजनेस है, मैं दवाइयाँ भी बेचा करता हूँ, लेकिन अगेंस्ट रहता हूँ दवाइयों के। अभी से हम पहले चले जाएं 30 साल, 35 साल, 40 साल पहले, जब ये यूट्यूब और ये व्हाट्सएप चैनल और ये सब चीज़ें नहीं आई थी, तो हम लोग बिजी रहते थे और फैमिली साथ में बैठा करती थी। बाजार से अमरूद 5 किलो 10 किलो अमरूद आते थे और शाम तक सारी फैमिली बैठ के खा जाया करती थी। आम ऐसे आते थे, 10 किलो आम आ गया, सारी फैमिली ने बैठ के खा लिया। इसी तरीके से तरबूज हो गया, खरबूजा हो गया, ये सारी फ्रूट्स आए, हम लोगों ने मिल के बैठ के खा लिए। अब क्या हो गया, छोटे छोटे परिवार हो गए, वो भी बिजी में रहते हैं फ़ोन के ऊपर। विटामिन खाने हमने बंद कर दिए हैं, फ्रूट्स खाने बंद कर दिए हैं। एक केला ले आएंगे या एक आम ले आएंगे, आधा आज खा लेंगे, आधा कम खा लेंगे। बॉडी के अंदर न्यूट्रिएंट्स और विटामिन की कमी हो गई। जोड़ में दर्द हुआ या एनेमिक हुए, डॉक्टर के पास चले गए। डॉक्टर ने 400 रुपए वाला एक पत्ता लिख दिया विटामिन की गोली का। वो तो हम खा रहे हैं, और साथ में कह दिया भाई तुम जो है एक कीवी रोज खाओ। तो हम उस कीवी और विटामिन की गोली के पत्ते के ऊपर शिफ्ट हो गए, तो न्यूट्रिएंट्स की कमी यहाँ हो रही है मेरे हिसाब से। ये मेरी अपनी सोच है। बाकी तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा मिली है हमें नॉलेज, सवेरे से काफ़ी बैठ के हम ले भी रहे थे। हाँ, एक चीज़ पे फोकस रहता है कि हम जो भी ऑर्चर्ड डेवलप कर रहे हैं, हम जो नर्सरी वाले हैं, क्योंकि नर्सरी प्लांटिंग मटेरियल जो कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो वीएनआर नर्सरी वाले हैं या जैन इरिगेशन वाले हैं, बहुत बड़े इन लोगों के काम है। हम तो छोटी सी नर्सरी रन करते हैं, लेकिन हमें ये देखना चाहिए नर्सरी को जहाँ से हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, हमारा मदर प्लांट कितना प्योर है और हम कहाँ से लेके आ रहे हैं, उसको मदर प्लांट के ऊपर हमें काम करना चाहिए। अभी हम लोग उत्तराखंड के अंदर अपनी नर्सरी में मैंने एक एरिया बनाया है, मदर ब्लॉक बनाया है, उसमें हम एग्जॉटिक मैंगोज का हमने एरिया उसको बनाया। उसमें 14-15 वेराइटीज मैंगो की हैं, उसमें केसर है, उसमें अरुणिमा है, अरुणिका है, लालिमा है, श्रेष्ठ है। तो इसमें केसर डॉक्टर साहब हमारे यहाँ बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहा है, बहुत बढ़िया साइज आ रहा है और बहुत बढ़िया कलर आ रहा है, बहुत बढ़िया प्रोडक्शन आ रहा है। और छोटे से पेड़ में ही 2 साल के पेड़ में मैंने तो फर्स्ट ईयर परफॉर्मेंस देखने के लिए उसका फ्रूट लिया था, तो छोटे से 2 साल के पेड़ पे ही उसमें फ्रूटिंग बहुत बढ़िया आ गई थी। और बहुत उसकी नर्सरी हमने बनानी शुरू कर दी है। लेकिन मार्केटिंग देख रहे हैं, केसर ऑलरेडी बिक रहा है, केसर एक्सपोर्ट भी हो रहा है, तो मार्केट बहुत बढ़िया मिल गया उसको। 200, 250, 300 रुपये किलो मेरे ऑर्चर्ड से उठा के ले गए। लेकिन जो प्रोडक्शन मैंने अरुणिमा वैरायटी का लिया या अंबिका वैरायटी का लिया, इसको मेरे को बहुत चैलेंज आया मार्केट में बेचने के लिए। तो हम अपने एरिया, अपने क्षेत्र के हिसाब से वही वैरायटी सेलेक्ट करें जो हमारे यहाँ बिक रही है। बाकी तो ठीक है भाई जो भी प्रेजेंटेशन होती है ये डिसाइड हमें खुद ही करना पड़ेगा। तो इसके साथ ही मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू चतुर्वेदी साहब। काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम्स भी, क्वेश्चंस भी आपने रेज किए हैं, तो मेरे ख्याल से सिंह साहब बैठे, कुछ क्वेश्चन आई थिंक वो विल रिजर्व फॉर हिम। उन्होंने जो डिसीज के बारे में, प्लांट प्रोटेक्शन के बारे में, फिर उन्होंने बड़ा क्वेश्चन वराइटल डेवलपमेंट के बारे में साइंटिस्ट के सामने रखा है। सो वी कैन लीव इट फॉर साइंटिस्ट टू थिंक ओवर इट एंड फाइंड सॉल्यूशंस। एंड इफ देयर इज ऑलरेडी सम डेवलपमेंट हैपनिंग समवेयर, आई थिंक वी कैन ब्रिंग इट टू द नोटिस ऑफ practitioners. So thank you Chaturvedi ji and all the presenters. Over to chair now for concluding remarks.
Thank you. And not concluding, Disha, now you understand that why 1:30 बजे मैंने लंच करवा दिया था, इसलिए क्योंकि 3 बजे करते तो अभी भूख लगती है और डिनर अभी 7, 7:30 बजे तैयार हो जाएगा. So we will not conclude, but just after just saying 1 or 2 points, I would like to invite Dr. Mathur, Chris, Dr. H.B. Singh to make it Dr. Malhotra to come to the dais and make it a more informal kind of discussion, and question not restricted to this presentation, but any kind of idea that you have in your mind, that how since morning you are looking at listening CFI, so anything that you want to discuss in the next 1 hour by the time we got free for lunch and dinner. So that is one request. And second is that tomorrow we have a presentation. So now you have understood very well that what exactly we want from CFI. So maybe during the night, if you just think that what really you are contributing, not really what you have all this, but how you think that how your organization is going to contribute to the CFI or aligning your activity to CFI, so that we have a minimum questions to each presenter tomorrow. So this is a request that in the night time you can reorient your presentation, if not based on today's discussion. So these are the few suggestions for tomorrow. And now may I invite, chair will be here, not Bharat Kakate because he is a member of advisory committee, Chris Yuan, Dr. Mathur, and you both as chair, you come to a dais and discuss. No, I think, no, you can sit here and you can invite. हाँ, नेटवर्किंग तो बाहर होगी नहीं, यहीं नो करते रहो बाहर तो. हाँ, so I mean you can start from here, networking outside wherever you want, but still being I think you come here and I would like any comments, not really comments, but coming from the participant, listen to them. हम तो ज्ञान बहुत देते हैं, लेकिन इनका क्या सोचना है? So at least we'll take leave, and you be here because you are a member of Advisory Committee.
You are also part of it.
I'm organizer, so I will see how your dinner is going. How your dinner is going to prepare.
Maybe I can just give you some few comments. You want to come first?
You want me to? You go ahead. I mean,
Some general thing.
some very brief reflections from me. So first of all, thanks everyone for your incredible stamina. You must have been consuming sufficient fruit to keep your sugar levels high to keep going this evening into the day. I think for me, perhaps the one point that I would reflect a little bit on as we move forward is I heard the expression from moving from a green revolution to a red agricultural revolution, which I think is kind of in one way alarming as well as engaging in the sense that the planet is facing some very severe critical crises around biodiversity, our health related to our consumption, and climate change. And agriculture at large is a major driver of those crises. So I think within Centre for Fruitful India, we really want to think about how we are addressing those crises in a systemic way in which we are revolutionizing agriculture. It's not following a new green revolution in horticulture. It's actually thinking about how we change the way we look at agriculture in a systemic way. And for me, I want to keep that in mind, that we're really looking at about how we can use horticulture and fruit production as part of a more complex system that draws on both agroecology, regenerative agriculture, but doing that in a way that's going to deliver for people and planet in a very systemic systems way. And so I think that will influence a lot about the way that we move forward, but keeping in mind that we're not just looking at increasing fruit cultivation to strengthen production. We're thinking about the system being resilient, and that means diversifying the system, making it less dependent on a large number of inputs that we know are unsustainable to use at a planetary level. And so I keep those things in mind. They seem important points to reflect on from me from a point of view of the work that we're doing. So I'll stop there. Yeah.
I can just say something more on that. No, just basically want to say you that in the morning also we said that CFI is a new initiative here, and its focus is to promoting fruit cultivation here. But when we were designing the mandate of CFI here and with the donor interaction here, we thought let us make it more participatory program, participatory institution here, where we each participate and we each decide what to do, where to go, and how to do it here. So initially we thought that every year we will have a kind of a conference each year with a specific thematic focus here, what area we should focus here, and let us have some presentation and some interaction that will crystallize us here to give a direction here. Okay, for this year, support for funding here, that these are the main areas where we should focus here. But this year particularly, since we are getting late, so we decided why don't we have a scientific committee already here. We have advisory board committee also here, and we have already 2-3 meetings in the year here to crystallize where we should focus here. So based on the discussion we already have in 2 scientific committee meeting and 1 advisory board meeting here, we identified certain area which we announced for the research grant call. You have already seen that grant call here, and you all apply for that here. So we thought that this particular conference here, we will invite some of the selected participants to make a presentation. But day 1, we will keep again open for some new ideas to generate here. And we also thought that in addition to have scientific article, we also invite some of our important partners from the nursery owners and doing a lot of good work here, gen irrigation, on dragon fruit, avocado here. So that we can get an idea about where to go for partnership. And since morning we're talking about quality planting material and availability of the planting material. And now we have very good idea. Vienna nursery, Jain irrigation, dragon fruit, avocado here. So now we have better sense of idea here. So when we start planning our program, implementing the project with different partners here, we know where the source we can approach here, where we can have partnership here. They all are very much keen in involved with working with small holder farmers. And this is our target here, working with communities, lot of training material they have developed here, lot of capacity building they are doing here. So how to take advantage of your ongoing program here, how to synergize the program here, and where you are working here, can we also go and have our intervention there to have better output here. So this is a good, good discussion today here, and good ideas have been generated here. And this is not the end here. Maybe after the conference is over, tomorrow we have presentation here, we can further have a small group discussion here. Each of one of you here, what you can contribute, how we can contribute here, and how best the farmers are being benefit. Small and marginal farmers are benefit. The communities are benefited here, not only rural area but also urban and peri-urban area, where you mentioned about the community orchard, community gardens. Dr. Rajan already is working on that here. Rooftop planting is again the important thing here for urban and peri, but for poor communities here. So how they can have access fruits in the rural, peri-urban and urban area here. So I think we got very good ideas here on this year, and we will discuss more tomorrow. And let us start. It's a good beginning here. So let us start developing good partnership and bring all the synergies, expertise, knowledge, material, all those things together here. Because as also in the morning mentioned, CFI is a small body here. We don't have much funding here, but we have to leverage our partnership here to get better impact here. So I thank you, all of you, very much here for your participation today here, and look forward for more interaction tomorrow. And let us have a good beginning of CFI. It go much beyond what we are expecting from this outcome of CFI. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, today is really a fruitful day. We have discussed many things. New ideas have come from the all corners. And I think this was the best platform where we could find all stakeholders which are present here, from the research sector, from the developmental sector, from industry, and even from universities. So few of the points which I noted from the presentations and others, many new ideas were there. But yes, none of them has discussed about artificial intelligence powered monitoring systems. Only few of them have touched, but we really need such kind of systems. I think we need to work on that part. So some kind of monitoring system is required to be set. And one more point which was discussed related to vertical farming, as well as I am linking vertical farming as well as urban and peri-urban cultivation. So that's again a very important point, because now we can't increase the area, scope is very less, but we need to find out such means where we can see that production should come and our nutritional requirement should be met from those areas. And space saving ways and in the limited spaces, how we can do that. Some kind of models, those are required to be worked out, and those are required to be popularized. Then Wadi concept, really I liked that one. So because now everywhere it is discussed that in the landscape some kind of system should be there which should be conducive enough to cater the needs. So implementable models we really need for the different situations. That is, I think that's a good idea. Now it has come, and from the different situations and locations, we can come out with the implementable models. That's I think it's one of the need for that purpose. And I really liked some of the new ideas from the presentation of Dr. Rajan, where he mentioned about the geotag mother plants. Yes, that was discussed, traceability, and the plant ATM. I really liked it. So community nurseries and community gardens, these are the points I think. But our many of the university participants are also here, and we have to actively work, and some kind of hand holding is needed, and this is the best platform, CFI initiatives.
Thank you so much. These are the few points.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would not like to come in between the break which everyone is expecting and the main speaker sings up. So, a couple of things only. Today's the entire deliberation and the discussions, question answers, I think I can see the entire ecosystem being covered. There was aspect of demand, which usually many a times planners tend to forget, and I think some of the presenters also projected the potential for growth based on whatever secondary information they may have studied. So the demand and then the supply mechanism. The other very important aspect, which again is usually not taken into consideration while we design the programs, is the nutrition aspect. So all the presenters, they had mentioned about it, and I think that is the core of the whole initiative. The other two things, the forgotten foods or the neglected crops, neglected fruits, to the upcoming potential high-end horticulture plantations. So both of it has been covered, and now there is a challenge as well, that there are neglected foods but very important fruits, and how to bring that into food chain. There are obvious challenge of right from propagation methods to plantations to behavioral or the changes in the mindset of people for going back to such kind of fruits, which is very important from the nutritional point of view, but considered as the food for poor, unfortunately. So how that can be reversed, and also bringing this exotic fruits in the food chain. So all of it has been covered, and very good food for our the entire Fruitful India initiative, making that into the part of the whole program. The other two aspects, again, the participatory methods for taking the project activities to the grassroots, as well as the entrepreneurial model for rapidly scaling up through a couple of presentations. It was very well done right from beginning, very scientific, methodical approach in devising the program and then scaling up. Both are equally important. So driven by the company or enterprise and driven by the grassroots demand-based model. So both are important. We need to take into account both these aspects into the programs. And the last thing, economics at the farmers level, which is very, very crucial. We cannot forget that unless there is economics and unless there is complete value chain, right from production to processing wherever possible by the people who are engaged in production and supply to the market with appropriate branding. Wherever there is successful models in Wadi program of BIAP, we have seen to the extent we have tried to organize people in the cooperatives or the form of farmer producer companies, the orchards are successful because there is no middle people coming in and grabbing the production or giving the rates of very like the much lower than market rates. So I think it is most important, if the program is to be sustainable and successful, it has to have value chain approach end to end. And I think Jain Irrigation have already demonstrated right from pre-plantation to soil preparation to plantation and supplying best quality inputs, all of the inputs, and ensuring the entire produce to be taken to the market with appropriate rates. These are excellent templatizations of the agriculture produce, which rarely happens, and particularly in India, there are very few examples of like this. I think it is very important to look into all of this to in the entire ecosystem of food production and supply, and ultimately going into the diet of the people. So with this, I think we have good energy of people also to grasp and to share. And thank you very much.
Good evening to all of you. Now we have come to the closure of the session. But for all the purpose, it's the beginning of our program. Why I say so? That from the today's discussion, many of the points have emerged. From our discussion, many of the programs have emerged and many of the ideas have emerged, and they may be converted into actionable plan. Few of them may be discussed tomorrow and we may move forward. So it is the beginning. Many of thoughts have been given over here. Dr. Mathur has clearly presented what is the objective of this program, of this project. As an advisory committee, personally, I had a lot of opportunity to see what it is aimed to. It may look very small, but sometimes these small things makes the big difference. I'll give you two examples. When I was the horticulture commissioner, I implemented one program of floriculture that was assisted by FAO. Very small amount. So once I told them also, some of the fellows have come from outside, I told them, look here, what the amount is giving to me, it is less than 0.001% of my budget. It was hardly, 2 millions, some 300 millions, 3,000 dollars or something like that, or $3 million. But the impact of that has been, which it was way back in 2001, floriculture emerged as one of the major activities in our country, commercial activities. Earlier, of course, it was only through the temple and so on. Similarly, I had a project on banana. We had implemented some program, some demonstration in few of the states. Till that, tissue culture plants, use of tissue culture plants, that was in 2002, use of tissue culture plants was not yet fully accepted by the farmers. Because somewhere, due to supply of the planting material, somewhere the viruses were carried, or somewhere something was carried, somewhere the technology was not adopted. For example, people planted, waited for 1 month to put drip irrigation and so on. So it was, people are not convinced that tissue culture is good, or even they find at the time that drip irrigation, fertigation system is good. But through that program, very small initiatives, but openness of program, because I was the leader for that, we made a small investment, but that made a lot of impact. Because the governmental system was not working, that means you did not go to the state government. I could spend directly myself, because they gave me the money, we spent directly to myself. Impact was there. The growth of tissue culture plants after that program was more than 100%. It continued. Mr. Anil Patil is sitting here. I told him, you will require so much of plants by such and such year. He could not believe me that how it is possible that so much plants will be required. And today, situation is that they have demand of 20 crores and they are unable to supply 20 crores. Backlog is doing. So we have to assess. So such programs, what this program is, may have that type of impact. The tomorrow's, what the project is being given, it's not a research project. Because one of my friend, the farmers, he said, lychee, I have no varieties developed. To develop the variety in a lychee, it will take 50 years or 100 years. Even in lifetime, it may not be possible to develop a variety by me as a breeder. Some of the varieties of lychee I identified way back in 1976, 77, 78. After testing for 10 years, when I left all the places, then it was released after my retirement with 3 varieties at NRC on lychee. It was developed when I was in Ranchi. I had selected. It was tested to almost 25 years. It was identified, yes, it is better than the existing ones. It can add to this. And one variety, of course, it was released before as a Swarna Rupa. But that was only it can fit into the middle. So in lychee, developing a variety will take long time. Even in case of mango, you see the large number of hybrids were developed. Even the other time of Dr. Nayak, when he was working in Kodur, he released at least, I think, 15-20 hybrids. Finally, none of them could be adopted commercially. Some here and there was their same variety, Swarna Jahangir is developed, it could not flourish, but Jahangir continues. Langara, so many hybrids were developed from the Langara at Sabor. So Langara continues, but hybrid is not continuing. Then we have Mallika. So still Dasari continues, Mallika is slowly getting down, being withdrawn, because Mallika has more problems than Dasari, especially with respect to diseases. Amrapali was highly accepted, that is dwarf and so on. But after 20 to 30 years, people realize that the size of the Amrapali is such that it cannot be marketed. So these type of things are happening. You cannot assess this. Of course, when the size has been reduced, we have said they go for the pruning, complete pruning. Give the rest for 2 years, it will come back. And it is happening. It is coming back. But your old varieties, and now I see, Langara continues, Dasari continues in zone, Jahangir continues, Bangalpalli continues, Neelam continues. So, what it gives the opportunity that these has been the naturally occurring hybrids, and people have put the pressure and it has come up. Now, Kesar is another variety. If you go to the history of Kesar, it was a single tree being grown in one of, Gujarat, in one of the small boundaries, guest house somewhere. Someone picked, and at the time the kingship was there, it was given to then the Senapati. The Senapati took it, he presented the fruits to then Nawab. And then he said, develop the varieties and make the plants. Plants were made and it was planted. Some of the plants were there in his orchard, and with that orchards have become now the part of University, Junagadh. Then few people picked it up, decided the quality is good, and just started spreading. So you see that 120 years, almost 30 years, more than 150 years, now you know that Mr. Chaturvedi is telling that I have got that variety. Now you have got. So what I am saying to that in fruit trees, developing new varieties, it's time consuming, it will be taking place, and we cannot immediately say that this variety should be released, it should be adopted, but no doubt we can put it, let the farmers decide that which will continue, which will not continue. Even if you see from IHR, several varieties of mango has been developed, but very few of them has been picked up, even from IRI. Even Rajan is sitting here. He may say that no, sir, many of the farmers have picked up. But I will say, Arunimka or whatever his variety is there, how many? What may be the area? Still very less. Maybe few thousand hectares. If you compare with the Langara, it is in lakhs of the hectares. So I mean to say that it is difficult also to develop a variety because it takes long time, especially in the fruit trees. Any fruit trees you take, even in banana, through the hybridization process, whatever varieties, even in abroad it was developed, it could not be picked up. Even from Coimbatore, 2 varieties were developed that could not pick up. Even when I was the coordinator, the 3 varieties were from the KU, Kerala Agriculture University, Velanikara. We released because it was highly disease resistant to the Sigatoka and also to the wilt. The quality was acceptable, but you could not replace the taste of the people. You could not replace. So slowly, few people took it, and so what I am saying, the fruit is one most important is the breeding itself is very difficult. It takes time, and even when you develop, it is very difficult to popularize so fast. A good presentation was made by Kumari regarding dragon fruit. Excellent presentation. Excellent work by the company. You know, the history of dragon fruit in India is not only 12 years or 20 years old. It is more than 20 years. More than 25 years, I would say that first collection of dragon fruit was done by one gentleman in Andaman Nicobar, and I had seen him in 1998 nursery, and he was saying that, sir, we should promote dragon fruit. I said, it may not come, okay, but it may come here, but it may not come all the places. Because I had seen this dragon fruit in Vietnam back in 95. Then later again I saw that at that time what I had seen in that Andaman Nicobar, that was just he has trailed on somewhere. It was not commercially. Then in Vietnam in 2004 I saw they had put a structure. A structure there they had used the local material of tires. The tire that waste tire was used for putting there all the plants. Then after that it came in India. When it came, the people went to the concrete, putting some rubber and so on. So a lot of changes has taken place in the trellis system, and now it is very important. I don't know you have tried the lighting or not, but I have a lot of information from the farmers itself that when it is lighted, it increases by 20 to 30%. It means they can be, even in the spectrum of light, if you can try, I think productivity in dragon fruits can be increased because it responds to light. But scientifically, frankly speaking, no scientific work has been done. As dragon fruit is concerned, the first plantation was done at our Institute for Biotic and Abiotic Institute in Maharashtra. Then some work was done. Now, of course, few of the institutes are doing, but no systematic work still is there on the dragon fruit in our research system. And we have said that it should be done, and I hope that something will be done. Your selection now, of course, I see that yellow type is catching up, yellow type has come, and there are many more colored types have also come. So I think that can be picked up. And it is hardly they have come through the hybridization. Majority of them are a kind of mutations, and where the people have just selected. but hybridization may be also possible because this has a lot of seeds, but it has to be further seen how the seed germinates and all that, and it can be done. Since it is the company, you can do it, you can work on that, and any kind of support you require, we do it. A lot of work we said about the community nursery. Community nursery, it may look very interesting, like Charbaha Vidyalaya of Lalu Prasad Yadav. But in my opinion, it is not feasible and possible, and it will not pick up in current day situation. I went to the village, many nurseries are there. Everybody was complaining, sir, nobody is purchasing it. Fruits plants. So some of them they converted into producing some flower plants so that they can at least, people will purchase the flower plants. Only when it will be, if somewhere the system is developed, wherein as he is assuring, or somebody was talking, the giant is assuring that they give the planting material and the people will produce, and so their marketing will happen. So if somebody assures that what is the quality of the plants. Now, citrus plant can't be produced by the community nursery because that requires a high investment. Mango plant can be produced, but somebody should be there to market them. So what would be that if you can create a community? One does the planting material production, one does is quality assurance, another does is marketing, then it can work. But in present system, it will be just like Charbaha Vidyalaya, if you know concept, it was well accepted. Lalu Prasad gave the interview and it was highlighted that Charbaha Vidyalaya is very good because their students can study and they can also take their buffaloes and cows for grazing. So they will not waste the time, they can do the work. But what happened to that? So some thought looks theoretically very good, but when you come to the practice, because everybody is now interested for the quality material. Either you go to the market, you also are interested for quality material. Slowly it depends upon, just like morning somebody was talking, that if the marketing is done, it is graded. And higher grade is sold somewhere and lower grade is sold somewhere. Same thing is happening. So if you want to community to participate, they have to also be professionals. And if they become professionals, then only they can run the nursery. Otherwise, in current context, some 10 plants they produce here, and plants they produce here, they can sell. It is not possible. Ornamental is possible. No, ornamental community nursery is possible, but fruit is difficult. So no, नहीं तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, मैं जनरल कह रहा हूँ, तो I think this way we can work. This is the point to discuss, deliberate, discuss, and come out with new ideas. And many times earlier also I used to say that जब दो groups of people मिलते हैं, भगवान कहो या राक्षस कहो, जब दो मिलते हैं तो एक नया जो है सो अमृत पैदा होता है, और यही अमृत पैदा हम कर रहे हैं. इस अमृत पैदा होने से हम आगे बढ़ेंगे एंड डेवलप नेशन बनेगी. थैंक यू वेरी मच. नाउ डिनर इज रेडी.
Dinner is ready. Instructions. I think we can now spread out here. Dinner is maybe ready in 10 minutes time here, but we give some time for a networking. So if you have some small group discussion, any queries from the group for tomorrow, you are most welcome to talk to us here, not here, but in separate group here. So after dinner, then we will drop you back to the hotels here.
I think we should have a round of applause for our audience as well for the a round of applause for our audience.
Good patience. Listen to all of us.
idea of having dinner. Idea of having dinner.